Darren, go ahead and start the video.
Councilmember Tanaka, I think he's here. Oh, there we go, on video.
And Ed, your voice is crackling again.
Thank you.
Mayor Du Bois, go ahead. The video is started.
Great. Welcome to the council meeting of February 8th. If the clerk could please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filseth,
Here.
Councilmember Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great. So on our agenda tonight, we have 2 study sessions. We're going to try to get through those by 7 o'clock. And while this first study item is under the jurisdiction of the county, with it coming to council, I'm going to recuse myself just to avoid any appearance of a conflict. I own property that's near this site. So I'm going to turn off my video, and Vice Mayor Byrd is going to run the first study session.
Great, and good evening. This is a study session on a proposal for a project at 231 Grant Avenue by the County of Santa Clara for a teacher housing project. Mr. City Manager, is our staff going to offer some initial comments before hearing from the county staff?
Yes, let me ask Mr. Late to cover for staff.
Great, thank you. Thank you, and good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council. I am Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Before I turn over the presentation to Supervisor Simidian, I wanted to just offer a couple of remarks. One, just to remind the council, it was a couple of years ago, I think now, where the city had earmarked $3 million for the teacher housing project that you'll hear a little bit more about this evening. The project, as the mayor had noted, is exempt from local zoning standards through the county's preemptive authority. But it is fairly consistent with the city's workforce housing overlay that the council adopted a few years ago. There is a notable increase to height. I think the proposed project at this time is somewhere around 55 feet. However, even if the project were subject to our local zoning standards, it certainly would be a qualifying project under the City Council's planned housing zone, which you've seen some of those, and you'll hear one of those this evening. So we've received some correspondence, one dealing with the California Environmental Quality Act, and I just wanted to clarify that there is no action before the City Council this evening. This is a study session, but clearly the project itself is subject to CEQA, and the county has already begun its environmental review process on that, and the city has submitted a comment letter in response to the notice of preparation of an environmental impact report. So the purpose of the study session this evening is really for the council and the community to learn more about the project, and for the county to hear from the community at this early stage where we are right now. And at this point, on balance, staff has reviewed the project for consistency with our comprehensive plan, our local comprehensive plan. And we find it to be generally consistent, certainly in the production of housing, but also specifically in the production of potentially new affordable teacher housing, which is called out for in our comprehensive plan. City staff will continue to stay engaged in this project and looks forward to working with county staff as the project continues to advance. And with that, Vice Mayor, with your approval, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Supervisor Simidian.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. And I heard the admonition regards limited time, so I'm going to jump right in. As you heard from Mr. Late, it was, gosh, 2.5 years ago now, I think June of 2018, when I was before you with what was then a concept for what we call teacher housing on the site at 231 Grant. The county had agreed to set aside $6 million, and I had asked if you all would be amenable to setting aside $3 million for the development of such a project. We had the benefit, obviously, going in of the fact that the subject site 231 grant was in public ownership at the county. So if we had a site and we had some kind of a financial commitment from both the city and the county, the city's clearly contingent on an acceptable project being brought to you, then we thought we had a good start. Along the way, we were delighted that the folks at Facebook stepped up and said they wanted to do a $25 million grant. That rather obviously both helped secure the site as a viable site for teacher housing, and also, frankly, allow us to make sure that we pursued the number of units that the site could reasonably and appropriately hold. We obviously needed to have development partners to actually do the project development and work with us and deliver a good result for the community and for the school community. We're pleased to have Abode Communities and Mercy Housing, who have a long and successful track record in this arena. They are now our project partners. I want to underscore something Mr. Late said, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members, which is this is the beginning of the conversation, a little bit of a catch-22 that I know you're all familiar with. You want to present something that is far enough along so people know what it is they're being asked to respond to, but not something that is so fully or finally developed that it's already a done deal, which raises the question, why are we having the conversation anyway? I think you'll find when you hear from the team that we're at about the right place or the sweet spot on that. But again, the notion here is to make sure that we hear from both the council and the community, since the Board of Supervisors will ultimately be the decision-making body. Last thing is just to focus on what the goal is here. All of you have at various times articulated your concern about the need for affordable housing. This is a project that clearly addresses below market rate affordable housing needs. But as we thought about this project, or at least as I thought about it from day one, I thought, is there a way to get a twofer, make it something that benefits the community even more? And for me, the answer was, could we make this teacher housing, which we now call educator housing, because all of the districts we've talked to have said they want to include not just teachers, but their classified non-certificated staff as well in some way. Could we make this a project that helped retain the strength of our local school districts by making it a teacher housing project, one for educators? And I don't have to persuade any of you that the strength of our communities is a function of the strength of our local school districts. You all have spoken to those issues yourselves. I've heard you all. And then the question is, as the need to hire new teachers bumps into the extraordinary affordability challenges of our area, how can we continue to attract and retain the best possible staff in our schools, which is what makes great schools great? And the answer was by addressing this housing affordability question head on. That's what the project is designed to do. So as I say, I view it and always have as a twofer. Yes, it tackles the problem of affordable / below market rate housing straight on, but it also is, I think, going to prove itself to be an indispensable tool in attracting and retaining first-rate people in our school districts, which has always been the hallmark of our strong communities. Personal note to close with, I was a school teacher's kid when I grew up in Palo Alto. Some of you know that, some of you don't. Whenever I hearken back to the fact that my father was able to buy a home in Palo Alto on a single school teacher's salary, people tell me that those days have come and gone. And what I would say to you is, I know we can't roll back the clock, but I don't think we have to accept defeat either. I think there's things we can do that will really make an impact and make sure that time is not spent on 1.5 to 2 hour commutes each way, but that time is spent with and helping kids, whether it is preparing a lesson plan, whether it's working one-on-one, whether it's being at an after-school sports event or a drama production, or whether it is simply being part of the community and understanding community sensibilities and the challenges that these kids face and confront as members of the community. We've all struggled with the youngsters who have taken their own lives. There are pressures there that are hard for many of us to fathom, but certainly they cannot be fathomed by folks who feel like they are guests in the community during the course of the day to teach or to otherwise provide service, and then go home to a different community where they don't have firsthand knowledge of and experience with those sensibilities. We have a talented team here. I'm going to turn to them now and say thank you all very much. We're mostly here to listen, so I should stop talking. Thank you. Let me turn to the team.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You should be seeing a presentation now on the screen. Thank you for that introduction, Supervisor Simidian. My name is Emily Chen. I'm a senior planner at the County of Santa Clara Facilities and Fleet Department. Next slide, please. All right, so as Supervisor had shared, this proposed project is located at 231 Grant Avenue, which is located within the city limits of Palo Alto on county-owned property. And in this diagram, you can see it's right here marked in red, and in the smaller vicinity map, it's in the blue block down there. First, to just orient the group, the project is a little bit to the west of Oregon Expressway and in between El Camino Real on the south and Alma Street to the north. If you've done jury duty in Palo Alto, this site is right across the street from the Palo Alto Courthouse and Super Simidian's office as well. And it's also just down the street from the future public safety building. So, Supervisor already started mentioning, but since this is a county property and it's for a public purpose, it's intended for public employees, housing for teachers and other school district staff, the county will be the lead agency under CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act for this project, and it'll go through the county's project approval process. However, since these units are in Palo Alto, these units could count towards the city's RHNA credits. Next slide, please. So as a lead agency under CEQA, the county is currently preparing an environmental impact report. You heard earlier from Jonathan Late that the city had also submitted notice of preparation comments back in December. So right now we're in the phase where we're drafting the EIR. We've received these comments and we're incorporating those comments into the draft EIR. So we're anticipating to circulate that for public review in late spring, early summer this year to solicit feedback on the content and the adequacy of the EIR. And in the EIR, you'll see analysis on impacts to things such as transportation, air quality, noise, and other topics. So when that's circulated, at that time, we're gonna have a public meeting to invite everyone to hear the comments on the draft EIR. Once that's completed, we're gonna revise it based on the comments that we've received, and we're gonna share it with the County Board of Supervisors for their consideration. And if they approve it, we'll file the appropriate notices. So far, we've been working pretty closely with the city planning staff. But if you or anyone else from the public and on this call want to get some direct updates from our team, you can sign up on our website over there on the top right-hand corner at www.scc.gov.org/231grant. And with that, I'm going to pass this on to our developer team to introduce what this project actually includes. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. I'm Megan Pearson. I am the Associate Vice President of Development for Abode Communities. We are one of the developers on this project, along with Mercy Housing California. Our architect on this project is Van Meter Williams Pollock, and our outreach coordinator consultant is Sarah Chafin. So just start with our project description. As Supervisor Simidian mentioned, we have 110 units that we're proposing, including studios, 1 bedrooms, and 2 bedrooms. We're proposing a 4-story building totaling approximately 112,000 square feet. And we have about 2,000 square feet of residential community space. And then we have some amenities, which include on-site laundry, landscape private courtyards, and on-site property management. Now, we just kind of wanted to take a step back and remind everyone that, the purpose of this project was really to serve the missing middle And we're defining missing middle as those families that are making too much money to qualify as affordable housing, but not enough money to be able to afford a market rent. So that's who we have designed this project to serve. And we really wanted to make sure that we would be able to serve families that have two incomes. So as you know, this project is targeted for teachers, educators, school district employees, and there'll be a range of household incomes served. So a couple months ago, we conducted a survey of all of the participating school districts in Santa Clara County, and we got some information from the teachers and employees of those school districts about their incomes, their family size, their commute times. And based on that survey data, we kind of came up with our unit mix, our unit sizes, and our income range. So what you can see here from the survey is that about 27% of the people surveyed were making around 60% AMI. About 19% were making 80%, and about 54% were making over 90% AMI. And then over here on the right, you have our proposed income and unit mix. So we have 27 units at the 60% AMI level, which represents about 25% of our total units. We have 12 units at the 80% AMI level, which is about 11% of the total units. And we have 70 units at the 90% AMI and above, which is about 64% of our total units. And we weighted it a little bit higher in the 90% and above because, as I mentioned earlier, we really wanted to be sure we're meeting the needs of those missing middle and the two income earners. All right, so then in terms of the parking for the project, we're proposing 112 vehicular parking spaces, which is a little more than one space per unit. We have a controlled access garage, and we're proposing to use at-grade double car stackers in order to fit all that parking in the most efficient space. And we have about 134 secured parking spaces. In terms of public space, we're proposing 3 public plazas along Grant Avenue, which I'll show you when we get to the site plan. And that's about 5,600 square feet of outdoor plaza. And then we also have another about 1,100 square foot flex space that we're still working on what that's going to be. So just quickly, I mean, you kind of already got the orientation, but here's our project site. And as you know, it's a mix of multifamily buildings, the courthouse, and commercial buildings. So this is our proposed project here. And we wanted to show you in this slide the height of our project in comparison to some of the surrounding buildings. So we're proposing a building that's 50 feet to the roof and then 55 feet to the parapet. And just for comparison, this courthouse plaza behind the proposed building is about 60 feet to the parapet. The Sheridan Plaza is about 50 feet to the roof plane, and then it has these domes and the stair enclosure that go above that 50 feet. And then the courthouse over here in the corner is about 54 feet to the top of the roof. So we felt like our height of our building is compatible with what else is surrounding in the neighborhood. So here we have the site plan. So you can see those 3 public plazas. And I don't know how familiar you are with the site, but there's some really beautiful trees on the site. And so we really built our design of the project around what we're calling these heritage trees. So one's here is a palm tree, the camphor tree here, and then another one, sorry, I couldn't see. The redwood plaza's here, and then we're proposing to save some redwoods here. So our primary public plazas are these 3. So this will be a public space. And right now we've left them kind of a little bit open as to what exactly they're going to look what they're going to look like. And through our community engagement process that we'll detail for you a little later, we're really going to be looking for feedback from the community on what they'd like to see in those 3 public plazas. And then the other public space is this flex space we have here. And so we had originally envisioned this as a retail space, but then given COVID, we weren't sure if that was the best use of the space. So this is another space that we'll be looking for feedback from the community on really what they'd like to see there. Would they like to see a retail space? Would they like maybe some kind of co-working space or something like that? And then the rest of this ground floor. So we have the parking tucked back here and an entrance on Birch and Park. And then this is where the parking stackers will be. We have that flex space on the corner. And then facing Grant, we have our residential community room that will kind of open up into a little plaza here. We have our main entrance plaza here in the lobby. We have 5 residential units located on this ground floor. And then behind that, we have some of our back of house, electrical maintenance, property management, and then our bike parking here. And then moving up, so this is the units, floors 2 through 4. So as you can see, it's a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. And we've centered it kind of on 3 courtyards. And we're kind of envisioning that each one will have a little bit different feel to it. And this will be something else we'll be looking to the community and especially the potential residents who are going to live here to give us some feedback on what they want the courtyards to be. But we were kind of envisioning that one of them would be more of a community garden. One would be more of a meditative space, and then one would be more active with maybe a little play area for kids. And so this is the elevation facing Grant Avenue. Here's those public plazas surrounding the trees. And here's the community room, the flex space, and the main entry. And then something else we really wanted to make sure we did with this, that we captured with this project, was to have some really innovative solutions to the challenges provided to development. So one of the things we're proposing is to put solar. We're proposing an all-electric building, and we want to put solar PV on the roof to offset those electrical needs. We're also going to include EV charging stations. And we're proposing to construct the residential units as modular construction, more efficient and time saving. And then proposing the double stacker car lifts. And then we're proposing to use open air corridors to really take advantage of the fresh California air. All right, and then community engagement. I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to outline for us.
Great, thank you, Megan. My name is Sarah Chaffin, and I am the community engagement specialist. I'm working for Mercy Housing and Abode Communities. So I just wanted to thank the City Council for having me here tonight. And I'll just briefly review our community engagement plan. We have already done some initial outreach, and we've met with quite a few groups. I would like to apologize because we initially spelled PAN incorrectly in the information that we passed on to the staff. So I wanted to apologize for that. We have reached out to PAN, and we are beginning our outreach process, and we intend to work, we look forward to working with them closely as we move forward. In this period, January through February, we've already started direct communication with our adjacent residents. Last week, we actually launched the 231grant.org website, which gives information about the project and also gives contact information so that anyone that has any questions or wants we want feedback at the project, we're very available and approachable. We also send out a mailing within 1,000 feet radius of the project, and we sent out an email mailing to anyone that's expressed interest in the project so far. In the coming months of February, March, and April, we're planning on holding study sessions with the design team. Here, we really want to get feedback from the teachers and classified employees and all of our neighbors and the community groups within Palo Alto. This will have a very robust plan, and it's a very important time because we're also going to conduct listening session and office hours so we can have smaller groups as well, so we can really hear feedback from the community. Finally, in May, we're planning on sending out an additional mailing, and we're also planning on holding open houses where we can basically share the results of the study sessions and the focus groups that we've held. And then ongoing, we're planning to continue to reach out to nearby businesses, the school districts, the superintendents, the teachers, the classified unions, the school boards, and all the community organizations. So I look forward to actually getting input from the council when we get to the formal discussion part, but we'd love to get any ideas or any suggestions that the council may have of how we could engage the community. So I will now pass it back to Emily, I believe.
Oh, Megan's going to go first.
Sorry, Megan.
It's okay. So just wanted to lastly just present to you our overall timeline for the project. So in 2021, as Sarah mentioned, we're going to be doing ongoing community outreach. We have our draft EIR coming early summer, and then the Board of Supervisors meeting, which would be the project approval late summer, early fall. And then our project design ongoing during 2021. 2022, we'd be looking at more community outreach. And really 2022 is about our design and permitting, and then hoping to start construction in August of 2022. 2023, ongoing community outreach and construction, and then complete construction early 2024 around February, and that then start our leasing process. And with that, we'll hand it back to Emily.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Megan and Sarah. So City Council, as you've heard from our presentation, we really have our whole large team here tonight listening to, what you're going to say tonight. Some you've heard, or given in this presentation. We have so many more who are just on the call, but regardless, our team's goal tonight was to come listen, hear your feedback, concerns, questions, and really, like Sarah said, get your advice and suggestions to make sure we have a good community engagement plan as the project progresses. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to the clerk to see, who to call on first for questions and concerns.
Well, thank you.
I turn it over to you.
Or maybe Pat then. Thank you.
So we would like the members of the public to quickly log on for requests to speak on this subject. As the mayor mentioned, we only have an hour at this very first conceptual meeting on it. And so we'll have limited time for the council and for members of the public. So we need to find out how many members of the public wish to speak. We'll be cutting off logging on to comment within just the next couple of minutes. So while we let members of the public come on and sign up to speak, if there are one or two quick technical questions that any of the colleagues have, feel free to wade in while we give the public a chance to log on. And Beth, I'm not familiar with how to see if a council member has raised a hand.
Councilmember Phil Seth has his hand up.
Great. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Thanks. thanks very much to the county staff and Supervisor Smitty and your team for coming out here and doing this. So two questions, hopefully quick. One, can you explain a little bit about what's the algorithm for who gets to live there? And how does that interact with the sort of the below market tiers? And then second, the parking plan. What do we do if it turns out that there's more parking demand than supply? Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Philseth. For your first question, really it's an operational question. I'm going to turn this over to, actually, I'm going to turn both questions to our developer team, Megan and Kelly, because it really gets into the operations of this project. So, I see Megan has popped up.
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
Yep, this is Megan. So who lives there is a complicated question, but I'll answer it as succinctly as possible. We have the participating districts from Santa Clara County, and we will allocate a number of units to each district. So each district will have their little pot of units. And what we envision is that there'll be a lottery that will select the actual families from each district. In terms of the income levels and the different AMI ranges of the units, we have tried to allocate it based on the survey results. So for each district, where their incomes were falling. So, this is something I'm sure we'll be refining over time. This is just our starting point. So that will be further discussion.
Okay.
In terms of the
quick question on that. So if somebody leaves one school district, if they leave their job, presumably they have to move someplace else and make room for somebody else in this complex.
Yeah, that's a policy we're kind of still working out with the county and the school districts, how exactly to address that fairly. And
if Don Austin takes advantage that this is the one group of people he can lure with a shorter commute and recruit somebody from Santa Clara, then can they stay there or do they have to move somewhere else?
Like I said, those kind of policies about what happens when people leave, we're still working on. So
okay. All right,
we can get back to you when we've answered those questions.
Okay, and then the parking, thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Can I answer the parking one first, please?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah,
don't want to interrupt, but so the parking, as we said, we have about one space per unit. If families do have more cars, I think that's something we'll have to address. We have thought about, there's a brand new parking structure just a couple blocks away. So we'd like to explore more with the city if there might be the possibility of offering some parking there at some point in time. But yeah, it's definitely something that we're working at.
Well, yeah, just because it's almost by definition that the overwhelming majority of people that live there are going to commute to other cities, right? Because of the allocations between the school districts. So you want to be careful on the parking, all of us.
Yes, and we're gonna, our plan is also to have, some carpooling, ride sharing. We're in a super unique position with this project that we know where everyone works, and we're gonna have groups of people that work at the same place. So that's something too that we're definitely going to organize and encourage.
Okay. Before Councilmember Tanaka comes on, we have 14 members of the public who have already signed up. And as you can see, we have only scheduled another 25 minutes remaining for this item if we stay on time. So we're only going to be able to offer members of the public a minute each to speak at this time, but there will be plenty of future opportunities to engage on this. Councilmember Tanaka.
A few quick questions. Since Facebook is contributing, I guess, roughly 25 million to this project, does the city still need to contribute $3 million, or is that not needed anymore?
I will start with that. I mean, really, I defer to the city on, you know, what your preference is for how you want to spend your funding. But I'm going to pop in to see if Megan has anything to add about the finances.
Yes, we still need your money.
Okay. So then my question for maybe Ed is, do we still have that money? I mean, we're putting a lot of money into the public safety building, and we have a lot of other needs. We've had
Okay.
some budget shortfalls. Is that money still like laying around, or has it been accounted for already?
We are planning to allocate those funds to this project. So there's no change in the city's availability of funds.
Okay. And then, and what percentage of this 3 million is it of the total amount to cost it takes to build this? And what percentage do we get in terms of allocation for our teachers? I don't know if the county or someone can answer that.
I can start with that. So you're asking about based on the funding and allocation to which teachers? Again,
yeah, I'm just trying to understand if the
Mhm.
funding that we're contributing and is in percentage roughly the same as we get in terms of teacher housing, or is it more or is it less? I'm just curious to know.
I see Supervisor Simidian just popped up. Did you have anything to add?
I think what I'd like to do
screen.
is ask the team to answer the question about percentage of the total cost, and then I'll address the question about units as a relative comparison point.
Okay, so the city of Palo Alto's contribution is about 5% of the total development costs.
Thank you. And then I think for all the council members, it's important to acknowledge that while we had preliminary conversations with 5 districts in the North County, that's what they were. They were preliminary conversations. Didn't make sense to undertake a project of this significance without first assessing the need. All 5 of the districts, including Palo Alto Unified School District, expressed some interest, not a commitment, and asked their superintendents if they could help identify what we had hoped would be their share, which was roughly $50,000 a unit. We were sure we could deliver at least 60 units on a site of this size. 60 to 120 was the initial estimate. So we talked initially about 12 units per district. So in this case, if that was the case, and if Palo Alto decided to go forward, which of course is their judgment, we'd be looking at something like more than 10% of the units in the site. But that's a judgment call that each district will have to make. I would point out, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, 100% of the RENA credits, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment credits, go to Palo Alto. Can staff confirm that for the council? I know that was a question in the staff report. County staff, Lizanne?
Yes, Lizanne Reynolds, Deputy County Counsel. Because the project will be in the Palo Alto city limits, the city will get RENA credit for those units, unless there's some other arrangement between the county and the city, but that's the default.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember.
Oh, no, I know that we're on a shot clock here. So basically we're paying about 5% of the total development cost, and we get about 10% of the housing for our teachers.
100% of the units in your community and 100% of the credit for it, Morena. So
Okay,
I
great.
can't let the question go by without making sure I put the words 100% in the conversation at least 3 times, Council Member. Thank you.
Okay, great.
All right.
And I assume this pays impact fees. All the impact fees that we have in our city, this project pays for all of them. Is not excluded from any of them.
So since this is a county project, it'll be going through the county permit process. But if there's anything specific, that you have questions about, we can follow up on it with our coordination with the city's planning staff.
I think that's a question that we can talk internally with our attorneys about how the development impact fees would work for a project like this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, so let's go to members of the public. And Beth, we have how many?
13 members.
Okay, thank you. We will only be able to allocate 1 minute each. And welcome to members of the public. We look forward to your comments.
Our first speaker is Gail Price, to be followed by Rebecca Saunders and then Stephen Levy. Gail, go ahead. There you go, Gail. You got a minute.
I'm Gail Price, president of Palo Alto Forward Board. Palo Alto Forward is a nonprofit focused on innovating and expanding housing choices and transportation mobility. We support this project and the city recommended TDM component. In 2020, Palo Alto Forward surveyed 68 PAUSD teachers about housing. Each identified costly housing and commutes as problems. Many staff are leaving to secure less expensive housing elsewhere. For over 20 years, as a former school board and community member, I have attended numerous meetings about public sector housing. Staff rarely qualify for subsidized housing and often do not have resources for market rate units. Thank you very much to Joe Simidian and his colleagues, the project partners and the development team, and the city for making this possible. This is a needed, critical workforce project, and we need several more. Thank you again.
Thank you, Gail. Our next speaker is Rebecca Sanders, to be followed by Stephen Levy and then Jennifer DiBrienza. We will be taking no further speakers after Rebecca Eisenberg and Daniel Allen. Rebecca Sanders, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Miner. Good evening, everyone. This is such an exciting project. My name is Becky Saunders. I live in Ventura. I'm co-chair of Palo Alto Neighborhoods. A focus goal of PAN is to support housing for the people that need it the most, as demonstrated by our support of Alternative M for NVCAP. We are totally in favor of developing 231 grant as teacher housing. Well done. Specifically, though, we have concerns about the size and scale of this project. It's important to keep in mind the development is not being built in a vacuum. There's a dozen major projects underway or in development, most of them in South Palo Alto. The building will be maybe close to 60 feet with mechanical, plus it's double the density of anything that the city has that isn't grandfathered in. So it's underparked in an overly saturated neighborhood that has safety and congestion concerns. 300 or so more residents. The Mayfield is park starved. Where are these people going to toss a ball? So I'm just wondering if it's possible to ask the county to split the difference. And doesn't that seem fair? I'm psyched that we're moving in this direction, but please stop relaxing our standards in such a gross way. And we hope that we can work some kind of compromise where everyone gets a little bit of what they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Stephen Levy, to be followed by Jennifer DiBrienza and then Chris Robel. Stephen, go ahead.
I'm speaking tonight for the League of Women Voters, and I'm going to summarize the letters we have submitted. We support going forward and are excited about this project and also the project on Fabian Way. We really thank the council for the portfolio of innovative zoning and housing policies that have brought forth a number of developments, and particularly the emphasis in the retreat on workforce housing, which this project emphasizes. It has a great location near shopping and services and transit. It will reduce commutes for many teachers who've had to commute 60 or 90 miles with time away from the family. So it serves equity, it serves education, it serves the environment. Thank you for moving this project forward. And thank you to Sarah Chafin for reaching out.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Our next speaker is Jennifer DiBrienza, to be followed by Chris Robel and then Mary Ryan. Jennifer, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jennifer DiBrienza, and I just wanted to thank everyone who's put so much effort into making these plans a reality. I know a survey was done to all potential partner districts, got over 1,300 responses with over 900 staff indicating interest. The need is here. I really want to thank Supervisor Simidian, county staff, city council, and teacher housing advocate Sarah Chafin for all your support. This started as an idea several years ago, and it's coming to a reality now, and I'm really grateful. So thank you to everyone who's been a part of it. I look forward to seeing what comes next.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our next speaker is Chris Robel, to be followed by Mary Ryan. And I don't want to mess up the third speaker, and it looks like another Ryan. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And, you know, I probably everybody on this list is absolutely supportive of affordable housing for teachers, and want to thank the county for bringing this forward, and glad that we have the funding from the county and from Facebook. I know that the county obviously decides this, but I think it's, I would hope the council will look at this through the lens of our existing ordinances. And it's my understanding the density is twice that of what's allowed in Palo Alto. So, but I think that's one thing to look at. I think it's important to really have a traffic study. I mean, Page Mill is a nightmare as it is today. So if we have, well, 112 units, maybe 200 extra people, I don't know how that would be handled. The parking is an issue. I think the funding is good to look at. Obviously, if there's lots of cars going in the parking garage that's paid for by the city of Palo Alto, that should be looked at as well, but unconsidered, and the impact on neighborhoods. But overall, I think this is a great project in terms of effort, and thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Mary Ryan, to be followed by Rayanne and then Winter Dellenbach. Mary, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Mary Ryan. I'm with the Birch Court Homeowners Association, and we're located on Grant Avenue, 300 through 368, and we're catty-corner from this new project. My first question this evening has to do with the scheduling of the building, and is it going to be coordinated with the construction of the public safety building? I'm concerned about how much noise and traffic would be in the area if both projects were going on at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Our next speaker is Rayanne, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach and then Terry Holzheimer. Rayanne, go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Ryan Motoshemi. Thank you. It's a hard name to pronounce, I completely understand. I applaud this modest project. It is a modest project, and I believe that we need to provide housing for essential workers, and I hope that we do more of this because we have a lot more work to do, not to mention all of the other essential worker groups not represented by this project. I understand the desire to make sure that teachers in Santa Clara County be prioritized, but we should allow educators who decide to change jobs to stay in their housing. We should not punish people by limiting their freedom of choice of workplace because of our failure to build enough housing to keep it affordable in the first place. In terms of parking, there is plenty of parking supply in the area if we are conscious about it and smart about the way we manage our demand. Staff just mentioned that there's an entire parking garage next door. With the right TDM plan and the fact that teachers are going to the same places in a lot of instances, we can greatly reduce car usage. I suggest that instead of investing in double stacking parking, we should have the number of parking spots available and can invest in other solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Terry Holzheimer and then Kelsey Baines. Winter, go ahead.
Yes, speaking as a teacher kid, I was very interested to see that 3 of the 4 things that I advocate for in other affordable housing projects are included here. And that would be the wonderful setback and landscaping, which softens the interface with the surroundings in this project, and which is so often missing in other developments these days. And also the open spaces are very thoughtful: garden space, quiet space, and kids space. Also, there are approximately, forgive my math, 30 plus technically BMR units, 30+% BMR units in this before you get to the missing middle units, which is a kind of a whopping amount in Palo Alto. So I congratulate you on this. I think it's a good project. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Terry Holzheimer, to be followed by Kelsey Baines, and then Angie Evans. And just to remind the public, we're no longer taking any other speakers. Terry, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Sure. Very quickly, I think this is a good project. I'm a teacher myself, and I think this is a necessary good thing to have. However, I'm also a next door neighbor to this project, and I think it's important to voice some concerns, particularly about the height and density. I'm also concerned about the lack of open space. As everybody knows, this area has a lack of parks, and we need more open space in this area. I'd also like to quickly mention, since I have less than 30 seconds, I'd like to have more time, but is a neighborhood outreach. It's been very poor. Up until I think a notice that I got in the mail today, there hasn't been any notice of the neighborhood at all. And the people running this should be really reaching out to neighbors for their view of this issue and what's happening in our own neighborhood. And that's very important as this project moves forward.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by Angie Evans, and then Rohan Ghosh. Kelsey, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Kelsey Baines, and want to speak in strong support for this project, and want to start by thanking everyone involved, in particular Supervisor Simidian, for making this project happen. So I support the project in its current form. I do wish that we had gone for something that was maybe a little bit taller. I think 7 stories would be really nice. It would be nice if this project was taller than the parking garage nearby, given that it's for our teachers. That said, I will accept what we have on the table as a compromise, and just caution against shrinking the project. When we do things like take away density and take away height, what that really means is taking away homes for people who need them. And I think especially in this case, when we're talking about our educators, we really want to maximize the amount of housing that we get and maximize the bang for our buck. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is Angie Evans, to be followed by Rohan Ghosh and then Raven Malone. Angie, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Angie Evans. You've heard me before. I'm a renter in the Crescent Park neighborhood. I've spent most of my career as a community organizer and advocate, really trying to figure out how do we build a social safety net and really ensure that no one is left behind. So I'm calling in tonight because I support this proposal, but I'm not calling in just because I support more housing that creates a more diverse, equitable, and affordable Palo Alto. I'm calling in because I want my kids to know that when they grow up, they can be whatever they want. I don't aspire to have kids that become the next CEO or founder. And I want my kids to do what makes them happy and what they're good at. And if our children don't see teachers in their community, how can they aspire to that incredibly important career? Lastly, I really want to pitch using the flex space for childcare. Childcare and rents are the 2 biggest costs for young families in Palo Alto and the region. Most of us pay at least $2,000 per month per child, alongside, $4,000 to $8,000 a month in rent. We need more childcare options, and we need more subsidies for working families to be able to afford it. Or the median age in Palo Alto is going to continue to move up and up and up. I think this community.
Angie, your minute is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by Raven Malone, and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Rohan, go ahead.
Hi, Council. My name is Rohan. I'm a Palo Alto High School student student just a block up from where this project will be. And I have seen how difficult a lot of the really long commutes from places like Gilroy or Morgan Hill have been for my teachers, having to commute hours to get here. And that they try really hard, of course, and that makes it harder for them and makes it harder for everyone. So I'm really excited that we'll be able to have we might be able to have teachers who actually live in this community who can teach here, can afford to live here and teach here. And as a student, it really is important to me that our teachers can be part of this community and not just work in this community. And that's what this project does.
Thank you, Rohan. Our next speaker is Raven Malone, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. And our final speaker is Daniel Allen. Raven, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Hi, Beth. I fully support this project. It has a lot of residential units, it's near transit, great amenities. I do think there's too much parking, but thank you all so much for bringing this to the public. We do need housing for our teachers and essential workers. Our school system's been on a decline due to lack of affordability and long commutes. And not to mention our teachers have been busting their butts every day, and their jobs are even harder now because of the pandemic. We shouldn't decrease the density, especially because of the amount of affordable housing. I've spoken to teachers who've been on waiting lists for affordable housing in Palo Alto for years, and they're still on those lists. This is the bare minimum that we can do for some of our essential workers and our teachers who work so hard and are largely underpaid. We can't keep great teachers in our school system if we're not making it easier for them to have access to their jobs. So again, I fully support this proposal, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Raven. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by our final speaker, Daniel Allen. Rebecca, go ahead.
This is Rebecca Eisenberg. I'm calling in right now from 231 Grant. I'm surrounded by parking lots, and from here I can see the huge monstrosity known as a 6-story empty garage just half a block away. I came here to this building on the way back from a rally at the school district trying to get our schools open. Only one of you is kids in the public schools, so you may not be aware that our schools are suffering. 100 parents were out there begging the superintendent to pay attention to teachers, children, and parents and get our kids back to school. This housing project is absolutely essential to help get our kids back to school. Teachers do not need parking. This is a perfect opportunity for electric shuttles, which could be actually provided by Tesla, which just invested at 1.5 billion in Bitcoin and can afford it. As to the neighborhood, where were you neighbors, the NIMBY neighbors who are calling you now? Where were you last week when I was practically alone fighting against the brand new jail to go up half a block away? How much traffic is going to be created by that jail and police headquarters? Come on, we all know that housing actually
Rebecca,
reduces
your 1
traffic.
minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Daniel Allen. Daniel, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Daniel Allen, Palo Alto resident, Palo Alto renter. I want to voice my support for this project. When nearly 2/3 of Palo Alto teachers say that they're looking to leave the district within 5 years because of housing, because of commute times, that's a serious problem, not to mention the broader housing affordability crisis we have in Palo Alto. I see this development as a big win. It's got huge ROI that I think the council members should take into consideration. It's a great location, it's walkable, it's bikeable, it's close to transit. So I think that this is a great project, and I want to voice my whole support for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Vice Mayor Burt, that's our last speaker.
Thank you. So we're already at 6 o'clock. So colleagues will need to try to be as succinct as we can. Our first council member is Councilmember Koo.
So thank you so much for bringing this project forward. I just wanted to point out that as we move forward, that it is necessary in order to engage with the neighbors, the direct neighbors over there, and to work out a plan with them. Given this is right there, it is a small area. The streets are not that wide. So engagement is very important with the community right there. The other question I had was, Molly, can the residents qualify for the RPP over there?
So we'll need to look at RPP eligibility and rules.
Okay.
There is a California Attorney General opinion that says that it's not permissible for cities to exclude multifamily housing where it makes on-street parking available to single-family homes. So we will have to look at that together with all of the other issues around the parking boundaries.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. And then, so there was a mention about San Mateo County being included in the housing distribution at this property. Can I get some clarity? Because I didn't hear it during the presentation, but in the staff report, it does mention San Mateo County.
This is Supervisor Submitti, and I'll turn to staff if they need to correct or supplement what I say, council member. But the short version is that when Facebook approached us with the offer of a $25 million grant, not loan, but grant, they were very supportive of the project, but they were also trying to address the fact that they had a number of Ravenswood Elementary School folks who were in affordable units in South San Mateo County, but on limited term leases. So they were hoping that this would provide a longer term opportunity to address the housing needs of that population. And then if those weren't fully subscribed, also talking to the Menlo Park Elementary School District and to folks at the Menlo Atherton High School, which is part of the Sequoia Union High School District. All of those details have not yet been worked through, but I was excited by the opportunity to make sure that a project like this was truly regional and crossed artificial political boundaries, city and county, and also that we were serving diverse student populations with a project of this type. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. It's just a clarity since it didn't come up and I'm reading it in the report, but thank you so much. And I wanted just to confirm, I'm sorry if it was Emily or if it was Megan who said it, the breakdown, did you say above 90% for the very last middle income? On the chart that you put up, there was the breakdown.
That was
Yes, above 90% AMI, yes.
So how many was that above 90% AMI? And so is there a cap for the above 90 AMI?
Right now we have our cap at 140% AMI.
Okay.
90 to 140, and we have 70 units in that range.
In that range. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt. Good evening, everyone. Thanks to so many staff who are working on this and so many people in the community who've been advocating for this. Start with something that I learned from my kids' second grade teacher, tag, tell what you like, ask questions, and then give suggestions. So things that are great, of course, many people have already covered the need and the quantity, frankly, and the location. I do think using public land for housing is logical and appropriate. So I'm very happy to see that. Done such a nice job incorporating the trees and creating those as really sort of the front forward look. So that's all great. Couple quick questions, crossing over into suggestions. I want to just highlight that the staff's letter about things for the EIR to include, I thought there are a few points we should just emphasize. Park Boulevard is a bike route. It would be appropriate, to consider a transportation demand management plan here. I was happy to hear about carpool and van pools. One thing that might be possible, sometimes this helps, I don't know, not a transportation engineer, is like having one-way entrances and exits. I see they're two-way on both sides with the stackers. I could imagine that's something worth looking at. I'll let you all do that. So am I right, based on the description, that the courtyards are above the parking on the first level? The courtyards are are elevated. Is that right?
Yes, so the residential courtyards that are just for the units are on the second level, on the podium level.
Okay, well, I know you also haven't done the daylight plane information yet, but I know you'll figure that out, but let's just make sure if there's going to be a garden one that light gets all the way down to that level, et cetera. And I do think it makes a ton of sense. I'm sure there will be kids living here to have, some play spaces available. And then the final thing was about, in the staff letter, was contemplating VMT, vehicles mile traveled for the EIR. So I just point out that the staff's letter had a number of things to talk about. And then in terms of community outreach, a few that were missing from your list, they may have been implicit in some of the larger descriptions, would have been Evergreen Park, which is a local neighborhood, Ventura local neighborhood, and then also the California Merchants Association. And with that, recognizing the time, again, thank you. It's exciting to do this, and I actually think it's really exciting that it be broad across more than our own community.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt. Thank you to Supervisor Simidian and county staff and city staff for bringing this proposal forward. This is such a critical need in our community, and I'm really excited about this project. I think it allows us to address a lot of those concerns, but I'm also glad that we're early on in the process, because I think there's a clear need for additional community engagement, and I appreciate a lot what Councilmember Koo and Cormac were saying as far as that need for additional outreach. So I won't go beyond that to take up too much time. There are, and also to follow up on some other comments I heard from speakers such as Winter Dellenbach. I really think the building is a pretty attractive building. I really like the setbacks, the landscaping. I was glad to hear during the staff presentation that there's thoughts to add possible play space there. I think that's really important. The Mayfield neighborhood really has a significant lack of park space and play areas for kids. So I think having some sort of playground within that development, because I would also anticipate a lot of young families being able to move in here, I think would be really helpful. And I do think this really does go to a big issue that I think we're going to see continuing in the future, with the need to be able to recruit and retain talented teachers. I mean, just an example, last year, one of the teachers that I worked very closely with at Gunn, she and her family packed up and moved out of the school district and moved to Oregon, because that was the only place that they could be able to afford a house. And that's not a really unique scenario. That's happening more and more often. And also, I think really important to recognize, and I think Supervisor Simidian addressed this as well, this will be able to allow us to be able to retain teachers here after the school day. There's so much that goes on after school with clubs or sports, or the ability to go to a play to be able to see your students participating in, that is it is not available to so many of our teachers who have to commute to San Jose. And so we're able to keep that, and especially up here in North County, having this project in North County, I think is so critical, because so many of our teachers have to commute down to San Jose to be able to be in a place where they can afford to live, or even farther. So being able to have this up in North County is really critical. I heard a lot of concerns from the community about having a traffic analysis here, and I think that's going to really be an important need. Not only is this neighborhood really just susceptible to really bad traffic impacts, but one of my concerns with this project is that since it'll be full of school employees, Now with SB 328 that recently passed, all middle schools in California have to start after 8. All high schools have to start after 8:30. And so I think what's unique about this development is you're going to have most of the workforce having to leave their homes around the same time every morning. And so I think that can have a real significant impact on the traffic in that area. And having that studied is going to be important, especially for the morning commute. I think the afternoon, teachers tend to come home at a variety of times. My wife often gets home much later than I do on the weekdays because of different commitments that she has. And so I think that's just very consistent with teachers. So I think at least the afternoon commute can be a little better. And then one of my kind of questions for the staff, I know it's likely that this project is going to be constructed during the same time frame as the public safety building. A lot of understandable concerns by nearby residents of those construction impacts. Are there specific plans in place to mitigate those impacts on neighbors by ensuring construction hours are relegated during the workday while most people will hopefully be out of their homes by then? And will there be a system in place to address resident complaints during the construction process if they arise?
I'll comment on that. Just recognizing this is early in the development process, that Public Works and Planning Development Services are aware of the importance of coordinating ongoing construction in the area. So they're engaged in conversation and will follow up as schedules start coming together.
And through the Vice Mayor, if I may, to respond to Councilmember Stone, I should point out that one of the factors, and it was only one of the factors, that pushed the development team towards modular was that it allows them to cut 3 to 4 months out of the construction schedule. So we all know there's aggravation with construction, but going with modular allowed the team to come up with a schedule that would at least reduce the duration of the aggravation. I would put it more positively if I could, but that's the sort of most honest way, I think, to articulate what they were trying to do.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Simitian, and I'm sure all the residents do as well. So that's just kind of like summarize. Overall, I think this is a great project, desperately needed. I think this is the right place. It seems to be the building. I know there's reasonable concerns about the size and the density of it, but this is an area in Palo Alto where I think where this building, a building of this size, is compatible. It's near public transportation. I'm glad to see there that there's a significant amount of parking. Teachers drive, almost every teacher I know, they drive a car and they need that car to be able to get to school. So that's important, and especially for those teachers who are outside of Palo Alto. I hope to see maybe some free transit passes or other kind of TDM approaches to be able to help encourage additional use of transit. But overall, I think great project. I'm excited to see it come forward, and I'm excited to have more community engagement to be able to find a solution that really works best for the county and our community and our teachers. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Let me see if I can do this in 20 seconds here. I think this is right in the sweet spot of housing we need in our community, so that's great. Agree with Councilmember Cormack that need the dialogue with the local neighborhoods, Evergreen Park, Mayfield, and Ventura. 3, think it's really important to flush out exactly how we're going to manage parking demand, so I think that's key. And then 4th, one more reason to crack on with the expansion of Bulwer Park. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
No, I have to also agree. I think the world needs great teachers. A lot of people move here in Palo Alto for the great schools. So I think what we can do that helps to attract and retain great talent, I think, is important. So I'm very supportive of that. It sounds like from the county, in terms of Councilmember Phil says earlier question in terms of who gets to live here, it's still being clarified. But one thing I guess I'd like to understand is I happen to know a lot of teachers, and a lot of teachers I know are married, and there are circumstances where maybe teachers are on a single income, or they're married to someone else that has substantially lower income, and those families, of course, I think definitely need help. But then there's other families where the teacher's married to somebody that's a lawyer, or someone that's doing quite well. And so I was wondering, what kind of consideration is being made in terms of looking at overall household income versus just whether they're a teacher or not? Or let's say, for instance, if they're a superintendent of the Palo Alto School District, he probably does okay, right? But so I'm just wondering what consideration is made in terms of who gets to participate in this lottery, and are we really helping those that need help the most?
This is Megan. I can answer that pretty quickly. When we look at income, we look at total household income. So we'll look at the income of everybody living in the household. And just one person obviously has to be a employee of the school district.
Okay, and what if the circumstances changes, right? That's the thing that makes it a little bit complicated, right? Because maybe one person's a teacher, single income, and maybe their spouse is in grad school at Stanford. The guy finishes and then gets an offer at Google for $500,000 a year, right? How does that work? I mean, that's the thing that makes this a little bit complicated, is because maybe someone is maybe initially poor and then now they're incredibly rich. And how do we be fair to the community on all this?
Typically, incomes are certified every year. So each year it would be reassessed and recalculated.
I see. So they would have to move out then if someone's telling me a lot more income household wise.
Yeah, like I said previously, we haven't come up with all the policies exactly on when people will have to move out or not, but
okay.
we working on that.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm trying to be quick here because I know we're short on time. I don't know if you guys can bring up the slide that showed the what percentage of AMI. And one thing that would be helpful for me to understand, because I don't know teacher salary as well as maybe the school board members, but can you tell us where do teacher salaries, at least for here in Palo Alto, where do they fit on that chart there? Because I don't have a good feel about how well our educators are paid. So can you, or can someone or you explain?
Yeah, I can answer that question for you. I mean, obviously the answer is it varies. It varies on the different school districts. It varies on the tenure of the teachers. But most of them fall in the 80 and above. The 60% is really more the classified staff of the districts. So the teachers are making 80 might be a first year, second year teacher. And then as the teachers, as their tenure increases, they'd be going into the 90 and above.
I see. So I see. So third year teachers are 90% above, and then first and second year are about 80, and then the 60% is really for janitors or that kind of staff or
teachers.
It could be administration.
Okay.
The teachers who are maybe teaching part-time.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, those kind.
I see. Okay, great. Okay, I'm just trying to get a feel of how that is distributed among the different teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll try and wrap up here. First, I'd like to say that I think this is a very valuable and important project. We've had 30 years of trying to figure out how we can address the missing middle, and out of all of our income categories for housing, that is the category that we've fallen most short in because it requires subsidies, and we haven't had any mechanism to do that. On top of that, we've said that critical public service workers were vital to our community, and this addresses that in a way that we haven't had any other projects do so. I have one question and a couple comments. What percentage of the units are anticipated to be the 2 bedrooms, which would be more likely ones that could accommodate young families?
So we have about 25 2-bedroom units, which is about 23% of the total units.
Thank you. So then I'd just like to make a few other points. Thank you for clarifying that the roof line is 50 feet and not 55. The parapet is not how we calculate our roof line. So this is really consistent with our height limits and some of the surrounding buildings. And then it's also important, I think there were some misconceptions by some of the speakers that are, even though this is not within our other new housing zoning districts, the housing incentive plan actually has removed the cap on the density of units. And so it's not correct that we have this 40 units per acre density that would apply if this was within our zoning. Not to mention that our housing PCs allow for even greater latitude. And then I also want to just clarify that on the funding, this is the dollars that the city's putting in of around the 3 million are not at the expense of other capital improvement plans. These are in lieu fees that are specifically for housing and could not be utilized for other purposes, and that's in the staff report. And let's see. And lastly, thanks for really designing this around things like heritage trees and looking at a TDM program, which I think is going to be particularly important. Even though many teachers are going to need cars, we are on 2 transit lines here, and there seem like there are some really great opportunities for shuttles to the various districts that are partners in this. And I really want to commend also the way in which this does reach across artificial political boundaries of serving teachers in the Ravenswood district and otherwise, because those teachers and those students are part of our broader surrounding community, and I think that's a great element of the project, and thanks to Facebook for their contributions on this, because that's really at the core of being able to make this happen. So I want to thank all the members of the public and the county staff and Supervisor Simidian for coming and sharing with us project tonight, and for taking our input, and in particular that the county and the county staff are really being receptive to the community input in a way that they're not legally obligated to do. This is an exempt project, being on another governmental property and jurisdiction, and it just shows a great collaborative approach that I think builds the foundation for additional collaboration of different sorts going forward. And thanks again. And Supervisor Simidian, did you have any parting comments?
My only parting comments are to assure the council and the community, I heard the initials TDM. They were not used by our project team, but the next time you hear from them, they will be using the initials TDM. I heard the concern about bike safety and the bicycle boulevard and the need for a traffic study. I know the whole team did, but I just wanted to communicate that as well. I also just wanted to say, with respect to community engagement and participation, you all know better than any that we will never make everyone happy, and that there is a wide range of views in the community. But what we can and have to commit to and look forward to doing is engaging the whole community throughout the process, so that at every opportunity, people have a chance to be heard and make their case. I just want to close, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members, by saying I am literally across the street from the site. I know this site well, in part because I have my North County office here in the courthouse. So I know the location, I know the traffic patterns. I think I am as familiar with this little pocket of town as anyone possibly can be. Our family's first home was on Birch Street when I was a high school student all those years ago at Palo Alto High School. And in fact, the courthouse across the street was the very first public building I ever set foot in Palo Alto some years ago. So I want the community to know we'll continue to ramp up listening efforts. It's an area that I know well and have affection for by virtue of it being a place I grew up for at least part of my younger years. And thank you again to community and council for weighing in. I would say stay in touch, but I know I don't have to exhort you to do that. We look forward to working with the city staff. Take care, and thanks for stretching that hour a little bit, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. Take care.
Thank you, and thanks to all who have participated tonight, the public and county staff. And now I'd like to turn the meeting back over to Mayor Du Bois.
All right, thank you. We'll move right ahead to study session number 2. which is a project at 39977 Fabian Way, if staff wants to go ahead.
Thank you. Let me, there we go. Well, actually waiting for Mr. Late to jump back in. Here we are. Thank you. Mr. Late, take it away.
Great. Thank you. Good evening again, Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Let's see, I'll be a little bit briefer, maybe. This is you've seen this slide before. A couple of weeks ago, I presented this to you. We have an expectation in our comprehensive plan to achieve a certain number of housing units by the end of the horizon of that planning effort, and we're about 950 or so units shy of where we would be if you were to extend that line out in that sort of linear fashion. As we've noted before, we've been speaking with a number of people who are interested in projects, and to the tune of about 1,000 units or so. So that's sort of an interesting relationship there. To qualify for planned home zoning application, it's a two-pronged test that needs to be satisfied. First is the council endorsed 20% inclusionary requirement. There's one of 4 options to achieve that compliance. And the other is to provide more housing units than net new jobs that would be generated on site. For the conceptual project that's before you this evening, located at the corner of Fabian and East Charleston, what's proposed is to remove the about 35,000 square feet of office R&D space and to replace that with 290 net new housing units. The structure has a height to the roof line of about 62 feet and to the parapet of about 68 feet. Staff noted in the report that there's probably an opportunity to reduce that a little bit. The project has a FAR of 2.8 and would exceed lot coverage from our basic zoning standards. The 2 images on the right, one is the existing aerial perspective and sort of a massing model shown to the left. Here's just another illustration. This one shows a building section from Fabian Way and elevation drawing at the top from East Charleston Road. Okay, and then with respect to the PHC, sort of implicit in this process is the understanding that that there's going to be some give on development standards in order to achieve a certain height. And so the question really for all these projects is the city's gain in housing, do we benefit more from the incremental give on the zoning standards that may be required for a certain project? Now, the council's seen a couple of these projects that are sort of at the larger end recently, and we have a couple of other ones also that are coming forward that would be a little bit more scaled or more modest in some of their approaches. But this particular project is proposing 290 units and 10% inclusionary at the very low income level. We do not get these types of units unless we're working with or talking to an affordable housing provider. So to get these embedded into a project is really what we're trying to achieve with the PHC. Meanwhile, we're also getting a 15% contribution to the city's in lieu inclusionary housing to the tune of about $5 million for a project of this scale. And to achieve that, of course, there's the issue of height. There's a significant request to go in height up to 62 to the roof line and 68 to the parapet, the increase of FAR to 2.8, and then of course the lot coverage standards. So these are the things that we're needing to balance in consideration, or at least the council will need to balance in consideration of these types of requests. Okay, wrapping up here, just to remind the City Council, this is a pre-screening application. We're not looking for any opinions about the project. You may have some comments or some initial perspective that you may want to offer, and that would be helpful. We sent notice to owners and residents as we would for it being a formal application. But at this point, there is no formal application on file. Applicant will make a choice to proceed or not proceed after tonight. And so our recommendation is simply to have the study session discussion and hear from the applicant as well as members of the public, and to share any initial perspective or comments that you might have. And with that, I'll conclude the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Director Late. Should we go to the applicant next?
Yes, Mayor, we should.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Jeff Farrar. I'm the president of Far Western Land and Investment Company and the owner and applicant of the property on Fabian Way in East Charleston. First, I want to thank you for taking the time this evening to discuss the future of this property. It's very important to me and my family since the company has owned this property for almost 65 years. It's our intent that the property remain in the family company for many generations to come. I grew up in the Palo Alto area and was a proud member of the community for most of my life. I'm joined this evening by my partner, John Favreau, our architect, Michael Heinrich, and my environmental attorney, Ed Firestone. I am going to go ahead and screen share our updated project proposal while I speak, so I hope you find this helpful. Okay, can you see the aerial shot? Hello?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. All right. I understand that all properties need to be examined from time to time to ensure that they are existing in the best interest of owners and the community in general. Now is the time for us to consider if there may be a higher and better use for this property on Fabian Way. I've had a front row seat while the imbalance of jobs to housing in Palo Alto has developed. I recognize the tremendous need for housing and the need to locate housing close to jobs in an effort to ease traffic congestion and environmental impacts. I have come to believe that this may be the right time and an ideal location for a new apartment project. The big question for you will be whether you want a project like this at this location. The big question for me is whether redeveloping the project into a multifamily residential project is a better option than the straightforward path, which would be an ongoing commercial use. I've spent considerable time and effort over the last 2 years trying to answer that question, and I believe that the answer is yes, a residential project would be in all of our best interest. Our project includes 290 units of multifamily residential with 2 levels of convenient structured parking. It's built, as you can see, in a location that is close to jobs and services, represented by the purple. It's very convenient to the pedestrian bike overpass currently under construction, which connects the site to employment across Highway 101, which is right up here. And it is placed in a healthy distance of 300 feet from nearest residential. Although the building design before you is still a work in progress, a few critical elements such as building height are impacted by both environmental and economic concerns. Environmentally, the best design for the building is to have 1 floor of parking below grade and 1 floor of parking at grade that is open to fresh air for ventilation. This type of design has been approved by environmental regulators at developments in similar situations in the Bay Area. Economically, it's imperative that we create 5 stories of rentable square footage in order for this concept to compete with the existing commercial options. You will see in our design that combining both of these issues requires us to ask for a modest height increase of up to 67 feet in height above grade as part of the planned home zoning. As we look at the surrounding conditions in the block and on adjacent properties, we believe that 67 feet is an appropriate for the appropriate height for the location and neighborhood context. And a building of this height will fit well in this location. We've explored many residential design options, including higher and lower densities, taller and shorter buildings, and various unit mixes and sizes. To address parking, we've examined various parking configurations, number of spaces, and parking technology, including mechanical parking. The packet you have in front of you is the culmination of all the effort put forth and represents a residential development design that, in my opinion, meets the needs of the community and provides a competitive economic alternative compared to the existing commercial options available. When you look at the exhibits in the package, please keep in mind that the building image is preliminary and is designed just to demonstrate the scale of the building. The final product will be much more visually detailed and attractive. If we are fortunate enough to move forward after tonight's discussion, the formal design will incorporate massing, articulation, and detail with the goal of achieving high quality architectural, respectful of its surroundings and community. The mix of units and sizes will be market driven and will provide a range of options, including studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom plans. We plan to offer full parking for vehicles and bicycles according to code. Lastly, is our intent to elect option 3 of the inclusionary housing options and designate 29 units equal to 10% to very low income occupants, making 50% of the area median income. In addition to the project as currently designated, would contribute in lieu fees of over $5 million to the City Housing Fund. City staff, in their staff report for planned home zoning, states that this option 3 is approximately equivalent to a 25% inclusionary requirement. In addition to meeting the city's inclusionary goals, the development will contribute to the energy, mobility, and electric vehicles category of Palo Alto's 2020 sustainability and climate action plan goals. We have 3 major items which will contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, as well as transportation related emissions. First, all in-unit utilities will be electric, which is in line with the city's goals to move away from gas. Second, the location near employment centers will increase active transportation with walking and biking. And third, we will be including electric vehicle charging stations plus infrastructure required for additional stations in the future if demand dictates, as outlined by City Code. In summary, I believe there are several major benefits this project offers at this location. The replacement of commercial uses and much needed housing, which results in an improved ratio of jobs to housing. The significant contribution of housing units to Palo Alto's RHNA requirement. The addition of affordable housing to the community. A sizable contribution to the city's housable fund, and a reduction in traffic by locating housing convenient to employment and transportation routes. All this would be accomplished through a design that is consistent with the character of the neighborhood and allows Palo Alto to locate housing density near jobs. The project will contribute to the work-life balance of the community. The reason I'm here before you this evening is because I would like feedback about what the City Council would support in this location. I'm really excited about a residential option, provided it makes sense for continued ownership. And I do understand that this requirement comes with requests, especially the increased height. I believe that this request needs to be put in the context of the benefits of the 290 units of housing, which reflects affordable units. I hope that you will agree with me. Thank you again for your help and feedback. We do look forward to working together to deliver a first-class property that the entire Palo Alto stakeholder community will be proud of for many years to come. If you have questions, my team and I are here to answer them for you, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Farrar. Let's we'll go over to the public. So again, we're going to do what we've been doing. This is a study session. This project will take several years and come back to us multiple times, I expect. So we're going to go with 1 minute for each member of the public, and then get back to council for a round of questions and comments. So City Clerk, if you could take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Our first speaker is Aaron James, to be followed by Veronica Tincher, and then Elise Gerson. Aaron, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay, well, I thank the owner of the property for this presentation. I would like you all to ask the owner if he is amenable to AB 3121, the concept of reparations, and if he would be amenable, just asking him and getting his response to setting aside 20% of all the properties in this new construction unit for African Americans of low income in perpetuity. Let's have an open discussion about that with the owner. See if he's amenable. He grew up in the area. He knows, I'm sure, about how African Americans have been pushed out of this the peninsula area. And I'm hopeful that he wants to bring them back in a good faith manner. And so this would be something new to add and to ask him about. So I request the council at least pose the question. Whatever the answer is, I live with. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next speaker is Veronica Tincher, to be followed by Elise Gerson, and then Shelley Hebert. Veronica, go ahead. Veronica Tincher, go ahead. You have 1 minute. You need to unmute from your end.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. My name is Veronica Tincher, and I'm a 10-year resident of Moldau. Most Moldau residents are in their 80s and up, including me. And walking is an excellent exercise for people like us, and we enjoy walking along Charleston up to Middlefield for a cup of coffee at Pete's or a visit to the Mitchell Park Library. But our path requires us to cross Fabian at Charleston, where cars and trucks line up entering and leaving Fabian Way. Traffic at that corner comes from down Fabian through the JCC, the Keeler High School, and largely from the Space Systems Loral facilities. And finally, Fabian connects to Bayshore Drive, bringing in more traffic from offices and apartments. All this is very daunting to elderly pedestrians trying to navigate that crossing, especially using walkers, as many of our residents do. And they have to watch out for right turns, for left turns. Another issue added to the traffic problem that is difficulties that emergency vehicles encounter when entering and departing Moldau in mid-block. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Veronica. Our next speaker is Elise Gerson, to be followed by Shelley Hebert and then Robert Chun. Elise, go ahead.
Honorable City Council, my name is Elise Gerson. I'm the Executive Director of Moldau Residences. Moldau Residences is a not-for-profit continuing care retirement community immediately adjacent to the proposed project at 899 East Charleston Road. Moldau provides 193 units of senior housing, including 24 below market rate units, and is licensed to serve 270 residents. Our average age is currently 87 years old. Some residents are quite active while others are frail and in declining health. Moldau strongly supports the addition of housing in Palo Alto, but we believe this project as currently proposed is too large and will be detrimental to Moldau, the neighborhood, in Palo Alto. We believe the proposed project puts the residents' sense of security, health, privacy, and comfort at risk. Moldau respectfully calls your attention to the written comments we submitted regarding size, density, environmental impact, traffic, and safety issues. And as you review this project, we respectfully ask you to keep in mind the age, health, and fragility of the neighbors next door. Moldau looks forward to being actively involved as the process moves forward, and we look forward to working with the applicant to address our concerns.
Thank you, Elise. At this time, we'll no longer be taking any further speakers. Our next speaker is Shelley Hebert, to be followed by Robert Chun and then Rohin Ghosh. Shelley, go ahead. Shelley, go ahead. You need to unmute on your end. There you go.
Good evening, council members. My name is Shelley Hebert. I'm a resident of Palo Alto who's lived near the proposed project for over 30 years. I also had the privilege of serving as the executive director for development of the Toby Correct campus, all the way from purchasing the property from Sun Microsystems through the start of construction. I was directly involved in all the planning, design, community engagement, and city approvals process. When a coalition of nonprofits purchased the property, it had a 5-story office building with 250,000 square feet. I want to underscore today that the project being proposed at the corner of Charleston and Fabian is at the scale of that huge structure. However, instead of being situated with substantial setbacks on 12 acres, as the Sun building was, this project would jam 259,000 square feet onto just over 2 acres at the corner with no setbacks. We look forward to being part of the process going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Our next speaker is Robert Chun, to be followed by Rohin Ghosh and then Rayanne. Our final speakers for tonight, the last 3 will be Jordan Grimes, Greg Ziccarelli, and Ryan Globus. Robert, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Chun. I'm a graduate student and a renter, and I've worked in this specific area for multiple years. First, I do want to thank the planning staff and council members for their work on this topic. I know this is difficult work. I do want to reemphasize again that as a community, we have not come close to meeting our housing goals. And when Palo Alto fails to build housing, we force that burden onto lower income communities across the Bay Area. Families and people of color end up paying the price. So to me, the proposal on Fabian Way is a no-brainer. We have one of the worst jobs to housing imbalances in the Bay Area. We have an opportunity to fix that with this project, which meets the city's parking requirements, adds 0 additional jobs, adds 290 new homes, and goes above and beyond our inclusionary requirements. So I get that folks have reservations on this project, and those are serious reservations. I would just ask that those folks weigh their concerns against the real good that can come from giving hundreds of families a safe and affordable home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Our next speaker is Rohin Ghosh, to be followed by Rayanne and then Randy Pop. Rohin, go ahead.
Hello, Council. I'm a Palo Alto resident and student at Palo Alto High School. I am in full support of this project. Only reservation is that I wish it was bigger. I think as speakers have said, we desperately need new housing in this community. We need lots of new housing. We need affordable housing, especially with deep affordability, like is included in this project. And we need housing that is close to jobs, which this project does. It helps us put a dent in our jobs to housing imbalance. And it helps take some of that burden off of our neighboring, more working class communities that really need that burden taken off of them. Palo Alto, we have not done enough of a job on building housing, and I am really excited about this project, and I hope we can keep it this big at minimum, if not make it bigger.
Thank you, Rohin. Our next speaker is Rayanne, and then Randy Pop, and then Rick Gonzalez. Rayanne, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ryan Motoshemi, and I'm in support of this project and believe that more housing units and density should be added to this housing project in order to help address the housing imbalance and the housing crisis that we have. A close friend of mine lives in an overcrowded home, and he is not alone. So many people, like my friend, have had to sleep on couches for their entire lives in the Bay Area because they cannot afford a well-suited home large enough for their needs. I think that we should be weighing concerns of density with this overcrowding And I believe that I would prefer to live next to a slightly larger housing development if that meant that the situations that so many of my peers, such as my friend who just recently moved into a bedroom for the first time in his 22 years of life, should be able to deserve living in non-overcrowded conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker is Randy Pop, to be followed by Rick Gonzalez and then Bill Ross. Randy, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Randy Pop. I'm an architect who lives and works in the Palo Alto area. I was impressed by the proposal you just saw for 231 grant, and I am a housing advocate and agree we need to do. I've been working in Palo Alto for more than 30 years, and between 1999 and 2009 served as the architectural project director for the Toby Craig Campus for Jewish Life. I've been chair of the ARB and have a deep understanding of the zoning regulations. I often work on large projects, maintain conformance with zoning, their best to relate to context and being respectful of neighbors. A good example of this is the 4256 El Camino Real project that was just approved, converting the Su Hong Rest Hotel. The building is thoughtfully sited to move massing toward El Camino and terraced with consideration to the residents which this building is surrounded by. This project takes an approach that is in stark. The PHZ was intended to allow a 100% housing project to achieve a density of a mixed-use project allowed for that zone. This goes too far beyond, and I hope you'll provide clear direction to reduce and revise so that the project will be contextual and will do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Our next speaker is Rick Gonzalez, to be followed by Bill Ross and then Keith Bennett. Rick, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Rick Gonzalez. I'm with SV at Home, and I'm here to encourage you to advance the Fabian Wade project to the next stage of the planned housing zone process. This project is an example of the city's PHZ process working. The project will bring 29 inclusionary homes for families at 50% AMI and below, and also provide in lieu fees that collectively enable the project to meet a 25% affordable housing contribution equivalence to the city. The PHC process is certainly one of the best tools the city has for meeting its housing and affordable housing goals. And this project is an opportunity for this council to demonstrate its commitment to housing and addressing the city's needs for housing. For these reasons, I encourage you to advance the project to the next stage of the PHC process. And thank you for your time and commitment to housing the people of Palo Alto.
Thank Rick. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by Keith Bennett and then Esther Nigenda. Bill, go ahead.
Good evening. First, I'd like to indicate that I agree with the comments of Randy Pop about the type of development and the envelope that should occur here. I would hope that staff, when they assess this project under CEQA Appendix G, Roman numeral 14, Public Services, acknowledges the existing environment of inadequate fire protection services, specifically the reductions of over $800,000 in firefighter and EMT staffing. That relates directly to the closed stations and response times that would go to this development. That has to be the subject of some type of mitigation. I would further note that the project can't be predicated on mutual aid for ladder trucks, depending on the height of the structure. Finally, I think this should be subject to a project labor agreement to demonstrate full diversity in hiring local experts, craftsmen from mechanical, plumbing, and electrical locals. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Our next speaker is Keith Bennett, to be followed by Esther Nigenda.
Hello, how do I share? I have a presentation. How do I share it? What do I need to do here?
There should be
Share screen. It says you cannot share
at the bottom
screen.
in the green. Yeah, share screen.
it says you cannot share screen while the other participant is sharing. Anyway, I'll just go forward without the presentation, since I know this is on a tight schedule. I am a resident of Palo Alto, active with Save Palo Alto's groundwater. Our concern is that this project proposes underground construction, underground garage specifically. And this is one of the worst locations in Palo Alto for underground construction. I have a presentation that shows data. It shows the location of toxic plumes. It shows the range over which dewatering pulls in groundwater. And there are also concerns with sea level rise and concurrent groundwater inundation. We do not have an opinion on the project per se. We simply have opinions on the underground construction. And what I would like to do is discuss with the applicant our concerns and have them address those concerns in the project plan, which essentially I think means building a much shallower basement, for example, half a storage to keep it out of the groundwater. But I will end here because I know there's a lot of people that would like to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Our next speaker is Esther Nigenda, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and Winter Dellenbach.
Hello, this is Esther Nigenda. I also had a map to share, but apparently we can't do that. So I just want to say thank you to Mr. Farrar and his family for considering much needed housing at 3997 Fabian Way. However, it is my understanding that you cannot build underground. Well, Fabian Way, this particular location is located in the flood zone, which was shown in the map. And also there are contaminant plumes nearby. It is my understanding that the National Flood Insurance Program does not allow underground construction for residential buildings, which this one is, in the floodplain. If the applicants cannot place an underground garage at 3997 Fabian Way, what is plan B for parking all these cars? That is a major concern. And then I agree with Mr. Bennett that about all the other safety issues he mentioned. As a city, we have an urgent need for housing, but please keep future residents' safety in mind as you evaluate these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach and then Kelsey Baines. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I strongly support this project, exclamation point. I also am a member of the OFAC family of the JCC in Palo Alto, and my daughter actually attends high school on this street. I'm extremely familiar with this location. And I'm appalled to hear the Maldo residences oppose affordable housing across the street from it. The Maldo residences, which also are supposedly affordable housing, have been oversold and sold out since the day they launched or even before it. Their waiting list is so long that they don't even accept more members onto the waiting list. If anybody knows the need for affordable housing, it's Maldo. I don't understand why they fight affordable housing across the street. It's not a Jewish value and it's not my value. They should know that housing creates a lot less traffic than commercial space, which this would be replacing. Please, Maldo, do better. We love this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And just a reminder, the public, we're taking no more speakers. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Kelsey Baines and Gail Price. Winter, go ahead.
Yes, this is not equivalent to 25% affordable housing, not by a long shot. The $5 million in lieu payments would only finance 8.3 units of BMR housing. This is according the calculation of an award-winning affordable housing architect who's designed 3 all BMR projects in Palo Alto. A BMR unit costs between $500,000 and $600,000 each. 0.3 housing for $5 million. So you would get with the low income units, this would finance about, you would have about 37.3 units in this whole building. He should be building all the units on site, the BMR units, all units on site. It should be up to a true 25% or even more. He has owned this land for years. This is a project that should exceed 25% or more. And the $5 million is completely unreasonable and is a smokescreen. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by Gail Price and then Raven Malone. Kelsey, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi again, my name is Kelsey Baines. I am a resident of Palo Alto and I live nearby this project. I take walks here, I ride my bike here. And my take on this project site and kind of the whole area around it is that it's really a ghost town. It's mostly uninhabited, empty office sites. So what I would really like to see the city think about is making this space a functional neighborhood that is much more walkable and bikeable and safe for people to get around. I heard the concern about pedestrian safety, and I think that's totally a valid concern. And I think it's one that the city should be thinking about in a more comprehensive way. But in the meantime, I definitely support more housing and thinking about this as like a potential for transformation of what is very underutilized land right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is Gail Price, to be followed by Raven Malone and then Judith Krongold. Gail, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Gail Price, president of Palo Alto Forward Board. Palo Alto Forward supports the 3997 Fabian Way pre-proposal application. It addresses critical and growing housing needs. The project will increase housing as a community benefit by providing 290 units of various sizes, including 25% inclusionary units, including 29 units to serve very low income tenants. 10% of the total housing proposed will help a seriously underserved population in Palo Alto. Housing provides stability and safety to people who struggle in this economy while also facing current and post-pandemic conditions. The PHZ enables the city and residential developers to utilize adjusted development standards to make the project more feasible and also create more housing. It addresses RHNA housing allocation and meets our comprehensive plan 2030 local housing objectives. As an infill housing project, it also provides environmental and health benefits aligned with our SCAP plan. Your support will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Our next speaker is Raven Malone, to be followed by Judith Krongold and then Jordan Grimes. Raven, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I want to say I do support this rezoning. I'd love to see more housing in Palo Alto. I understand that this may take quite some time to get this project going and rezoning it into residential, but I would love to see a lot more units in this project, as well as a lot more affordable units. Like we touched on before on the previous thing that was brought to council, we do have a desperate need for not only housing, but affordable housing for our essential workers. We have a huge housing shortage, a huge imbalance when it comes to jobs to housing ratio. Also, like Kelsey said, we do need to take into consideration the safety for the pedestrians in this area. But I do fully support this project, and I look forward to seeing it continue to come back to council and hopefully get bigger and get approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Raven. Our next speaker is Judith Krongold, to be followed by Jordan Grimes, Greg Ziccarelli, and our final speaker will be Ryan Globus. Judith, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Judith Krongold and I live at Muldo Residences. Unfortunately, the proposed 290 unit apartment building along Fabian Way would greatly impact our living space. The proposed building will be 70 feet high, and this would eliminate the direct sunlight not only on our home, but also to 20 other units in the side of the Mulder residence. Instead of bright light, we'll be in shadow. Our balconies, which are very close to the proposed project, would no longer be private, as only a delivery and emergency lane runs between our homes and the proposed buildings. The high-rise buildings would be very close. Our internal privacy would be completely eliminated by the windows of the proposed adjacent building. We're greatly concerned about this diminishing of our quality of life, especially as we age and we'll be spending more time in our apartment. We can also anticipate that there will be substantial noise from the units, especially during the construction phase. The constant noise, dust, and vibration of construction that would go on for 1 to 2 years would be an annoyance for young, healthy people. However, they pose a potential health risk for frail, elderly people. When we bought our unit, we of course expected that someday they would be building on the lot next door. But the current zoning allows a maximum height of 35 feet.
Judith, your 1 minute is up.
Consider building a height out of the zoning limit.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jordan Grimes, to be followed by Greg Ziccarelli, and our final speaker, Ryan Globus. Jordan, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Yes, good evening, council members. Jordan Grimes, lead member with Peninsula for Everyone, as well as political director of Peninsula Young Democrats, but speaking only for myself tonight. I'd like to start by sharing my support of this project. It's no secret that Palo Alto has an egregious jobs housing imbalance with 20,000 jobs over the last decade and only around 1,200 new homes, most of those being single family residences, which are largely out of reach to anyone but those with the highest incomes. When Palo Alto refuses to house the largely well-paid tech workers it brings in, these workers do not simply disappear. They bid up the price of existing housing in nearby places like Bellhaven and East Palo Alto, directly resulting in gentrification and displacement there. This project is a badly needed drop in the bucket in addressing the aforementioned issues, and while it would ideally be far taller and denser, it's not a bad start. I do want to say it was frustrating to hear Mayor Du Bois say at the outset that even voting on approval of this project would take several more years and many more meetings. That kind of timeline is exactly why we have a housing shortage and crisis in the first place. And I'd urge the city to consider getting their house in order and streamlining their processes and actually enable the production of housing. I also want to just very quickly address—
1 minute is up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Ziccarelli, to be followed by our final speaker, Ryan Globus. Greg, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Greg Ziccarelli. I've lived in Palo Alto for more than 30 years. I am strongly in support of this project as we desperately need affordable housing in Palo Alto. My one issue is that underground construction has tremendous environmental damage, increases cost, and especially in the flood zone near many toxic plumes is not a good option. We should not be hiding our growth and our parking underground when additional height can easily be added and above grade parking as an option. Please consider a design that does not involve underground parking or underground construction at all at this site. Additional height may be necessary to accommodate the much needed housing units in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And our final speaker is Ryan Globus. Ryan, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ryan Globus. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I'm calling in support of the project. Two major points. One, I want to echo the previous speakers who talked about how the pedestrian bicycle infrastructure is not great in that area. It's very close to the new overpass to the Bay Trail, as well as the San Antonio Caltrain station. So in addition to improving this project, it'd be great to improve that infrastructure in that area, in that part of Palo Alto. And I would also ask the council to support this project and not reduce the height or the floor area ratio or increase setbacks, because every time you reduce the height or increased setbacks, that means fewer affordable homes. That means more people waiting on wait lists, living in crowded conditions, unable to afford their own home. So please take that into consideration as you consider this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ryan. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Great, thank you to all the public speakers. Let's bring it back to council for some comments. So I would like to go first. All right, if there are no comments, we can continue on and catch up on our agenda, but I don't think that's the case. All right, thank you. Councilmember Filseth.
Oh man, I got to lead off here. Okay. So first of all, thanks to everybody involved. Thank you to the applicant for bringing us tonight. Thanks to the public for weighing in on this. I had a question first. How tall is Moldau next door? What's the height? Do you know?
Yes, the height of that building's about 59 feet, and that was granted by way of a variance.
So it's 59, the roof, yeah, okay, so it's 59 feet, okay. So, as Director Late pointed out earlier, you know, if we're going to hit our comp plan targets, we're going to have to take some projects like this. And so it's good to see that our project flow increasing a little bit. And so that's a good sign. It's going to give us some flexibility if that continues. So I'm glad to see that happening. For this one, I think it is a good location. I mean, sea level issues aside, okay, so which is an asterisk. I think it's a good location. I think it's a good use for this location. It fits our thinking about shifting some commercial to residential, right? The affordable housing component, including the funding, if assuming we include that, does what we wanted. I actually like that it's the same owner that's had it all these decades, right? So lots of positives here. Big negative, I think, is the height, right? And I think the height much more so than the FAR or the lot coverage per se and so forth. So my 2 bits on this is if the height were comparable to Moldau, right? I think it'd be fairly attractive if there was some way to make that happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I wanted to ask staff, I had sent in a question to Jonathan about where exactly in the code does it say that since the adjacent PC district contains a mixed-use development, these special requirements are not applicable in that instance, which is the setbacks. And you had said that you would bring it forward today here.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess the answer is two-pronged, and maybe just to restate the question. There's a statement in the staff report that says the special PC setbacks that apply to these projects. We made a mention in the staff report that it didn't apply in this instance because, and this takes place when it's adjacent to a residential zone like an R1 or a RM or a PC, a housing PC. When you're adjacent to one of those different zones, there's a special setback that applies to the subject PC application. And I think in our staff report, we noted that it doesn't apply because it isn't adjacent to any of those residential zones and not adjacent and not a housing PC. And of course, so that's sort of the sort of strict way of looking at it. The PC that was approved for across the property at the JCC is a mixed use project, And the zoning that we have for that, or excuse me, the uses that are there are mostly commercial uses. And when you look at the how it was approved as commercial uses. But the fact remains, people live there, and it's a housing development. And so I think what we have is an area of our code where there's a little bit of nuance that we need to look at that and really look at this as a mixed use PC. And we would want to pay attention to those special setbacks in the PC ordinance. Now, as one reads that section, I'll note that there's a carve out for uses that meet that criteria that we're talking about within 150 feet of a residential PC or R1 zone. That if 60% of the residential, 60% of the floor area is dedicated to residential uses, then the maximum height within 150 feet shall be 50 feet. So 50 is sort of the ceiling for PCs. Well, we know that this concept right now is exceeding that 50 feet threshold. So I think in the end, there's a statement in the staff report that might be maybe not as artfully worded as it probably should have been, but in the end, it's the same request. The applicant, if filed, would be still seeking to exceed the 50-foot height restriction or the special restrictions that are set forth in the PC standard. Sorry to bring everybody along on that convoluted journey there, but it's set forth in section 1838.150 B, if you are following along.
Yeah, so you have it at, so where, yes, 18.35150B, and it does say is at least 60 feet residential, maximum height within 150 feet of a RM4 or 5 district shall be 50 feet. So where's the RM4 and 5 over there?
So this section of the code hasn't been updated in decades, and RM4 and 5 are not corresponding to our current zoning standards. But if you look back, it is consistent now with our RM40 and RM30 zoning. There is no RM40 or 30 zoning in the area. There is RM20 across catty corner across the street. But I think there's an element of interpretation to your point, where we could look at the campus next door, and probably, you know, at least some component of that PC is a housing PC. So I think we can look at that and say that that's potentially a housing PC, even though it's clearly mixed use, but a component of it is. But you have to fall in that other section, council member, that says if it's at least 60% residential, the maximum height within 150 feet of these districts shall be 150. So I think at the end of the day, I hear what you're saying. There's a question about sort of, I mean, the intent of the provision is to make sure that we're not putting a tall building necessarily next to that would impact the quality of the of adjacent residential buildings. And so that's a consideration for the council when an application gets filed, or even in your comments here now, is to speak about that sensitivity to the adjacent building. And I don't have the specific setbacks in front of me right now, but there is a pretty, and maybe our staff can come and talk about that, but there is at least a 20 or 30 foot setback along portions of the sort of the narrowest portion between the two buildings. And it gets wider than that as you get closer to East Charleston. And I know it's a little vague to sort of be thinking about this conceptually, but at the end of the day, it's really a height request that they're asking for.
Well, that, and then of course, there's no daylight plane for us to see what's going to happen. How does it impact the neighbors? So there's also all those concerns, right? And while I appreciate your explanation, you know, I've been going through the code and I don't see anywhere in the code that says that it excludes a mixed use development or a mixed use PC. So I would like to know exactly where you're reading it, because if this is not up to date, then, you know, we have problems because everybody's using this, and I've used this all day to kind of try to figure out, you know, what the staff report is saying. Earlier also, but thank you for your explanation. Then I'll have to come back. Thank you.
Do you have much more?
I just have a clarification. In the earlier development at, you know, the teacher housing site, it was mentioned that the 50-foot, it's a 55-foot height with the pulpit. Now, but actually it is 50 feet. So how are we calculating that? Are we calculating up to the pulpit, the height?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So my understanding, and with respect, of course, to the Vice Mayor, I do think that the way that we calculate height is based on the height of the total height of the building, which would extend to the top of the parapet. And so that's how we assess height today. And so for this building that's proposed, I think we said it was close to 68 feet. That's pretty tall, and probably taller than it needs to be, just between roof line and top of parapet.
I think most important is that, you know, we clarify that just so that other developers and builders don't assume that the top of the pulpit is not the height that they're measuring.
Okay. Councilmember Koo, if you have much more, let's come back to you if that's okay.
Okay.
So Councilmember Stone and then Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just following up kind of on what that discussion with Councilmember Koo and Director Lay, I think it would be helpful in future staff reports to be able to show the distinction between the building's height and the height with the parapet, or the height with additional mechanical features. I think that'd be helpful for council as well as the community when they're reviewing these. Overall, I think I associate a lot of my comments with Councilmember Filsif. I do think this is the right place for housing. We desperately need it. I looked at the 3 scenarios that the applicant has, and I'm glad to see that they're going forward with housing. I mean, I think we've talked about this for years. We need to balance our jobs housing ratio, and the only way we're going to do that is by finding ways to replace existing office structures with that of housing. So I'm very appreciative of the applicant bringing forward a housing proposal for us. That being said, I think I have several concerns with the project. We've already talked a lot about height. That goes without saying. I'm very concerned about the height of this project, not understanding the daylight plane since that study hasn't been done yet. But also I understand that this isn't the final proposal as far as the actual architectural design. And so moving forward, I'm interested to make it seeing what the designs look like, making sure they're not as monolithic as kind of what we're seeing here. I think there's a lot of great designs that you can see around the city of what's been proposed lately. I mean, I think the teacher housing project that was just proposed is a good example of utilizing that space well. One of my big concerns is the affordable housing piece, and the fact that we're only getting actually 10% of the units built on the site. I think, I feel with a project like this, where the community is being asked to kind of make a lot of concessions, we really need to find that community benefit. And of course, here in the PHZ, that community benefit is the affordable housing piece. My concern, first, let me just kind of compliment. I love the fact that the 10% is very low income AMI. I think that we desperately need that. My concern is that the $5 million that's being offered in lieu fees doesn't get us anywhere near the actual housing that we would have built on site if we required that housing to be built on site. I mean, the $5 million, it's only really going to get us maybe 6 to 10 new affordable housing units. And it's not like those then all of a sudden get built somewhere else in the city. That just goes into a pot that we will continue to need to be approving future projects to be able to get those built. And of course, with the economy and everything right now, God knows how long it's going to take for those affordable housing units to actually be built. If we require it to be built on site, we can get an additional 30 plus affordable housing units on site. And so I'm concerned about approving the project if it was only the 10% actually being built on site, especially when we're being asked to provide so many concessions with this. A question for the applicant, as of now with the 10% affordable housing units, are those designated low-income housing a mix of studio, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments? And are they being integrated throughout the development, or are they being, kind of all put together, which I really hope is not the case?
Jeff, I'll take that question. Thank you. Yes, they will be dispersed throughout the project, and they will be in proportion with, as far as units, a type of unit, they'll be in proportion with the rest of the project. So the same proportion and scattered throughout the project. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and how is it just based on like is it based on family size, income size, as far as low income residents being able to have a 2-bedroom apartment compared to a studio or 1-bedroom?
It's actually based on both of those, and we would work closely with your housing director to make sure the proper program is in place.
Great, thank you. And yeah, that does it for me. A lot of my colleagues have already addressed a lot of my other concerns and questions as well. So I thank them for that, and I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Stone. Councilmember Cormack, and then Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Good evening. Welcome to the applicant, and thanks to staff for helping us work through each of these individual situations. I do want to associate myself with Councilmember Filseth's very helpful overview. I won't repeat any of that, but I just thought I'd double click on the height limit for just a moment. So when we've looked at projects on El Camino and we've seen like an entire floor of affordable housing available, I've been comfortable with what we'll call the 10% margin, right? Going to 55. And that's essentially what we just talked about with the teacher housing at 231 Grant Avenue as well. And setting aside that this is, I can't remember, it's 30 or 35, but if we use the 50-foot height limit, this is a 34% increase, which is pretty significant. I appreciated the comments from one member of the public about how it needed to be in context for the environment. So Director Late, I'm still a little confused about how tall the Toby Corrett Center for Jewish Life is, because you said 59, the staff report says 56.
Thank you. Let me double check my numbers.
Okay, I'm on packet page 43, if that's helpful.
Okay, and maybe I can ask our planner that's involved in this, Sheldon Nussing, can you clarify the height for Toby Corrett?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we did get some better information regarding the height, and it is a range between 55 and 58 feet. The variance did allow up to 59 feet. There's
Okay.
Architectural elements that are a little taller than that as well.
So the highest part is 58, but there was a variance given to 59?
That is correct.
Okay, that's helpful. So then we have to think about, like, this is 5 layers of residence, right? 2 of parking and 5 layers of, yeah, okay, great. So that's 58 units per floor if they're all comparable, and so that's half. Director Late, I heard you say that these extremely low income units are particularly valuable. Could you remind us all about when we went through this and we agreed that there were these options and each of the options is essentially equivalent? Because I've heard different questions about that.
Yeah, thank you. So I think so we've talked before about our ability to produce housing at the very low income levels, and the only way that we've seen that get produced in our community is through the nonprofit organizations that need local funding, but also apply for tax credit and other funding opportunities. So when units are provided on site, It's usually at, we have a requirement that 1/3, I believe the numbers are 1/3 between 80 and 100% AMI gets provided on site, and then 2/3 can be built between 100 and 120% AMI. And so, you know, that was sort of the reason why staff had last year presented this as one of the 4 options to qualify under the PHC, because it would do 2 things. One, it would capture what we understood to be the council's interest to produce lower income housing units on site, which we couldn't otherwise do through our local regulations at this point. And 2, it also ensures that the development meets our standard today in place for inclusionary requirements, the 15% in lieu fee that is assessed to it. So, you know, basically what we're you know, for the 29 additional very low income housing units, it's this ask for height and floor area and lot coverage.
Okay, so I'm not asking for this, but it's hard to compare different projects that use different options. And that's one of the things that's hard to know here. I've heard some of my colleagues talk about, you know, wanting more affordable units, but those then would likely be at the higher income levels. Is that right? If an applicant chose a different version?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
and this is the first one we've seen that comes forward with funds, right? In lieu fees. Everyone else has been doing it on site.
That's
okay,
right.
so I think it's good to have a variety. That's what I'm just going to say in general. It's not specific to this project. I think it's good to have a variety because we did just empty our affordable housing in lieu fees. I do want to touch on the neighbors at Moldaw. We've received many emails. I don't know how much outreach has been done already. And hello, Assistant City Manager Susan Henny. I'll just wrap up with my comment here. It's not a question. There is a lot to think about here, not necessarily for the applicant, some for the applicant, but certainly some for us as we think about the projects that we're doing the community engagement on with the VTA funds on Fabian, connecting it with, you know, what we're going to do there with bikes. We have to think about transportation in this area. So that's not really for the applicant. This is a tough one for me. 67 is a really high number, or 68, depending on which number you believe tonight. So I'm going to go back to Councilmember Phil Sett's comments. I think it's possible to do some additional work, and I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt, and then Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so first, I'm not sure whether the council or how much the staff is familiar with it. In 2011 and 2012, the city staff did a concept plan for Fabian Way and East Meadow Circle, and it attempted to look at the long-term development in those areas. That plan's clearly outdated, but there were some valuable elements to it. And part of that was saying, all right, this is an area for future housing opportunity. It has mixed uses in the area, but if we're going to promote that housing, we need to have at least a reasonable amount of retail, local serving retail services, and transit and pedestrian access that is stronger than it was and than it is today. Clearly, we're not looking to have this as a retail center, but certainly certain basic services. There are limited ones in the JCC that would complement this, but I think that there needs to be some ground floor retail component to whatever project we might have here. Second, there's been a lot of discussion on the height. I share those concerns, but I also want to raise that this is a 2.8 floor area ratio. And when we had the housing incentive plan put in place, followed by the housing PC, the PHZ ordinance, that put for market rate projects, of which this is a 1.5 floor area ratio. And the housing PC would allow consideration of something modestly above that. This is very significantly above it. So I think that is an important context. And then I'd also like to though point out that a valuable part of this project is that it replaces 35,000 square feet of existing office. So we've had the housing PCs where there was discussion of it needs to have more housing than office. And that was on a worker basis rather than a square footage. I frankly think that ratio is too low, that it should be overwhelmingly more housing than office to qualify in that PC. Whatever comes out of this project, that's a real plus to it. It actually has a negative office, and whatever amount of housing it is net gain, and that's a real plus. So I think that, oh, and then lastly, on the in lieu housing, I favor that wherever possible that we have the affordable and workforce housing integrated in the project so that we have housing communities that are a balance of income that are intermixed. And the workforce housing requires less subsidy by a developer than the very low income. So having some mixture there of the two types becomes more feasible economically for the developer than the same number of units at low or very low income. We need all of those categories. And unless we get some workforce housing built into this sort of process, we'll have market rate and we'll have low income and we'll have very little in between. So I am very concerned that this project is significantly above what we had put in the framework for even the housing PC, even though we've shown as a council already this year that we are willing to look at projects that are moderately above the housing incentive program, which in itself was a very significant upzone in our housing that was done in late 2018. So I'm not closed-minded to a significant project here, but I think it needs to be not breaking the bank. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka.
So first of all, I'd just like to thank the applicant for bringing this forward to for us to look at and trying to invest in our community. I also want to thank staff for your work and members of the community for your input. I want to ask staff a little bit about the site. So I think this site is where there's like a plume, right? There's some sort of toxic plume, and yes. I think that's one of the reasons why the JCC had to be elevated one level. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And now, but since this is not going to be a preschool or a senior center, does housing have a different requirement on the site? Can it be at grade, or does it have to be elevated like the JCC? Because this is not a senior center or a preschool.
Right. Well, I think there are some standards for housing. I don't know what they are, Councilmember, at this moment. I'll ask Sheldon Nussing if he happens to know. But I mean, there's a need for parking too, right? And the one thing that we haven't talked about with respect to this project is the applicant's proposing to park all the units per code. And one of the constraints is going down. And so that's why there's the podium parking, which also helps with either the passive or active ventilation that may be required for the site.
So Sheldon, can you speak about, yeah.
Yeah, actually, we haven't really delved into that issue. Any technical, this is very much a concept at this point. We would look at those issues in the future.
Okay, because I think one way to solve the issue, if it is possible, and I don't know technically if it's possible, that's what I was asking, is to put all the parking below ground so the building is not as high. Because it sounds like several council members are concerned about the height. And that's one way of solving it. But I don't know technically if that's possible. But if it is, because I do like the concept of it being fully parked. But I think I don't know the feasibility of kind of putting that all underground, or using puzzle lists or other things like that to make it feasible. Okay. Yeah, I also saw, and I got a lot of outreach of very, very concerned community members. So I definitely agree that there has to be a lot of outreach for this. This is, you know, I think in general, you know, I think everyone acknowledges that housing is a need, but this is, you know, pretty significant, and the impacts of nearby community members can be significant. So I think we have to understand. I think probably more outreach. If this moves forward, I think more outreach has to happen in order to kind of get the buy-in that's necessary. In general, I do like mixed use. I always think it's not a great idea to have residential units against lots of traffic, right? Like on Charleston. I think it's good to actually have more commercial uses against traffic versus residential units. So I do like that idea. And in regards to the in lieu fee, I'm okay with that because I think it makes it more feasible, right? In terms of, I think there's probably bigger net benefit with in lieu fees, but I think that I'm not sure about the total amount, right? Whether that makes sense. I think we need some sort of probably better analysis of is that the right amount or not? But it does strike me as a bit low, but I can't pretend to do the math right now. But if this moves forward, that's something which I would probably want to understand better. And then the other kind of thought I had is, if one of the public benefits is to help as many people as possible, and you know, my colleagues have heard me talk about this before, but I think small units are better. Studio units, you know, small units as possible, I think helps the maximum number of people because they're inherently more affordable. So I would, and they're actually more profitable for developers in general. So I think it's kind of a win-win. And so I would lean more towards that. I realize there's a parking requirements too. But perhaps with puzzle lists and going one more level underground, that's possible. But I know you guys are trying to figure out the economics of this and community buy-in. So there's lots of moving parts here. But you know, that's my feel. That is probably what the community is going to have to see, is going to want to see in order to make this thing happen. But then on your guys' side, you guys are going to have to see whether the economics make sense or not, because I don't know if it does or not, and that's something that you guys will have to figure out. Thanks.
So Councilmember Koo, I don't want to go for a second round with everybody. I know you spent most of your round getting an answer to your question, so I'm going to let you make some comments, but let's try to keep it short if we could.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that Vice Mayor Burt made a lot of good points. I agree with a lot of them, that it should be a more thoughtful, especially about the surrounding area. And also, you know, the housing plan, it does say for 1.5 FAR, so it is a lot more in this proposal. The height is a lot more too, and that's a concern. I do like it that it is 100% housing. You know, thank you for that. Now the BMRs, Councilmember Stone had mentioned that, had asked the question whether they would be scattered within the building, and yes, it is. And at the same time, I hope that you did mention it will be on par with the other units, but I'm also looking to make sure that the amenities are also going to be on par with all the other units. I think the 10% is 10% affordable is, while it is great that it is at the 50% AMI, I do have concerns, just simply not enough affordable in their BMRs. And I think that keeping BMRs without the in lieu fees a lot more better than getting the in lieu fee, simply because when they're mixed in there, there's always opportunities that come about for people to mingle and create that community. Upzoning is a discretionary function, and we shouldn't take the zoning PHZ and grant this zoning lightly. But I do want to say thank you for this, and I would hope that you would really work with the community and the neighbors nearby. Their input is very important to me. There's also traffic safety, pedestrian safety, and bike safety. I hope that we'll learn more about that, as well as the daylight lane and TDM. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make some quick comments. So as mentioned, this is a good location for housing. I think there are some real positives in this project. Replacing office with housing, the 50% AMI is great. As you heard tonight, we heard from a lot of people concerned about the height impacts. This project is really an outlier in terms of height. I would echo a lot of the comments that Vice Mayor Burt made. I understand that there are toxic plume and water table issues. I think if you could underground all the parking, that would certainly get the height down. I'd like to understand how the JCC handled their construction underground. And Vice Mayor Burt mentioned this, but when we discussed the planned housing zone, it was really presented as a way to make some modest tweaks around the edges to get projects moving, get them over the starting line. It wasn't meant to be really wholesale changes across multiple dimensions at the same time. So I'm concerned this project is very aggressive and I think it pushes too far. So you're asking for 259,000 square feet, 67 feet in height, plus some sure mechanical on top of that. There's no step backs as you go up the building, the 2.8 FAR, and you're not meeting the open space requirements. So you're asking for quite a bit. I also agree with the public speaker and some of the council members who said that in lieu fees often result in many fewer affordable units. So I'd really like to see projects under our planned housing zone result in units on site. And so when I think about a project like this, I really have to weigh our 15% affordable inclusionary requirement, and the additional benefits we would get in exchange for the zoning changes that you're asking for. So I just want to say, Mr. Farrar, you seem like an earnest person. I think you're just asking for a little bit too much. I'm not really supportive of this project as proposed. But from my perspective, if you could consider some reductions, stepping back, addressing the height, which unfortunately may mean fewer units and it may mean a different mix of affordability. I think you've heard from council that we think this is a good location. So I hope you can evaluate some other options and maybe come back with a different kind of project. And then I also want to support what I think I heard Vice Mayor Burt say about, planned housing zone. We should really think about it as predominantly housing. I really think staff should think about revisiting the planned housing zone with this council to talk about kind of which zones we want it to apply it to and how much housing versus office we want to really consider. So those are my comments. I think we're going to end the item there. I want to thank again the applicant and staff for bringing this session. So we are at 7:49. I'm going to propose a 10-minute break and then we'll get back to our agenda. So thank you. So if you're back, if you turn on your camera, please, so we know you're here. Okay, I see a quorum. So we're going to go ahead and proceed. We are at agenda changes, additions, deletions. Just wanted to note, we knew this was going to be a very full agenda tonight. Depending how quickly we get to it, we may end up splitting item 12 and doing a portion of it tonight with our lobbyists, and then reserving some additional discussion for council for a different evening. But we'll see how we do. So let's move on to oral communications. And City Clerk, if we could go with 2 minutes each tonight, that would be great.
Great, Mayor Du Bois. At this time, we have 6 speakers. We'll start with Aram James, to be followed by Anupa Baiwa, and then Terry Holzheimer. Aram, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to try to briefly cover 3 topics. I'm in the preparation phase of preparing a rather extensive Public Records Act request on our K-9 unit in the police department. Also, the case of the mysterious lost chart. I'm also drafting a public records request. I don't think the city council made the request. You made a request for a chart regarding the demographics of the police department and the command staff and that sort of stuff. But according to the Daily Post report, even though the chief acknowledged that there was such a chart, later he, through a spokesperson, I think it was Officer Reif Snyder, I'm not sure what his rank is, said, no, there was no chart. Well, the data is still out there. The command staff from the last time I was on the website looks like, and I could be wrong, racial identity is always a complex question, but they look like they're all white folks, okay? And so I'm not only going to be interested in the racial makeup of the entire sworn force, but in addition, any and all access that we're entitled to legally of anybody that has association, past or present, with the Ku Klux Klan or other white nationalist organizations. Other would be including also tattoos exposed to the public that reflect membership or appreciation for those kind of organizations. I think that's really important for us to dig deep into. There's an entrenched group of nationalists in our police departments across the country. So we just have to ask the question, find out. Hopefully we don't have that issue. Finally, I'm also looking and reviewing the policies and procedures for name changes. I've already put Ladores Cornell's name down for Foothills Park. I see the city manager under the rules can name, subject to subsequent approval by consent calendar, certain portions like an interpretive center or a trail after individuals. So maybe we can go that way too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker is Anupa Baiwa, to be followed by Terry Holzheimer and Andy Reid. We will take names for another 2 minutes and then we will stop. Anupa, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. I'd like to address the city council members. You have been in your role for a long time, and I'm really looking for a citywide strategy from you. But what I'm seeing is piecemeal, little project here, big project there. I've heard things this evening which were jaw-dropping. Your director is saying area of code where there is a little bit of nuance. There's an element of interpretation. And while you're doing that, it seems to me, just a regular citizen, it seems to me that you're doing R1 rezoning piecemeal. El Camino next to my house, you're going to go to College Terrace next at Wellesley to accommodate private builders. The Cato company that has applied for that Wellesley place is actually a shell company for extremely wealthy investors. And if they're going to come back to you and say, oh, we're building affordable housing, that's just the top-down approach doesn't work. If you really want affordable housing, think about it holistically and with a clean heart, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Anupa. Our next speaker is Terry Holzheimer, to be followed by Andy Reid and then Rebecca Ward. We will be taking no more names for oral communications. Our last speaker will be Chris Robel. Terry, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I'd just like to mention very briefly 2 things. One is about the College Terrace Center. For several years, there was no market at that location, and the city was penalizing the developer at that time for the lack of a market. The transparency on this issue has been very bad, and I hope that the city manager and city attorney will announce or figure out, because this came up at one of our PAN meetings, that there was at least $700,000 of fines and penalties for them. And apparently the city has only collected 200. And I would like more transparency on this issue, as I believe this is very important to the residents to know exactly what happened and why. The second issue I'd like to mention very briefly too is this time limit of 1 minute. I think that it should not be just 1 minute. I think residents who have worked hard all day and come home at night and wish to speak to the council should be given a minimum of 2 minutes. And I hope that you'll reconsider this 1 minute rule, because at the item that I talked about earlier tonight, there was a lot more I wished to discuss, but I was not allowed to. And I don't think that that is right. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Andy Reid, to be followed by Rebecca Ward and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Andy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Andy Reid, and I am speaking for myself tonight, as well as a few dozen of my neighbors around Castellea who signed the email that we sent to you yesterday. We would like to voice a strong objection to the Castellea School survey that residents received unsolicited in our email boxes, directly on the heels of the official City of Palo Alto survey. The questionnaire appears official, inviting voters to weigh in on Palo Alto issues, and the subject line reads, "Reminder, Palo Alto Voter Survey." This questionnaire offers up factual inaccuracies about the school's expansion plans and provides false choices, including biased and misleading statements about trees, parking, floor area, and other contentious issues. Nobody opposes the school modernizing. We oppose the size and the scope of these expansion plans. Those who have been following the project since it was submitted to the city 4 years ago, not 8, as the school is now claiming, take exception to the patently leading questions. For one example, it tries to get you to choose the underground garage over an above ground facility, disregarding whether any facility inviting more traffic into the R1 neighborhood should be permitted at all. And it plants the assumption that there will be granted a large increase in enrollment that would require one. Why does a non-compliant applicant who regularly misrepresents engagement with the neighbors assume the city will grant them exceptions to the rules and accede to their demands? Maybe by manipulating the system instead of abiding by the rules like everyone else. The proposed expansion of this private school is out of compliance, outsized for its small site, incompatible with the neighborhood, and impactful to the entire city of Palo Alto. We urge you to censure the school for its attempt to deceive the public by writing on the coattails of the city's official survey without providing a disclosure of its source, and to reject the biased results as nothing more than a well-orchestrated PR effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Our next speaker is Rebecca Ward, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Mark Scholl. Rebecca, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. First, I'd like to thank Council Members Koo and Stone for attending the last SFO roundtable meeting, which brings me to the reason that I'm speaking. As I think I got up in front of you folks about a year ago, I had suggested that the SFO roundtable was open to adding Palo Alto as a member. This is critical because in order to get any attention on the airplane concentration over our city, which is not just noise, but also concentrated toxic pollution, we need access to SFO and the FAA. And the only way you're going to get that is through being a member of the SFO roundtable. Unfortunately, what we found out at that meeting, and I would really encourage all of you to listen to that meeting up to 1 hour and 11 minutes, but in particular minutes 50 through 1 hour and 11 minutes, because it showed a complete and utter lack of transparency out on the part of the SFO roundtable as it related to adding Palo Alto as a member. It turns out that instead of having a meeting in public about whether to add Palo Alto, they actually had discussed during their ad hoc closed meeting to the public whether or not to include Palo Alto potentially as a member. And they also took a survey, which was not released to the public, from members on that. This is a critical issue because the toxic noise is still here and it's going to increase. And as I said, you need to get to the SFO roundtable in order to be able to make any changes and get our Congresswoman to actually do something to help us here. But the complete and utter lack of transparency warrants, I think, a response from the council in order to get us an equal seat at the table because we have a large amount of jet traffic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Mark Scholl. And our final speaker will be Chris Robel. Rebecca, go ahead.
Hi there. 3 things. I hate to bring this up again, but having not heard anything back, I will mention again that last month I cited the EPA reports, which list Pat Burt as one of the country's largest toxic polluters, as his metal plating company produced 11 tons of toxic sludge every year in Latinx neighborhoods in San Carlos and Redwood City. Mr. Burt said he would provide materials to dispute that, but he has not. He also has not answered my legitimate questions about whether his Tuolumne River policy is related to interests in power plants on the river. Second, as Aaron mentioned, we still await transparency and accountability about whether any Palo Alto police officers have participated in white supremacist activities, including the insurgents in DC. There is no safety without accountability, and the community is entitled to this information. 3, as we approach the date that you intend to approve the absurdly dangerous and irresponsible Castellea CUP, I urge you to consider the one large requirement of our local and state law. You have no legal right to approve a conditional use permit allowing a non-conforming activity if the permit is not for a development with a public benefit. And when I say public benefit, I mean public benefit, not private benefit, and not less harm than other people think. Castellea CUP has no public benefit and therefore cannot be approved by the city council legally. And there are lots of lawyers who agree with that. Not only that, but as Ms. Reed points out, Castellea continues to act in bad faith. Ms. Reed said that no people oppose its modernization, but many do, including me and my public school family, as Castellea's expansion will divert millions of dollars from our already struggling public schools into the hands of the wealthiest few. Do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Mark Scholl, to be followed by Chris Robel. Mark, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Several of you attended the last SFO roundtable meeting and heard how raw the sentiment is that membership should remain San Mateo County only. I've been working on this issue since 2015. I've built an extensive background library, dozens of detailed FOIA requests for FAA, airport, and congressional correspondence, and meeting records from San Mateo County, whose building and planning department administers the SFO roundtable under contract to the SFO. The FAA's Next Gen program is built around an architecture of concentration. And at SFO, its biggest impact is right here over Palo Alto, yet we are still excluded from the SFO roundtable. So why is the roundtable county-based only? Well, it's history. Roundtable exclusivity is based on commitments SFO made to San Mateo County a long time ago in return for land use permits and variances, period. Are regional solutions an option? No. Air traffic is procedurally separated by airport. We are under SFO's dedicated Class B airspace. By FAA regulation, all local requests must go through the airport involved, and that's SFO, which has only one roundtable. What about the Select Committee? What FOIA records show is that the Select Committee agreement was accompanied by a second non-public agreement between the roundtable, its very capable Congresswoman, SFO, and the FAA. This agreement created a separate parallel process for roundtable proposals, independent of the Select Committee, with much more significant technical support and long-term commitment from SFO and the FAA. The work product and results of these two simultaneous bodies was night and day, with the roundtables being well mapped to how the FAA actually works. And unfortunately, some of the resulting achievements have harmed us. Palo Alto has a lot on its plate, but our current approaches have failed. We need a strategy that is mapped to the history, politics, and reality of what we actually face at SFO and to how the FAA actually structures and regulates airspace locally. Yes, we need to do much more than just join the roundtable, but it is a critical step to getting anything done at SFO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And our final speaker is Chris Rebel. Chris, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Council, I was obviously pleased to see that the economic recovery was highlighted as a priority at the retreat, and I wanted to address a couple points related to that. Obviously, that's going to continue, and so from a revenue standpoint, I hope, well, to use the expression, kindness starts at home, that we do not increase any taxes on residents that are going through, I think residents overall and small businesses in the community, that we not increase taxes to those constituents. I think big business, there's certainly an opportunity to look at that if to the extent that's needed and we need more revenue. On the cost side, as you're going through the budgeting process, and I did watch most of the 20+ hours last year, I know that I believe that one opportunity is to really look at the city staff expenses, and specifically one of the charts that was showed last year was something like 24% of the population is management/professional, which means there's a span of control of 4 to 1. So one manager for every 4 employees. And I know the comment was made by the city manager that not all the managers are managing people. And then there was a question about, well, can we have an org chart? I hope that org chart is being given to you. I would ask that you request that of city staff and of the city managers so you can have that and you can see exactly how many people managers are in each function and how many layers of people managers there are in each function, so you can, because those are where the big dollars are. It's not, nobody wants to see librarians, crossing guards, firefighters, police, frontline people cut in this, as you make these tough choices. Maybe there's a way to consolidate some of those, and how many layers is the lowest person away from the city manager? It shouldn't be 5 layers for for a 68,000 person town. So anyway, I hope really you ask for all that information so you can make the best decision on behalf of the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you to the public speakers. We'll move on to item number 3, which is minutes approval. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
May I second with the notation that we need to remove page 6?
Okay, so moved by Councilmember Koo, seconded by Councilmember Cormack. And do you want to speak to page 6?
I think it's just probably part of the format that the clerk uses. There's no content on it.
Got it. Okay. So let's go ahead and vote for the minutes. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yep.
I vote yes. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to our consent calendar. Let's see if there are any members of the public that want to speak to the consent calendar. And City Clerk, if you could go ahead and manage that. Let's do 2 minutes for that as well.
Sure, Mayor Du Bois. We have two speakers for the consent calendar items. The first is Aaron James, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. You have 2 minutes. Aaron James, go ahead.
Probably not going to use a full 2 minutes, but my concern is when you all dig deep into a lot of these consent items, particularly ones with these huge financial numbers, I get concerned, like with the toilets, that maybe we haven't done sufficient vetting. I'm wondering if it makes sense. I know you've got the finance committee, subcommittee, and that sort of stuff, but to actually have one or two, I'm thinking of Greg Tanaka as one, because he seems to really try to dig deep on financial issues, and Pat Burt to look at all of these items as though you hadn't heard the city manager's comments on them, and see if there is problems with the expenditures. We just don't have an unlimited amount of money in the council, and I mean in the city. We've got a diminishing amount of funds. You all have talked about that brilliantly at many meetings, but I just am not confident that the details involved here, and I know you have other staff looking at it as well, but I didn't elect the staff. I didn't elect Mr. Shikana. I elected you all. So I really, really would like you all to give each of the items on the consent calendar. First question is, ask yourself, why is it on the consent calendar at all? Should it really be an action item, even though it would add to your workload? But none of you seem to be afraid of taking on a lot of work. Otherwise, you wouldn't have run for this office, and the responsibility is a big one. I wouldn't take it on myself. I like to stay in the role of as a citizen advocate and a best police practices advocate and that sort of stuff. You guys really carry a heavy caseload. I admire you, but don't skip over the vetting process at the expense of these huge contracts where that money might be better spent on public services that we know and social services. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. Our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So once again, I point you to the definition of consent agenda, as described in the city's handbook that you have linked from the City of Palo Alto handbook. The consent agenda is only to approve matters that are already agreed upon, and that, or otherwise, this is now their second meeting that this will come up. This is not the right place for matters that require discussion, deliberation, or a choice between many factors, because when you approve all of these things in one fell swoop, you approve all of these. Well, this is actually pretty impossible, because several of these, first of all, call me a law follower, but this consent calendar doesn't come close to abiding by those definitions. All of these, if not just the majority, have never come before the city council before. As you know, I'm at every single meeting, and I would know. Some of these include the expenditure of, in one case, almost $2 million. Another is $750,000. Another is another $2 million. Shouldn't the community be made aware of how you intend to spend $5 million, especially since that $5 million number represents, what is that, like 12% of the value of the budget cuts you just made in the spring? If you had to cut KZSU for 20 grand, maybe the $2 million projects here deserve deliberation. Finally, I oppose Peter Dreckmeyer's appointment to the standby council because I tried to engage him on issues and he wouldn't respond. And I think Palo Alto City Council members need to be responsive, like all of you have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, so we come back to council on consent. Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 4 and 6.
Okay, registering a no vote on 4 and 6. Do you have any motions?
I'm happy to move consent.
Second.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So moved by Councilmember Cormack, seconded by Councilmember Filseth. Let's go ahead and vote. I don't see any other hands. So Vice Mayor Burt, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Yeah. So first of all, I appreciate the public actually starting to take notice of some of these items. It is a lot of money. We approve a ton of money on consent, and we'll sit here and debate, $20,000 items. So I think those comments are really well said. We're in very tough budgetary times. We just approved a very, very expensive public safety building that's going to add, $5 million to $7.5 million to our expenses. And I think really it's now the time to think carefully about our capital expenditures. On 4, this might actually be a really good thing, but the staff report didn't say how much the other bids were, right? It said they got other bids, but didn't say how much it was. In general, they tend to, but not this one. And I don't know why. And so I hate to vote no on something that may be a good thing, but it just wasn't in the staff report. So I kind of want to know what the bids were, other bids were, not just saying here's a bid, because it makes me worry when the other amounts are not on there. It makes me worry. Do we pick the high bid? Is that why staff doesn't put how much the other bids were? It doesn't make sense to me. The second thing is, we're kind of in recessionary time. And the other thing I didn't like is the staff report didn't talk about if there was a rate increase, right? So we're paying some people $250 an hour. And I don't know, is that an increase from the last time? Is it the same? I don't know. I hope it's the same or lower perhaps, but I don't know because it doesn't say. And for those 2 reasons, I can't support number 4, even though I think maybe the things it's proposing to do is actually good things, but because there's lack of information in the staff report, I can't support it. And so in the future, if staff wants me to approve these, I need that in there. The second thing is on 6. So 6 is the change order. And it's a big change order. It's a 66% increase in every change order. And so the good thing is in the report is that it talks about what the $316,000 was spent on. So and they seem like reasonable things, I suppose. But we are halfway through the contract, or roughly halfway through the contract. I don't know. This seems like 300,000 seems like an excessive amount to say we're going to allocate more, and it wasn't really clear as to where that money is going to come from. So where are we taking this extra $300,000 away from? Is it our crossing guards or what, right? So I think that should be more clear. It's a 66% increase or 67% increase in budget in this kind of times. To me, it's just something that needs more deliberation and more consideration than just saying, oh, it's too bad, we just need it. Because I actually think we should try to stick to the budget we had and spend the money that was originally allocated and not go for a big increase, a blanket check. And if we really need it, then we should really think about it. Or maybe there's something wrong with our planning process. Maybe we should look at the schedules, repair schedules of some of these things more carefully when we do budgeting, so we're not surprised by this. But it just seems like an excessive change order for a time in our city's history where we are really hemorrhaging cash right now. So I don't think it's a good thing to do.
All right, thank you. We move on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's, in the interest of time, I'll just hit a few highlights. While we're getting the slides up, I did just want to note, perhaps just following up on Councilmember Tanaka's comments on item number 6. As I believe the council knows and is indicated in the report, this is funded through wastewater treatment enterprise fund. So it's really not possible to commingle with any other funding source. Also note, as indicated in the scope of work, this is for emergency construction services, as well as leak repairs and replacements. So again, really the nature of that work is as needed. So as we get the next slide up, please. Again, I'm just going to focus on a few highlights, recognizing that we are now posting these presentations both online and pushing via social media components. Why don't we bypass this, recognizing ongoing issues in the pandemic and circumstances that I believe the community is generally aware of. Would note that we do have additional dates now identified and calendared for upcoming COVID testing at Mitchell Park, both the community center and the parking lot. We'll note that the county has indicated that the utilization of its free testing services is way down, on the order of 55% utilization now, where previously it was very difficult to get appointments. Now, very easy to get appointments. So certainly encourage community members to take advantage of that resource. Next slide, please. We are continuing to work with our business districts on the opening or closing of streets, as the council and community has seen, certainly at California Avenue, that we now have the entire area open for pedestrian-only access. There are some arrangements, there's some changes being made with respect to the Sunday farmers market in order to allow restaurants and the farmers market to make best use of the space. So this coming weekend, we would expect to see some additional changes there, and we'll continue to monitor and ensure that it works well for members of the public. On University Avenue, I do want to share that this afternoon we had our biweekly meeting with downtown businesses and confirmed that based on feedback and consensus building that has been ongoing with downtown businesses, that there are 2 blocks that we know will be, actually 3 blocks that we know will be proceeding with this week in order to restore the in-street use of dining areas on the block of University between Bryant and Ramona, and also the half block closure between Ramona between Hamilton and the parking garage entrance that's immediately north of Hamilton, as well as the one-way traffic pattern eastbound on that block between Kipling and Cowper. So those are the areas that we know. We've got business feedback and clarity on consensus to move forward with those sections. We're still continuing to work with businesses on other blocks to ensure that we've balanced the issues, and again, give an opportunity for the consensus building to ensure that the interests and needs for access have been addressed. Also note that we have a next community check-in meeting coming up next week on Tuesday, February 19th at 5:30 p.m. Opportunity for residents and any members of the community to get updated information on what's happening on really what we're broadening in terms of what we're calling the Uplift Local to reflect a wide variety of activities ongoing for community members. Next slide, please. And with that, really the highlight, at least visual highlight of perhaps the evening, and seeing some of the new public art murals that will be really brightening storefronts and other areas around downtown and California Avenue. These temporary murals designed and presented by local artists and through our public art program will really, as you can see, provide a really welcome, uplifting look for some of the areas around town. Thanks to our public art program and the artists for contributing these artworks, and there are a few others that you'll need to get out and about to see in person. Next slide, please. And also note, and thanks to the mayor for doing a plug on the 21-day Race and Equity Challenge that the city is sponsoring in cooperation with Palo Alto Unified School District, Palo Alto Council PTA, and Youth Community Service. A daily opportunity for learning and reflection on issues of equity throughout our community is now started, but will run throughout the month of February. So really a wonderful opportunity for learning and sharing throughout our community and throughout the month. Next slide, please. And that we also have opportunities for input on our community service survey on services and the like that will close actually this week on Wednesday. And I believe our next slide is our last substantive slide that I want to cover. Next slide, please. Which is, for those that have been waiting for our website, our new website, that it will go live on beta this week. So we are targeting Thursday. So by Thursday, if you look at the city's homepage, there will be opportunities for those who really want to get in on the ground floor and help us with some feedback on what's working and what might need some tweaks to get onto the new website. And we hope that we'll take this feedback and be able to roll out full-on live implementation of our new website very shortly. Next slide, please. And with that, oh, there is one more thing. Don't want to miss. This week we are still on. We had been indicating weather permitting for the partial closures and then full closure of lanes on Interstate 101. So as of currently planned, it does appear that all the logistics are in place. And again, while still weather permitting, it does look like, despite a bit of precipitation expected, that we'll be able to proceed with the placement of the structures over the freeway in this upcoming weekend. And next slide, please. Just want to note that we do have pending items. It was, I think, referenced that your mid-year budget will be coming back. Just a slight change. Previously, well, let me just note the change here. On February 22nd, we'll have the second reading of the retail ordinance that has been deferred off of a prior council agenda, but we're able to slide this in order to manage agendas on the upcoming meetings, with now on March 1st coming back to you with your mid-year budget review, which we expect will be a substantive discussion. Other items are here for your reference and for community awareness on upcoming meetings. We've got, next slide, meetings going through March. And with that, I believe that's our last slide. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Koo, your hand's up. Do you have something quick?
I just wanted to quickly say the community meeting is actually Tuesday, the 16th of February. On the slide, I think it said 19th.
Ooh, thank you for that correction. My apologies for that. Yes, thank you very much. That is correct.
Thank you. Let's move on to our action item. So our first item is item number 11, which is financial scenarios and direction to staff on the FY22 budget guidelines, and our long-range financial forecast. Director Nose, do you have a presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Du Bois. So Christine's going to start sharing her slides. And let me just a little bit preface this for the council tonight. Tonight is a continuation of a lot of work that this organization really embarked on immediately as COVID onset back in March. So we're basically almost a year into it and are embarking on our second year of dealing with the financial implications on Palo Alto specifically as a result of the pandemic. So ultimately, this forecast builds on that work that we did back in 2021 and the really difficult decisions that this council walked through during May and June, and ultimately grapples with the realities that the city will continue to face in the near term as we look to recover through this pandemic period. Ideally, what staff has tried to tee up for this council is really something that allows us to continue to step through the process We are in uncertain and unprecedented times. And as we grapple with that uncertainty, we continue to try and take measured steps with the information and best information we have. And today, make decisions based on that and continue to come back to the council, recognizing the milestones ahead as we gain new information. So this item is really no different. This is, one of many touch points. Other ones that we've had, or we did a prelim Q1 financial report. We've done a final formal Q1 financial report. We've gone through the 2020 comprehensive annual financial report. We did a check-in on CIPs to assist in our capital investment discussions. And we did a prelim long range, or I'm sorry, 1-year forecast back in December. So those are just some examples of that continual check-in process as we move through these uncertain times. So all that being said, I will turn it over to Christine Paras, who will present tonight 3 items for your consideration, all continuing to step through these times. Christine?
Thank you, Kylie. Christine Paras, Assistant Director of ASD. As Kylie mentioned, this is one of the touch points for the fiscal year 2022 budget process that'll guide staff and City Council's work over the next 4 months. Staff expects to return to the Finance Committee with the proposed operating and capital budgets sometime in April. This year is a continuation of our active financial management. Tonight, staff has brought forward 3 items for council consideration and direction to organize our work over the next coming months. First, we've prepared 2022 financial balancing scenarios that model 3 recovery forecasts for council to deliberate and provide guidance to staff on preparation of the 2022 proposed budget. Second, we've prepared a 10-year base case forecast based on scenario B from the financial balancing scenarios, and it assumes a 3 to 5 year economic recovery. Finally, we've included in the staff report the 2022 budget development guidelines that staff will use to inform the budget development. And it's very important to note that significant reductions taken in 2021 in the adopted budget continue throughout each scenario. And council selected options will guide the 2022 budget process and build upon these service reductions. It'll again be necessary to prioritize and consider additional service reductions throughout the next 4 to 5 fiscal years. So as staff prepared the financial balancing scenarios and long-range financial forecasts, we considered fiscal pressures in the economy, including the economic climate and unknown impacts of COVID-19, reliance on a viable vaccine, its distribution, and subsequent containment of COVID-19, escalating service delivery costs, and also balancing that with maintaining the city's commitment to address long-term liabilities, including proactively funding the city's pension obligations. In developing scenario B in our long-range financial forecast, staff used various resources and consulted UCLA Anderson forecast and our sales tax and property tax consultants to be able to develop a scenario that was informed and includes their best view on how economic recovery will materialize. Now we get into the numbers. Building on the difficult decisions that council has made and significant service reductions from the prior year, these financial balancing scenarios demonstrate that more difficult decisions are ahead. This slide summarizes the financial balancing scenarios that we've developed for the City Council's consideration and provide guidance in preparation of the 2022 proposed budget. Inevitably, this chosen scenario will directly correlate to the level of service impacts that may be felt and does not include restoration of these services that were taken in, service reductions that were taken in 2021. And I'll walk you through each one of these forecasts, and there's also charts later on in the presentation that kind of show it graphically. But Scenario A assumes a 2 to 3 year economic recovery where tax revenues will rebound to pre-COVID levels within that time. And when we say pre-COVID throughout the presentation and the report, we mean the 2019 levels for actuals. Selecting this scenario would mean a $9.2 million net operating gap to be solved over the next 5 years. And that would mean, considering the service reductions taken in 2021, an approximately 20% overall budget reduction between 2021 and 2026. Scenario B, which is also our base case for the 10-year forecast, most closely aligns with staff's research and review of economic forecasts. Once health orders are lifted and recovery will be over a 3 to 5 year period with slow growth. Revenues will return to pre-COVID levels at the end of the 5 years, around 2025 and 2026, and will mean cumulatively between 2021 and 2026 an overall 25% service reduction, or 57 million between that time period. Finally, scenario C expects that revenues will not return to pre-COVID levels within the next 5 years, rather this next 7 to 10 years. In the 5th year, major tax revenues will fall $7 million short of pre-COVID 2019 levels. And it will mean an overall 30% reduction in service and/or capital investments between 2021 and 2026. This chart is another view of the balancing scenarios we reviewed in the previous slide and includes the service level reductions and cumulative net operating margin for that time period. And the deeper the operating gap is more the conservative view, while the shallow line is a more quicker recovery. We recognize the immense amount of uncertainty as we continue to operate in a place we have never been before. And some of the actions for council's consideration are detailed on this slide, which recognize the fluidity and iterative process necessary to address the city's financial position. The guidance is aimed to continually manage the workforce and services through the next coming months, and is intended to assist council in envisioning what a multi-touch point process may look like, providing flexible options that allow for adjusting in the coming 4, 6, and 9 months. A major consideration as we look at these approaches is the timing of available new information. For example, in the first bullet, staff has outlined the potential of returning to council in the fall of 2021, and that time frame is proposed to coincide with new information that'll be available for all 3 of the city's highest generating tax revenues at that time. And by those we mean property tax, sales tax, and transient occupancy tax, which are also our economically sensitive revenue sources. Over the next few slides, we'll drill down on those major tax revenues and include historical data for all 3 balancing scenarios. Okay, so the first one is property tax. And I'll spend a little bit of time going through how to read these components, because all the property sales tax and TOT tax revenue slides are in the same kind of format. So you'll notice on this chart a purple line, and it reflects actual revenues between 2000 and 2020. Going straight across for this one, there is a gray dotted line that represents the pre-COVID levels and is the 2019 actuals. You'll also notice a red, green, and blue line representing the 3 balancing scenarios, green being scenario B. And finally, as a last reference point, there is a yellow dotted line that reflects the 2021 long-range financial forecast that was issued in January 2020, prior to the onset of COVID-19. In this trend for property tax, you'll see that there is stalling growth in property tax revenues. This aligns with history and takes into consideration major variables, including estimated ERAF payments, annual CPI increases, and the potential for proactive Prop 8 downward adjustments by the county. For sales tax, you can see the variability in actual receipts, and the city is basing this forecast on actual receipts through September 2020. Revenues in scenario B return to pre-COVID levels and within the next 5 years, in between 2025 and 2026. And scenario C, at the end of this 5-year time frame, will be $5 million below pre-COVID levels. Staff expects to get updated sales tax revenue for the quarter ending December 2020 in March during the budget process, and may track lower. And these scenarios, as shown on the graph, include the impacts of the health orders in November of Purple Plus tier. Finally, in TOT, you'll see large spikes in 2015 and 2019, which are due to the voter-approved hotel tax increases. And this forecast is based on collections through November 2020, as data is available typically within a 2-month lag time period. And we've also assumed and included in the scenarios the addition of approximately 300 hotel rooms that come online in early 2021, or calendar year 2021. Just for information, pre-COVID levels for TOT were at about 25 million, and all 3 of our balancing scenarios assume that these revenues do not reach those levels within the next 5 years. And finally, the more critical view is to look at these revenues and the overall impact across the city's major tax revenues: property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, utility users tax, and documentary transfer tax. And overall, this chart visually shows when major tax revenues collectively will return to pre-COVID levels. And you'll see from the chart where the red, green, and blue lines intersect the dotted line that those levels for scenario A is in 2024, scenario B in 2025 and 2026. And for scenario C, at the end of the 5-year time frame, they do not reach pre-COVID levels. Rather, they remain $7 million below the pre-COVID levels. And now that we've kind of drilled down into the balancing scenarios and the revenue and the 3 major revenues associated with those, we're now getting into the part of the presentation for the long range financial forecasts. And this is the base case scenario, which we've expanded the view of scenario B out the full 10 years. This forecast continues to project the need for strict financial prioritization and continued reduction in services. And I want to since we've talked in depth a lot about revenue trends for scenario B and all the other scenarios, I want to spend a moment to review some of the expense trends that can be found in greater detail in attachment B to the staff report. So as a service-driven organization, approximately 60% of the city's general fund costs are attributed to personnel costs. And these individuals are that the community sees are in art classes, patrolling downtown street cores, and supporting open spaces such as Foothills Park. These costs reflect current labor agreements, including CalPERS contribution requirements, proactive pension and OPEB funding as outlined in the City Council approved pension policy, and no changes or adaptations to service levels are included. You may notice a significant reduction in the growth rate of expenses in 2026 and 27, and this is driven primarily on a change in the required CalPERS contribution rates. And this graph presents the figures from the prior table in a visual form so that the city will return to revenues and expenditures in balance in 2027. The Finance Committee requested an alternative scenario at its December 15, 2020 meeting. And the alternative varies from the base case or scenario B in that salaries remain at the same level in 2022 as they are in the 2021 adopted budget, regardless of terms in labor contracts, and implements those current terms in 2023. And it also is critical to note that the city cannot implement this unilaterally, as we have completed agreements with some of the employee units. In this alternative, the 2022 projected gap is 3.1 million compared to scenario B, which reflects a gap of 6.8 million. Over the 10-year period, the cumulative operating margin is 10.4 million as opposed to 12.9 million. As with any forecast, there's a bunch of known unknowns and unknowns that are not factored into the forecast. And the slide lists some of those areas, such as labor negotiation, litigation, major project investments, such as grade SEP, any legislative, potential local tax measures that the city expects to face in the future. And of course, any local, regional, national economy remains at risk as well. And finally, the third component that we're presenting to council is the budget guidelines. And this slide shows an abbreviated version of this. Detail can be found in attachment C of the staff report. And these are meant to reflect the anticipated financial condition of the city and provide a high-level budgetary direction to the organization. Conclusion and next steps. Staff and the council will continue to adapt and strategically navigate through the financial impacts of the pandemic through these actions discussed in this item. And the next step is to guide the few months of staff work. This builds upon the hard decisions that council made in the adopted 2021 budget and does not include service restorations, rather the need to incrementally navigate through these uncertain times. Staff is reviewing information and reports on the economy as it becomes available to estimate how these events will play out here in Palo Alto, and key milestones for when data becomes available happens throughout the budget process and into fall. Some examples are, we expect to receive an update for sales tax sometime in March that reflects the quarter end December 2020. TOT revenues come in monthly, and it takes about 2 months lag time for us to record and collect all of that. And property tax estimates are available in March and again in early summer 2021. In addition to all of this, legislative mandates and financial stimulus packages continue to be monitored as state and federal governments take action. So finally, our recommended action for this is to select a financial scenario to use in planning and issuance of the 2022 proposed budget, except the 10-year forecast and the annual budget development guidelines. And so that concludes staff's presentation.
Great, thank you for that. So I'm going to propose we go to council for just 1 or 2 technical questions only. Don't feel like you have to do it, but let's save comments and more involved questions for later. So we'll do a quick round with council, then we'll go to the public, then we'll come back to council for discussion. We're still about an hour behind schedule. So does anybody have any technical questions they wanted to ask? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, for the opportunity. Excuse me. On page 308, I feel like there might be a cell missing that would help us compare the revenues and the expenses. And I would describe the one I'm looking for. On the total source of funds, there's no compound annual growth rate for the 10 years. We helpfully have that in the expenses, but not in the revenue. So if staff could maybe take a look at that, that'd be great. I'd be interested on page 323 in workers' comp increases, if that's more claims, higher amounts, or both.
Do you want to wait for an
Yeah.
answer?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not seeing a quick nod, so maybe they'll take that offline.
Okay.
And then one thing that is not covered in the staff report is any sense from Stanford about medium-term changes to their operations. And that probably maybe we'll come back to, but that isn't something that was covered in the staff report. And we've certainly talked a lot about how important what Stanford does and how they do it affects this. That is it for technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, can you clarify the amounts in the outlying 5 years that are projected for infrastructure funds, non-utilities? Those would be the transfers, is what I meant, not the expenditure.
Sure. You're talking about the transfer for TOT to infrastructure, or are you talking about the base transfer?
Combined. And if you could break it down, the two components.
Sure. So on page attachment A, page 2, you can see the transfer to infrastructure. It is the bottom 2 lines of the first table. So it's transfer to infrastructure base. So that's 6.9 million in 2021, 7 million in 2022, and it escalates as we discussed on January 25th. And then you can also see below that line the TOT transfer, the infrastructure side of it, which shows, you know, a 2021 projected transfer of about 2 million, and then that escalating growth based on the projection of the new hotel rooms coming online, the recovery from a TOT perspective, et cetera. Both of those lines should be extremely close to what we reviewed on January 25th. Is that what you were looking for, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking at what I think is page 2 of attachment A.
Yep.
But I see it in percentages.
Just keep going up.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. So you said that in March, we should have an estimate of what property taxes are going to sort of turn out to look like. I guess I'm curious, in March, will we have good estimates for 2 things, one being ERAF and the other county action on Prop 8?
Great question, Council Member. And what I can do is answer it based on my past experience, but as we've all understood in this environment, our past experience isn't necessarily our current experience.
That's all we got.
So what typically we can obtain in March is a good estimate of what the role would be, because the county typically has gone through looking at residential properties. And so for the city like us, our residential properties being the majority of our assessed valuation, you know, that's a good indicator. But it's not all of our assessed valuation. Obviously, we have commercial and industrial, and typically those are not reviewed until later, April, May, June. Okay. So normally, if you want to track the residential real estate market, March is a good estimate because it's a larger component of your AV, and that's the one that sees the fluctuation. In these COVID times, it's not really residential that we're watching as closely, not to say we're ignoring it, but where I know the county has already, frankly, had webinars with business owners and property owners is to ask them, or rather tell them, what kind of data would be helpful to the county in order to potentially look at proactively doing Prop 8 adjustments on commercial and industrial. It sounds like the county is working on figuring out how to do this. Obviously, if they don't do it proactively, businesses potentially could appeal, which just lengthens the process, frankly. So I'm not quite sure how they're going to address all of these things, but we are keeping a close eye on kind of our quarterly meetings with them, but also just calling them and seeing where they're thinking. So I would say March normally is a good estimate, but this year I would really consider it highly preliminary.
Okay, so you think we may not have good visibility on at least the commercial side until the summer, right?
Yeah.
What about the ERAF?
ERAF, we don't typically know until later either.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Can you go to slide 12? I saw one number that jumped out at me, the long range financial forecast, 2023. It shows a 7.1% increase in expenditures. Can you talk a little bit about what's behind that big increase? Because it's by far larger than almost any other increase per year.
Right. That increase could attribute to, of course, the increase of pensions, but we're also restoring the base transfer to capital that year and doing that for the next 4 years. So that first year spike is in 2023.
I see. Okay. Okay. I do have questions about that, but I think we only want technical questions here. So, okay. And can staff talk about how they modeled the hotel tax and sales tax? How did you guys come up with those graphs? Like, what was the modeling you guys did, the process per se that you guys did to come up with that chart and the forecast? How did you guys figure that out?
Okay, a lot of research. And so on the sales tax side of things, we do work with our consultant. So we have a firm that looks at what's happening in Palo Alto regionally and in the state. And so typically we're looking at things by sector and the experience that we're seeing in those sectors, and then we'll pull that together. Aside from that, we will also look top down at history. Does it make sense if you look sector by sector, et cetera? So we are really looking at those based on our consultants' expertise, as well as our own past experiences and research that we can find, and knowledge, frankly, of, when we know that a business has gone out of business or a new business has come into play, we make those kind of adjustments as well. So on TOT, well, frankly, it's a lot of research in terms of what's happening in the industry. And if, most articles that you read say and articulate estimates from the experts, UCLA, Anderson Forecast, et cetera, that travel will be obviously the indicator on TOT. And, for us, it'll also be international travel, which is going to be a lagging indicator. And so we've really dampened the growth on TOT, knowing that we're going to have a longer adaptation to things like international travel and business travel, while knowing that we have anchors such as Stanford University, as well as the hospital, that do bring in visitors to the city borders.
Sure. The reason why I ask is I wonder, did your consultants, or have you guys done any spreadsheet modeling yourselves in terms of generating these numbers? Because you're asking us tonight to look at the scenarios A, B, and C, and to pass a judgment call. And but there's not a lot of detail behind that, right? For us to be able to kind of like do our own wing. And so that's what I was wondering, is that something that could be available to us just to see, or maybe a little bit more thorough walkthrough about how you guys model these numbers, just so that we have a better feel. Otherwise, we're going to be debating without much data behind it, right?
Well, and Councilmember, what I would recommend that the council look at is not get to review and provide feedback on the individual estimates, but really focus on the overall trend. because we'll be the first to admit that, you know, some estimates we may be too conservative on and others we may be a little bit too aggressive on, as we saw as we went through the 2021 budget process. But really what we're looking at is our overall trend lines, and we'll make adjustments net zero throughout the process as we have more information available.
And have you guys actually talked with like our local retailers and talked with some of our local hotelers to kind of get a feel from them as to where things are at?
We do have a team that has been meeting. Kara Apple has been working with our local business community. So we do have, you know, feedback and anecdotes from her, but we also are relying on consultants such as CBRE.
I mean, I know you guys have the roundtables that you guys do ever so often, but did you actually ask them about their forecast?
We did not ask hotels to provide us with their
No,
business
I mean,
forecasts.
it's more like their guess as to what the year is going to look like or the next few years.
Councilmember Tanaka, is it okay if we come back to this when we get into more
that's
detail?
fine.
Thanks. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to city staff for putting together this report. It's helpful. Kind of following up on a couple of questions that Councilmember Tanaka brought up, and I'll start off with the TOT. Do any of these scenarios kind of take into, within the modeling of any of the scenarios, did you take into consideration what I think is a likelihood that we never see the type of travel into Palo Alto like we did in a pre-COVID world, as far as the traveling into Palo Alto for business, given the likelihood of the continuation of telecommuting, especially when it comes to conferences and business meetings for businesses to save expenses. Is that a part of the modeling, or are we still kind of operating in a world where the hope is that we get back to that kind of pre-pandemic normal as far as business travel?
I mean, I think just by simply looking at this chart, staff is not under any guise that we're back at pre-pandemic levels. No scenario brings us to that level in the 5-year period. And I need to go back and look to see if any of them would bring us to that level in a 10-year period. So I think, you know, to that point, we don't know specifically what the long-term impacts will be. But we are trying to be conservative, understanding that we do expect there to be disruptions in that what was the normal prior to COVID.
Thank you. And you may have touched on this in answering Councilmember Tanaka's question. And if you already answered it, please let me know. But I'm still a little confused on why. And like on page 298, it talks about the projected net operating gaps are driven by growth in the cost to deliver current services, outpacing expected revenue growth over the next 5 years. I understand why revenue growth is significantly down. I'm still trying to better understand why seems like we're seeing a significant jump in the cost of the services that seems a little disproportionate to what we've seen in the past. Can you give a little more explanation for that?
Sure. So let's refer back to that page, attachment A, page 2. And that will actually provide both the numbers as well as the percentages. So you can see where the larger percentage changes year over year are. So actually, Vice Mayor Burt was looking at the actual table with the numbers. He wanted to know specifically what was the transfer for infrastructure. But below that are actually the year over year percentage changes. So you can see a significant driver in 2023 for that growth is, you know, a 50% increase in the transfer to infrastructure, which is in line with the TOT growth. Because remember, the TOT side, as the revenues go up, it's a straight pass through from the TOT revenue into the infrastructure fund for the council prioritized portion. And then you can also see from a base transfer perspective, and obviously this is a policy call for the council's decision, but obviously there will be implications one way or another. It does have a stepped increase of the capital transfer back to that catch up and keep up level that was established prior to COVID-19.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
See, I have a couple of quick questions. So simple high level question. So with the base case, we say we basically need to reduce $50 million over 5 years, right? So is this base case, are we basically cutting 10 million and holding that for 5 years? I mean, we're not cutting, and are we cutting an additional 10 million every year?
Sure. So on that, council member, the 56 is really looking at what we already have done in 2021 and then what potentially the next 5 years look at. So specifically, if we wanted to narrow down to just what that 5-year period looks like, we're potentially looking at about a $17.6 million additional reduction. But obviously that's highly subject to lots of variables.
Again, assuming that those reductions are taken on an ongoing basis, so that
correct.
it wouldn't be one-time cuts, but ongoing expenses that would be reduced.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then how do I see what happens with the use of reserves? Is that the operating transfers in line?
Staff over the course of the long range actually doesn't assume use of the reserves, since that is a policy call for the council to make. So what staff does over, since revenues and expenses do fluctuate over the 10-year long-term forecast, we do ensure that the BSR stays between the 15 minimum and 20% maximum BSR level, but otherwise we don't assume any usage.
Okay. So when we get to like budget guidelines, is that something, basically these are rainy day funds and it seems like it's raining outside. Is that something we should consider, is using some of those reserves?
I think one of the guidelines talks about use of reserves as we move through this, and really appropriately using one-time money for one-time needs and ongoing money for ongoing needs. And use of reserves, I think, is a really good example of where that policy can come into play. And I would say that in terms of use of reserves, absolutely. If we're not certain about where something is going and we don't want to overcorrect, a reserve is there to help us bridge that period of uncertainty, always with a goal to bring us back to approved levels. But again, that's a policy call from the council's perspective, and staff can provide guidance as well.
Okay, but it's not baked into the model at all right now. Got it. Okay, well, thank you. I think that was a good quick round. People still have their hands up. I assume that's from before. Let's go ahead and go out to the public. And let's go ahead and do 2 minutes. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. We have 2 speakers at this time, Aram James and Rebecca Eisenberg. Aram, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hey, Tom. So look, I want to talk a little bit about the past budget process to illuminate the future. It's really all about what we're going to do in the future on major projects. So I'm talking about the public safety building process. I'm a public defender. I tried a lot of cases and I lose a lot. I lost a lot of cases, tough facts, lots of other things. But I always got to call my expert witnesses in opposition to the prosecution. We could have, it was a stacked deck of people that favored the jail and experts on that topic, with not a single expert called to say, we can't expand the prison industrial complex anymore. We're busting the budget, not just locally, but statewide. And I would have felt just fine if y'all would have had a fair process where you'd have called alternative witnesses to say, look, this isn't a good idea. Here's why. We don't need more jails in the society. We need less jails. We need more services. We don't need 33 state prisons here. We need less prisons, and we need to be more focused on who goes to prison, who goes into services. But there wasn't that kind of process. You just had a stacked deck of folks, and there was folks, that asked the right questions, but you got 2 or 3 minutes and you got no discovery. I certainly didn't know who the witnesses that were going to be called. So for future big projects, you got to have experts on both sides of the community. Even when you lose, it feels like they got a fair shake. I mean, I would have asked for a mistrial on this and said, you all got to start all over again, because you absolutely let Ed Chicana and the police chief and those folks just load up the witness dock for one side and no experts on the other side. So please, going forward on these projects, let's have a process that we can be proud of. I'm not going to fault the results if I've had a fair hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. And our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. No matter which of the overly optimistic deep V scenarios you choose, you still are looking at a reduction of essential public services for the next decade. Here in Palo Alto, the wealthiest city in the country, we do not need to cut community services, and we should not. 80% of Palo Alto land is owned by companies, primarily huge companies that are owned and operated by billionaires. These companies and their billionaires not only have not suffered from the pandemic, but actually the largest companies in the US, including several that are based and located right here in Palo Alto, actually added $2 trillion to their profits off the pandemic. It is unconscionable that none of these budget scenarios include taxing any of these large companies, even though these large companies pay tax in every other city where they are located. Tesla today announced that it invested $1.5 billion in Bitcoin, and its stock went up. In fact, Tesla's market cap has quintupled since the beginning of the pandemic. It has $20 billion sitting around in cash. Tesla's market cap is almost $1 trillion, of which $800 million was made in Palo Alto over the past year. Tesla posted profits of $874 million. $874 million based here in Palo Alto, yet you continue not to tax it. You actually pay it money. Every other city has a large business tax, and when it does, the large business is taxed. Never oppose the taxes, not Mountain View or EPA. Palo Alto can file for an emergency tax measure. Do it.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, let's come back for council for questions, comments, motions. Anybody want to kick us off? Councilmember Cook.
I just wanted to kind of get some clarification when you speak about services. Can you give me an idea what type of services we're talking about? Is it safety again?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Koo. Ultimately, that's something that we'll have to go through as part of the budget process. As we're going beyond what we've already done in 2021, we are looking at already a reduced kind of level of resources that, to be honest, I suspect many haven't fully felt as a result of the pandemic, since we've been restricted in how we've been able to operate. And so ultimately we'll have to go through and look further, frankly. And so I couldn't necessarily opine on if it's one place or another. I do think it's safe to say that there is no safe harbor, so to speak. We'll look across the organization.
So like last fiscal year, basically each department did a cut percentage. And so it sounds like perhaps this is going to be another. Is that the plan?
I don't know that, and similar to last year, I don't think it's fair to say that we would just do a blanket, all right, everybody sees a blank percentage cut. Obviously, typically from an operational perspective, we may do that to help generate ideas. But after that, all budget proposals go through a rigorous review process with department directors, with executive leadership team, and with CMO, and ultimately through what will become a proposed package, which will pull some, no great options, obviously, but will bring forward a recommended path forward. For the council's consideration, weighing all sorts of both metrics as well as qualitative.
And when can we expect to see that?
Sure, that's released every year. And right now staff is expecting it to be released at the end of April by May 1.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, can staff please bring up slide number 8, please? So here, let me start drawing on this. So I think we all know, but from 2010 to about 2020, we've had probably the biggest bull run in terms of GDP growth in this country, right? We've been very fortunate. In fact, we've had some of the best economic growth ever in the history of this country in hundreds of years, right? So this is not normal, right, for our country. Let's put it that way. I would love it for this to always happen, but it's not normal. If you actually look at Zillow or some other things for Palo Alto, you'll see that we actually peaked in 2018. And so I know people who actually have successfully appealed their property tax increase. Because if you bought in 2018, prices have started to kind of flatten or fall a bit. So when I look at this chart and to say, well, look, it's a straight line, which is continuous line up, I don't know whether we're going to continue the greatest expansion in American history ever for the next 10 years. I hope we do. Okay, don't get me wrong. I would like for that to be true, but I don't know if that's going to be true. One reason why in 2018 we saw a bit of a pop in the bubble, so to speak, in the property market is that it got a lot harder to get money out of China, right? China really started cracking down on that side. So I don't know. The other thing that's going on is there are companies moving out. We know Palantir's moving out. We know that I know some of my neighbors have moved out. There's a thing on Twitter. I'm not sure you guys are on Twitter, but there's a thing about like people talking about, it's a thing to talk about on Twitter about people moving out of the Bay Area now, right? So I don't know whether we're going to see the same. To me, this yellow line is totally unrealistic. I mean, I think that's not going to happen. I think even this blue line is a bit optimistic. I would like for it to happen, but I don't know if it's true. Can we go to the next slide, slide 9, please? Okay, so, the other chart, you can maybe make an argument that maybe, scenarios A, B, or C could kind of happen. This one is a really hard one because we all know how hard retail's been hit, even before COVID. We know that there's projections that 50 to 60%, and some of you guys know that I operate a business in the physical retail sector, which really sucks right now. It's hard to even see that. Okay, I don't know how this line could get drawn like this because that's crazy, right? I mean, I don't. If you look at this chart, I don't see any pattern like that. I mean, if anything, this looks like a little blip, and if anything, this kind of flat. I don't see this like zooming up. I conceive of no scenario of a line like this going up like this dash yellow line. I just cannot see that. I don't think there's even a realm of possibilities. This red line that it's going to bounce back up this quickly is kind of I don't know. I think it's wishful thinking because one thing that we have to also consider is that the amount of sales tax that we get in our city is proportional to how much physical sales tax we get, right? So there's a lot of buying on the internet, and I think a lot of people are buying, including my household, online. But how much sales tax we actually get is actually a proportion to the physical sales tax. But as a lot of the retailers here have been really shuttered, and this physical retail in general has kind of plummeted. We also look at the other competition we have. We have Valley Fair. We have a bunch of other fairly nice malls around the area. This red line seems incredibly optimistic to me. I think to me, I would hope that we could kind of come back to this, right? That's what I would hope. So I think to me the red and green line are just out. I think the blue line would be great if we can make it happen. That's what I hope. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so let's talk about the TOT. So in preparation for this meeting, I did what I was hoping staff would have done, but it sounded like you guys didn't get a chance. But I asked the people in the business, the people in the hotels, the people running the retail shops, what do you guys forecast, right? What are you guys doing in terms of hiring? Now, they didn't share their super secret, top secret financial plan, but they give me their feel, right? Do they see like their retail sales or hotel occupancy? Are they gearing up for like this massive comeback like we've seen here? I didn't talk to a single person that said that was going to happen. Okay, So if the people operating these businesses aren't thinking this, I don't know how we could think this, right? To me, it's really incredibly wishful thinking. I would like that. In fact, everyone, the retailers, the people running hotels would love for that to happen, but they're not planning for that. They don't see that. I think Councilmember Stone is also correct. I think a lot of them, business travel is down. I don't know if it's going to come zooming back. We do have staff there and Stafford Hospital, and hopefully that does come back. But if the people who are running these businesses, who are closest to this, aren't going to have these kind of rosy projections, I don't know how we can. I mean, if you look at this chart, it's kind of, if you draw like a straight line, it's maybe like something like this, but it's certainly not a graph like this, right? We never had a graph like that. I mean, maybe briefly, but we have some of the highest TOT. I talked to hotel chains who have hotels here and in other cities, and they tell me they're losing customers because our rate's really high now. So I think the average daily rates are also going to be dropping. And so we may have more hotels on, but we're going to get less per night. So I think to me, I think the best we could hope for is maybe this blue line. I hope we could get this, right? I would like to get that kind of bounce back, but the people in the business right now are not planning for this. So I guess my main point is, I actually think scenario C is a bit optimistic, but if we were to pick one of the three, I would say C is probably the best, probably the most realistic case. But I'd love to hear my colleagues tell me why they think, A or B is a better choice. But I would actually call for scenario D, to be honest. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt, and then Councilmember Cormack.
Yeah, before going on to the points I wanted to make, I feel obligated to address some of what Councilmember Tanaka was just talking about. The yellow line is not a projection that staff is offering. That is what the projection was pre-COVID. It's not any of the scenarios that staff is considering. So the whole reference to whether we can expect the yellow line to exist and that's fallacious it's a fallacious argument. Now, that's not what staff is suggesting in any way. Then to move on more realistically to the alternatives, I will encourage folks to look back and look at where we were in 2009 and 10, and then the recovery period that we had from there. And having gone through those difficult times, I can tell you that we had massive projected deficits immediately and projected going forward that we had to adjust. And the adjustments were really a lot more strategic than what we've yet seen and what occurred this last fiscal year. From 2008 to 2016, despite a very large growth in the local economy, large growth in the number of residents and a mild growth, in the number of workers and a mild growth number of residents, we had fewer city employees in that in 2016 than we did in 2008. It's probably the only 9-year period in many decades where we ended up with fewer employees at the beginning of that period than or at the end of that period than at the beginning. But more importantly, we do have a very significant problem, and this goes back also to the same situation. We had in 2009 and 10, we had not only serious, very significant drops in revenue, but we had no significant capital improvement plan. We had a very modest one, and transfers were very modest to that. And we came up with a program to significantly increase our hotels through rezoning and incentivizing new hotels being constructed, through a marketing plan, and then through 2 TOT increases. And that's how we built our capital improvement plan. And that's the revenue stream that has crashed far and away the most. On our property tax, we get a high percentage of our growth in our property tax, not through annual appreciation, but through the turnover of the properties that get reappraised at market rate under Prop 13. That's how our property tax continues to have significant growth, even when appreciation is not significant. Both factors exist, but that underlying one is very significant for us in California. So I want to return to this issue of we have a record-setting capital plan this year, and really a 5-year plan that is very significant. And that was something that we worked on, that we built up with a dedicated, largely a dedicated revenue stream related to hotels, and that's the revenue stream that is tanked. And yet what we've done is maintain that capital plan. Last year, we had a $39 million shortfall. We cut operating expenditures 37 million and capital expenditures by 2 million. We aren't living in that era anymore. We have to recognize that our capital plan has to be adjusted. That doesn't mean we have to give up all of it, but it has to be adjusted and come down to earth. And I think what we need to do is look at a scenario of the 5-year capital plan being stretched out to a 7 or 8-year period. And what does that do to our budget? And I think it will have a very significant impact. I don't think that we need to have that big jump in the transfers to the capital plan going out in 2013, for instance. That would be great if we get a recovery that is more like scenario A, then we can do it at that time. But as of right now, we're going to have some really dire choices that our community will not feel are the correct ones. If we further cut our police and fire and emergency preparedness and community services in order to maintain elements of a capital plan that are beyond what is needed, what are desirable, but beyond what's needed. So I see my time's up for this time. I'll return to this question later.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. So at a high level, I want to just compliment the staff for a really thorough report with options, because that's exactly what we need and when we need it. I was waiting to see if there was going to be any good news. I didn't find any in the report. I didn't hear any tonight. Maybe we'll just all keep looking for what a silver lining might be. Okay. Having said that, I think scenario B is plausible. It's appropriately conservative, but I will say that I'm concerned because if what we're going through now is a sea change in how people work and how people buy things, then B might not actually happen. So I definitely was interested. There was even more options than I anticipated in terms of the scenarios, and whatever like 7 is, I don't know what the number is, but B with half of C, when I read it before I came tonight to listen, was sort of where I was. I would like B, but I'm concerned. So I just want to get that out on the table. Staff mentioned something earlier, and I thought the vice mayor was headed there, but ended up somewhere else. I don't believe the community has yet felt the impact of the cuts we made, right? Because so many programs and services are closed. And that's a real concern. So we talk a lot about the 39 million, and certainly that's affected our staff, but I'm sensitive of that, and we're going to have to think when we get to the budget, because I think people think this is all going to come back once COVID is over, and it's not. So we have to do a better job explaining and communicating, not necessarily making the choices, but explaining and communicating. I really appreciate page 327 and slide 15, the other. For me, this looms over everything. All of these things that we haven't funded, and some of them we know we have to. And so I think when we get to the part about the budgetary guidelines, for me, number 7, new sources of revenues, it is part of our budget. We have to figure out how to roll these things into whether it's a 5-year or a 7-year or a 10-year infrastructure plan, whatever it is we're doing. did staff have any thoughts about Stanford? Because I think that's a really big driver in terms of how quickly we recover and what it looks like. Any conversations yet? And if not, maybe have one before we come back for the budget?
Is that for me? I suspect so. Sure. Let me lead off as perhaps Ms. Noze and others may want to comment. We do have ongoing conversations with Stanford. We did just at a very superficial level check in today as part of the Citizen Core Council. Note that Stanford is currently planning for, I believe, what they're calling their spring quarter. To have some undergrads back on campus. The graduate students, as the council may knows, but perhaps the community may not be aware, graduate students are largely on campus to the extent that their programming allows, as well as again, this plan for the freshman, sophomore, I believe, was the next cohort that would be coming back in the spring. It was not taken on as a part of the winter, as that decision was deferred. Also checked in on athletics. We understand that there's ongoing discussions as to what athletic activities will be brought back to campus and when, without much clarity at this point. I think it is an ongoing discussion within the Stanford community as to which sports and what would be involved beyond what has now been allowed by Santa Clara County's authorization for athletic activities to resume locally as opposed to remotely, which has been the case for the major sports. That's about what we know at this point related to the academic activities, and certainly invite others to chime in if they have additional information.
I just say nodding. I think what would be interesting to the extent it's possible is to have sort of the medium term, right, conversation. So not just like this year, but like, do they anticipate long-term changes to how many people are on campus and how they do their work? I don't know. I think it's a conversation though worth having.
5 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Do you have like a new chime?
That's the chime I always get. But
oh, well, I don't think we usually hear it. It's lovely. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to jump in. So I do think we need to really ask ourselves what we're trying to do tonight. And I want to challenge the idea that we have to pick one scenario. I don't think we serve our residents by getting this wrong if we're either too optimistic or too pessimistic. I'm concerned that scenario C is going to cause significant disruption, and it could easily be overly pessimistic. Could you put up slide 7 for a second, which is kind of the summary of options? So I think where we need to be is as data driven as we can. And I take the bolded option here. So we could choose a scenario, we could choose B and half a C. But this first one here really says, let's start with B and let's gather more data and adjust as we get more information. And to me, that's the answer, right? I think we need to evaluate our key business drivers. So our property tax, our sales tax, our TOT, and we're going to get a sales tax update quarterly. Our TOT is about 2 months in arrears. We get a monthly update on that. And we're going to get those property tax assessments, not for a little while, it sounds like. But, I don't think we should view this as a one-time decision. I think we should, really try to make it be data-based. It's just too important for our individual feelings about a scenario to drive the decision. So if we build a budget based on scenario B, we keep reassessing whether we're on A, B, or C in the fall, say Q1 of the fiscal year, and then we do an update then. I also want to make sure that council members spend some time on packet page 330, which is the budget guidelines. I think we should take a position on whether we should utilize some of the reserves as a bridge for a year or two, whether we should go below the minimum targets. This is a really unusual recession. It's not a normal recession. None of us really know how the world's going to recover, whether it's things will permanently change, we're going to go back to the way it was before. And to me, this is really what these budget reserves are for, is a situation like this. You know, we've also heard the idea that, you know, should we consider stretching out the CIP? I also wanted to point out guidelines 4 and 5 on business process redesign and alternative service delivery. I think we need some big ideas, and I'm wondering if we can incentivize staff to get really creative on doing things differently. I know we always try to think of that, but you know, it's time maybe where there's some things that we really need to radically redesign the way we do some things that would give us some underlying savings. So that's kind of where my head is. I'll stop there, but I would suggest that it's time that we start to get to some motions and thinking about kind of what kind of direction we want to give staff. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, I think I'm going to align myself with a bunch of what I think the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Cormack were talking about a little bit. You know, as we look at these things, you know, the TOT. Yeah, I think we're all throwing darts, right? So I think it's going to be real hard for us to get a lot of, you know, certainty on that without sort of seeing how that evolves. And so, I mean, it just means there's a big range here, and we just got to be prepared to deal with that. I actually think property tax is a little more interesting at this point in time for us. And so yes, I agree with the Vice Mayor on the dynamics of how that works, and maybe disagree slightly with Councilmember Tanaka on that one. I actually think that there might be a little bit of upside in the property tax forecast, though I wish we were going to have more certainty by March, right? And I think staff's right to be conservative. But sort of the discussion of scenario B and scenario C, you know, I mean, scenario C seems, I mean, the temptation is to be really, really conservative and go for scenario C. But, you know, I think having a little bit of potential upside in the property tax makes me more comfortable with scenario B as a base planning tool, because there's some cushion there. And also, to Councilmember Burt's point about the capital plan, or to Vice Mayor Burt's point about the capital plan, you know, the surplus gap line, that 6.7 million and so forth that we're talking about, you know, that includes the capital transfer. Okay, and so we have a way to, you know, we have a way to sort of modulate that, which is the capital transfer. And we just put the public safety building at the top of the capital plan, right? And in keeping with the principle of in the budget principles of you know, not using one-time expenses to cover ongoing expenses and vice versa, we put the public safety building at the top of the list. And that sort of, you know, we shouldn't be totally surprised if we have to drop some things off the bottom of the list, right? And I think that's going to be one of our tools. Although I think I'm not sure. I think the term "stretching out the plan a couple of years" that may be overly polite. Right? I think, in fact, the remedy is we may have to accept that we're just not going to do some things on the plan, which is inherent in the prioritization process that we just went through a big piece of last week. So, with that as a summary. Right, and I'm happy to move it if you want to move, if you want a motion, is that that we do what's in the bold do what's in the bold text, which uses scenario D as the baseline, but relentlessly update as we get more information in.
I'll second that. Staff,
you want to?
Can you put that slide up again? just so you get the language. So could the bold part there, could you move that over to a motion, I guess?
Right.
Right. So Christine, actually, if you can go to the final slide that has the full recommendation on it, or Jessica will bring it up. So then we'll just amend number or letter A.
And then, yeah, we haven't talked much about the long-range financial forecast, but I thought that was, I thought the 10-year outlook was, you know, that was realistic, and I thought, so that's good. Right? I mean, growth is not going to be zero over time, but you know, I don't think any of us is expecting a V-shaped recovery anymore.
So just to speak to my second again, I think we may want to consider some tweaks to the budget guidelines, but we'll start with this motion, and if any other council member agrees, you know, I'd be open to some modifications. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, thank you. I agree with this foundational approach, and would like to offer an amendment or so that complements it, I think. So there are three parts to this, that they'd be requests for staff to return with versions of scenario B, whereby we, one, review extending and or dropping certain portions of the 5-year capital plan. The second is to evaluate whether to finance any elements of the capital plan. In this case, I'm thinking principally about the remaining fire station at these exceptionally low interest rates. That comment's not part of the motion. And then thirdly, as the mayor had talked about, look at one-time modest reductions in the budget stabilization reserve to provide a bridge while we address strategic changes to our operating expenses.
You know, my inclination is to accept that as friendly. I'll listen to what the vice mayor says too. But let me ask a question on this first. Are you anticipating that this be separate from the normal budgeting process we're going to go through in a couple months? And also, do you want this to come back to council or to finance committee?
I think that it would be part of the budget process as scenarios that we evaluate early in that process, and that it go first to the finance committee. Then
okay, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and then to the council, and it have to be really. I guess I should revise that. When I think through the timing, if it doesn't precede the normal finance budget process, we really won't have an opportunity to integrate it in that, and staff won't. So I would revise that. I would say that it needs to come to the finance committee before the commencement of the budget process, so that the committee can look at that and make a recommendation to council or present the council with alternatives.
Again, I think you're just saying this is part of the scenario for the budget process. It's just, if I understand this.
Well, it's got to be a different timeline. Otherwise, staff won't have the opportunity, I don't think, to really incorporate that in the budgeting. I mean, I guess I can defer to staff and see whether if we waited until May basically to review these other scenarios, would you still have time to adjust them and incorporate them in the budget, or would you prefer that we look at this in, say, April?
I will say that I'm sure the budget team's anxiety is through the roof right now, because this is essentially, if we were to bring this in April, you know, you're talking about 3 different proposed budgets, and you know, there's not enough time to go through those machinations.
I'm really thinking about adjusting what you have in this report under these scenarios.
Yeah.
So you've got your long-term forecasts.
Oh, then maybe I'm not understanding.
Yeah. So you look at turning these 3 knobs, and what are the implications of that?
But so then one point of clarification, Vice Mayor, in turning these knobs. So for example, if we were to reduce the transfer to infrastructure, would you just want to know what that does to the bottom line? Or like, would the council want to know what that does to the bottom line in terms of your operating margin? Or would the council also want to know what the impacts are of that, obviously, in terms of the projects that would need to be pushed out?
Well, let me try on this. Let me try on this one for a second, and maybe I'll get this wrong. But you know, as the vice mayor was going through this, what was going through my mind was not sort of a series of scenarios, but the principle was basically prioritizing the capital plan, right? And so, you know, so we would have a view of, okay, if you know, if we decide, you know, we're going to spend X% less on the capital, or on the capital transfer, then here's the things that drop off. And so it was more like a list than you know, than 5 different scenarios.
Gotcha.
Did I say that right?
I think so, but I'd put that in the capital adjustments in 2 buckets. One, things that would be extended on the time horizon. So maybe it goes from 5 years to 7 years. And the second, as you said, there may be some things that we just don't include in that 7-year plan. And this is consistent with what I was asking staff for a couple weeks ago when we were looking at the capital plan, is to really get an objective appraisal of which things must be done in the time horizon that they're currently scheduled for, and which things would be in a normal time preferable and doable, but not in this time frame.
So I would accept this as a friendly amendment if we want to.
If I might ask, just in terms of the exercise ahead of us, the one perhaps threshold question that I am having trouble getting past is that the outcome of Vice Mayor, what you just described, would likely be a set, maybe a dollar package, $1 of project deferrals that could be brought forward. I think the challenge I have with that is it's one-time funds. And so while providing a set of cash that could perhaps be used next fiscal year, it would still only be one-time funds.
I don't agree that it's one time. When we look at, if we look at things that come off the capital plan, that's another thing. That's not one time. But if we move this time horizon out 7 years, that's not one time. That's moving all those numbers out and through a recovery period. And it's not, I've heard that refrain that this is one time, and it's not. And the other thing is that, as you've stated, we are a city that provides services, and we're not talking about adding services. We're talking about how deep we're going to cut. And as Councilmember Cormack alluded to, our community hasn't really experienced the impacts of many of these cuts yet, because we're hibernating.
Well,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. me go ahead and finish. And
Yeah,
maybe I can
so
sort of rephrase a
I
little
think
bit
that,
here.
that we need to look objectively at how aggressive of a capital plan we should be having in the midst of an economic crisis. And whether all these things need to be continued at a record pace in the middle of an emergency. It just doesn't make any sense on the face of it. And we haven't made that fundamental adjustment in our thinking. I'm somebody who worked for a better part of 8 years to build that infrastructure plan up. I'm not letting go of it willy-nilly.
Yeah. You know, I think we may have a little bit of semantic variation here, right? Which is, you know, so in a concrete sense, if we take the Rinconada Park project, which is $6 million, you know, and we delay it 1 year, then we get a one-time savings. So here's the one-time thing. The one-time savings of the capital cost of $6 million. If we delay it outside your 7-year window, I don't see what the difference between that and killing it is. So that's fine, right? Right. So I think, you know, as long as we're consistent with ourselves about, are we talking about delaying something a year or two versus delaying it outside the window of planning, right? Then I think as long as we're precise about those things, then I think we don't get into the one-time versus recurring thing that you know we need to make sure we don't get into. So as long as we're cognizant of that, I think we're okay.
There are things, and I do want to bring back that on the number 2 there is what the mayor had brought up a couple weeks ago. I mean, the Fed is basically subsidizing interest rates like we've never seen, and historically we had inflation rates that exceeded interest rates that we had high interest rates and high inflation rates. And now we've got a situation where we have interest rates that have been pushed down even below what are going to be probably for the next few years, fairly low inflation rates. And the Fed is saying, please borrow money and we'll subsidize it. Well, if you look at like that fire station, and if we add that on to what we finance, that really over a 20-year period, it spreads out that expense. We didn't drop that project, but we financed it. And how many of us, we think about this on just, if you're going to buy a house, there are people who buy homes all cash, but I'm not sure how good of sense it makes if you can get a 30 or a 15-year loan at a couple percent interest, whether it's makes good sense to buy that house all cash.
Okay, so let's move on, guys. You guys are having a kind of in-depth conversation.
I would say, as the maker of the motion, I'm okay with that. The way that I would hope staff would interpret it as of point 2 there is, it's an interesting thing to think about. It sort of raises the hairs on the back of your neck a little bit. So I think we need to be careful of it. And I think it'll inform the discussion once we know sort of, okay, what are we going to have to drop off the capital plan to sort of start looking at those kinds of things, right? So as long as that's enough flexibility for staff, then I would accept it.
And if I might add, in terms of time frame, that I believe what we're referring to is between now and, let me just kind of suggest this, between now and April, the ability for us to use call it the detailed review of the CIP as a potential mitigation to what will otherwise happen with the operating budget. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
So I'm going to be really honest with council in that I think that timing is very problematic for staff capacity. We have a mid-year budget review that's coming at the end of this month, early March. Departments and us are actively working on reviewing budget proposals, balancing scenarios, et cetera, and then pulling it all together takes a few weeks, to be honest. So to add on this layer in the middle of that period of time, I am very nervous, in all honesty, about capacity. And normally I wouldn't bring this up, but we're talking about a period of time where the staff that's working on this stuff is working 7 days a week already to meet the timeframes. So it's not a flex of, oh, let's just do a few more hours here and there. So it really, of anything I've ever had, this one concerns me a lot. And I wonder if I might make a suggestion that could ease this, but still accomplish, or rather give the Finance Committee an opportunity to review these, is that when staff brings forward proposed budgets, that included in those proposed budgets, we also provide these additional models, for lack of a better word, or options. I think options is probably a better word. We bring forward these options. So when the Finance Committee reviews the proposed budgets, they'll see and be able to review the, the overall comprehensive balancing strategy, but also review alternatives to that strategy. And as part of those May discussions, go through these conversations like you've discussed of prioritization of CIPs that staff can bring forward, the list has been described by the council. And ultimately we can do that work at the Finance Committee level and then bring forward something to council that has worked through these components.
So let me,
Would that be amenable?
I think so. Let me ask a clarifying question just to make sure I understand it, a test case. So right now, the projection is that we're going to assume that a capital transfer in fiscal 22 of, I think it's like 15 million or something like that. Is that right?
Well, the base transfer in 22 is only 7 million.
Total transfer, base plus TOT.
Got it. Then yes.
Okay. Suppose council was to come back in June and say, in the May-June budgeting process, and you say, we just can't do it, okay? We got to cut the capital transfer to $11 million for fiscal 22 instead of 15 million. It's the only way we can make ends meet. The process that you just suggested, would that give us the ability to make an intelligent choice for how we implement that?
I believe so. Staff can prepare prior to the Finance Committee meetings and adjust during those meetings, between the meetings and the wrap up, based on feedback from the committee itself. I think obviously, I think there's some level of desired changes to the process from last year, but ultimately, if the committee or the council remembers, we did make changes to the CIP and staff brought forward, project adjustments. The committee, not the committee, it's council of the whole, I apologize. The council of the whole at that time said, nope, I don't want to touch the proactive pension funding. Go tell me what 1.6 million looks like in terms of additional capital rebalancing. And at that time, staff brought that forward, the council approved it, and off we went. So I think this is just a modification of that process of allowing more upfront what those potential options would be, so that the committee can have that informed discussion and look at metering those priorities that staff frankly is already planning on doing as part of the budget development. We've heard the council loud and clear, and I think we can work it into that process. And potentially what we can do is also strategize, or I'll work with Chair Cormack on the schedule. And potentially we look at the CIP side before we look at the operating side in terms of the items that we review. And that way we can adjust in that period.
So, yeah, I think
So,
what you're
so
proposing
make her the, Pat, it's your amendment. Are
I'm
you okay
good.
with that?
I thought it would be easier the other way, but if that's what staff thinks, I'm fine with that.
I do.
Sorry.
Just one comment. I suspect we may need to come back between now and then with some more specificity on when we talk about dropping certain portions of the 5-year capital plan to flesh out what the criteria might be or ways to describe that in a little more specificity.
Well, that's in essence what I was talking about. So I don't know if we just weren't communicating, but I agree with that.
Yeah, so if I hear, and again, thank you, Director Nosey, for stepping in there. I think what you described is what I was envisioning. Not sure what happened to the motion on the screen.
Yeah, what happened to the amendment?
But, move down.
It was amended.
Yeah, so we're keeping this motion. We're just saying you're going to incorporate it as part of the process. I think when you get back to council, at some point you need to check in with council on the whole infrastructure plan, right? Or come back with some options. I mean, the finance committee should weigh in, but there's going to be some big decisions. I think you may need to keep some options when you get to council.
So, Mayor, do we need to change the wording of C there rather than prior to the budget process to say as part of the budget process?
Yeah, part of the budget process.
If that's the change, that's fine. Listen, it's getting late. I see a couple more hands. I think this was a good discussion and some good changes. Let's try to see if we can focus this. Councilmember Stone, your hand was up. You haven't spoken yet.
Sorry, yeah, I accidentally lowered. Are you calling on me, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I think everybody else has spoken this round, but you.
I'll just keep my comments very short then, because I'm concurring with most everything that's been said. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, as far as making sure that these decisions are based on data, and so that's why I like motion A here. That's going to be important. I agree with what the Vice Mayor has been saying as far as making sure that we are taking a really hard look at our infrastructure plan and making the difficult decisions. I agree with Councilmember Filseth when he said, the public safety building is clearly our #1 priority on that, but that means then that things are going to have to drop off on the bottom. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that coming back towards us. And then really with the rest of my colleagues as well, I think almost unanimously, just a pessimistic outlook as far as these different scenarios and agreeing that I think it's, I think scenario A is way out of there, and likely we're going to see a much slower return. But so I think this motion supports all of that, and I'm happy to support it.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Koo.
Okay, just to be clear, some of us had a lot of conversation. I'm perplexed about why we're concluding scenario A in part A. I haven't really heard anybody say that it should be there. Is it extra work for staff to do A in part A?
That's a good point. It's really to reassess where we are, right?
Okay, well, maybe we could
What,
take out A.
what would staff like it to say instead of scenarios A, B, and C? Or is that what you meant?
I mean, I think Councilmember Filseth, we're more generally thinking that whatever scenario the council would choose, that we would update based on that.
Right.
Okay.
How about just get rid of scenarios A, B, and C and say reassess in fall 2021?
That works.
Works for me. Don't want to give them more work than they already have.
Cool.
B is fine. C has been updated. I am not going to read C1. What I'm going to hear is we're going to prioritize the infrastructure plan, because that's not really what I see there, but that's what I heard. So that's all good. C2 is certainly worth contemplating, only for high value things. I'm going to be hard pressed to do C3. The budget stabilization reserve is what we used to continue to pay our staff when this all hit. Now already the amount is so much lower because the percent is off the lower base. So I'm not sure what that looks like. I recall the strategic changes that were made before was mostly outsourcing things. That's what I recall. I don't know how much else we have that can be outsourced. So I agree with the mayor that maybe we have to think about doing some things differently. Maybe we just can't do everything. And I don't know that that's strategic, but I think that might be a hard choice we have to consider. Thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
I just wanted to ask, included in a capital plan is also repairs to buildings that needs repair or anything that needs replacement, right?
Yep.
Okay. And I wanted to also find out in your development guidelines, number 3, ensure appropriate resources allocated for City Council's existing priorities. Is there any way for us to get an idea of what that amount would be?
At this moment, no. However, staff does have on their work plan to bring back the community and economic recovery work plan that the council had given us direction to reassess some additional projects. So I hope that that will assist in bringing some clarity on some specific projects, as well as that's something that we can take a note for ourselves as we're communicating what's included in the proposed budget to make sure we're highlighting those areas.
And that would help us a lot too. So thank you for that. And for the most part, I do agree with what the Vice Mayor had proposed, as well as the motion that Councilmember Filsef and the Mayor has proposed. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, and then we're going to vote on this motion. We can't hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Can staff bring up slide number 11, please? Okay, while they bring that up, my question is for part B of the motion, which line is it on this graph here for that we're voting on for motion B, or part B of the motion?
It's the green line, scenario B.
Okay, so that's going to be the long range financial forecast for B. Okay. Now, I guess let me ask, and maybe keep this up here because I think it's a good chart to look at. This is it's kind of like what our assumption is. What happens if and I in general I do like the data approach. The only problem is there's a long lag in the data from when we actually get it. So what happens when we get the numbers finally and B is not happening? Maybe it's scenario C or D or something else. What do we do as a city? What happens? Can staff talk about that?
We adjust.
Okay, and how do we?
Well, let me drill it down a little bit, and Director Nozay and others can correct me if I'm misstate. So just in terms of the process going forward, what we just said, while we talked about it in the context of the long-range financial forecast, I think mechanically and the next steps are important. What we're talking about tonight will be the input for the next fiscal year budget, which you'll see coming back in May. And based on, to your point, what if we say it's not happening? Based on the direction tonight, the inputs we're talking about will feed the budget for next fiscal year, which again is July 21 to June 22. In fall of 21, there will be another check-in for a confirmation of assumptions. Are we tracking as forecast, or is it higher or lower? On that basis, we can make additional adjustments in the fall of this coming fall, 21, for any future adjustments. Based on the discussion that we just had regarding the capital improvement plan, that plan, if we were too optimistic, will be reflecting some forecasts in the 5-year CIP that will perhaps need to be scaled back. So again, by this fall, we'll have another opportunity to see if the 5-year outlook needs to be scaled back, or perhaps could be made a little more robust if we're too pessimistic.
Some of the Excel junkies are going to be looking at 5 years from day one too.
So my concern is it's not too hard to spend more money, but it's pretty hard to spend less money because we're planning for certain things. We're planning for certain raises, or planning for certain expenses, or we make commitments to certain contractors. And so it's actually pretty hard to pull it back. And so, I mean, I'm just looking at the graphs here, but if you look at this graph, this is kind of like a line like that. Scenario B is kind of parallel, somewhat parallel to the. I wish I had a ruler here because I can't really draw, but it's kind of somewhat parallel to the biggest boom cycle in American history. And I would love for us to have back-to-back boom cycles, for us to have, another greatest expansion in GDP in American history, but I don't know if we can bank on it. And so that's what makes me concerned that we might be, I'm a little bit more, I'm actually more with Councilmember Cormack in terms of maybe part of C versus like banking on B. But, I do agree that we are all kind of guessing here. It's hard to know. But I think the thing I'm worried about is come fall, we might be doing emergency cuts versus planned cuts. And when we do emergency cuts, we cut things that maybe we wouldn't have cut had we known ahead of time. So for me, I rather that we, I'd rather be a little bit more conservative, and we could all spend more if it looks like, oh wow, things are coming back in this total V-shaped recovery. Great, okay, we could spend more. That's not too hard. We know how to spend money. But if we're off, right? If we don't have the second greatest expansion back to the first one we had in the first 10 years, we're kind of in a tough spot, right? We're going to be cutting things that the community really cares about. We're not going to be able to deliberate as much because we're going to be in a big panic at that point. So I'm going to ask the mayor to split the motion. I will not support A and B. I will support C. I think C makes sense, that part of the motion. But to me, it's just reckless to plan for something which I just don't see another amazing American, another huge expansion coming back. I hope we do, but I don't think we could bank on it. And I don't think hope's the plan. So I'll not be voting on A and B, but I will vote for C. Thank you.
I'm not going to split the item tonight. I think we should vote on it as a package. So seeing no more hands.
Actually, sorry. Can the city attorneys please comment on that? I thought it's a rule.
Can I see the motion, please? The rule is that if it is able to be entirely separated and there's a request, then it should be split. What's the piece that you wish to split?
Part C.
I don't know, Kylie, is that totally separate? It sounds like what you've been talking about is building it into all of the budget work that you're going to do under A.
Yeah, I mean, C contemplates that it's all stemming from scenario B. So,
that's fine. I'll just vote no on it. That's fine.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Okay, and just to be clear, Molly, I thought there was some mayor discretion on this. So it's if it is feasibly split, we should split it.
That's correct. That's what the rule says.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and vote on the item. I think we're starting with me, so I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So 6-1. I'm going to suggest we take a short break. I know Nicolo has been online for a while. And again, when we get to item 12, what we're going to do tonight, I think, is parts 1 and 2. And we're going to continue part 3. So if you can just focus your attention on the guidelines, and then we'll move on to item 13. So let's come back at 10:30, please.
I just want to warn the council that, Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines hits her stride around this time. Then it's around 2 a.m. that she really peaks in terms of her energy level. So hold on to your hats.
Don't oversell it, Ed. I'm struggling today. I think I did too much 2 a.m. working yesterday. I'm hitting a wall.
I was going to say, don't you have like some younger folks to like take care of at that hour of the night?
That's when they're resting. That's when she gets her work in. It's terrifying. That's when she sends emails to the rest of senior staff.
I try not to, but sometimes I still push send. Yeah, it's an ongoing struggle. Tons of fun.
I can relate. Every night I get up at 2 a.m. and do Excel spreadsheets for a couple hours and then go back to bed.
Just for fun.
You're the same, right?
Totally.
Okay, I think we're back. Should we go ahead and move on to item number 12? And is there a staff presentation on this one?
Go ahead, Ms.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I will be super brief. I'm going to still share screen, but my presentation is very, 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 very short, and preserving most of the time for you to speak with Mr. DeLuca, who's also on the line. So people can see my screen. Alrighty. So the item that's before you today, as the mayor mentioned, good evening, Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. The item before you today is the adoption of the legislative guidelines for federal and state, as looking at the citywide guidelines as well as the utilities related guidelines. So this is something that comes up each year. The legislative guidelines, I just screenshotted it here on the screen for you, so you have a sense of where to look for it in the staff report. But essentially, the categories are what they've been for a couple of years. There was one new one added most recently. So it's transportation, environmental, financial, public employment, technology, housing, and then most recently, the police and police reform was added to the list. And essentially, the adoption of these guidelines usually goes on consent. It's authorization for us to let our state and federal advocates go and advocate on behalf of Palo Alto at the state and federal level in Sacramento and DC. So the utilities legislative guidelines are a similar concept. They were approved by the Utilities Advisory Commission in November last year. The citywide guidelines were approved by Policy and Services in December. So this item before you today is asking for authorization on both of those. We also wanted to preserve a little bit of time for you to just get a lay of what Sacramento's looking like in terms of the timeframe, the calendar, and what has been proposed very high level thus far. So I'll turn it over to our advocate, Mr. Nicolo DeLuca, who is with Townsend Affairs, and he can give that sense of where Sacramento is and where things are going out of, I know it's late our time, but our federal lobbyist is in DC, so we did not ask him to attend this evening because it's even later there. But if there are specific questions that you'd like us to convey to our federal lobbyist, I can definitely bring that conversation back as well. But I know the state legislation is one that we all have a lot of energy around, so Nicolo is here to chat with us today. So I'll turn it over to Nicolo, and we'll go from there.
Wonderful. Ms. Gaines, thank you to the mayor, vice mayor, and council members, city manager and staff. Nicolo DeLuca here from Townsend Public Affairs. Really appreciate the invitation to be part of this discussion this evening. So quick snapshot of where things stand in Sacramento. And to use analogies, if this was a marathon, we'd probably be at about mile 2. As you know, bill introduction deadline, and it's on this slide, is February 19th. So what that means is bills need to be publicly introduced by the 19th. We're expecting many spot bills, which, as you all know, is essentially just a shell bill. And then over the next few weeks and few months, through March and April, those legislative proposals will be further fleshed out and committees will help build them out. Once a bill, as you know, is introduced, it needs to sit in its respective house for 30 days, meaning it cannot be amended or touched. Topics that are expected to dominate the legislature's time this year is, of course, COVID relief, COVID response, climate resiliency, housing, homelessness, social equity, and police reform. I love data, I love numbers. Through January, 625 bills, plus or minus, have been introduced. About 25 of those are spot bills and about 250 of those are intent bills. We're expecting about 2,000 more to be introduced by the February 19th deadline. So whereas Ms. Gaines sends, I guess Excel spreadsheets at 2 a.m., myself and my coworkers, we go through all these bills so we can make sure we're on top of everything for you all. So that's where the legislature is. Where the governor and his administration is, as you know, they got through the eviction moratorium last week. There's the state and federal funds for tenant relief. So they've got through that massive deadline. And then, of course, the governor's administration, they're laser focused on getting out the vaccine, working to reopen schools, and then looking at getting the economy open again. So I am happy to answer any questions, get into greater detail, but just want to thank you all for your time this evening and for staff's time too.
And so just wrapping up the staff presentation, and I know there'll be lots of questions and answers. I just wanted to also share this quick screenshot. This is the type of information we'll be tracking. I know many of you are familiar, but it's whose bill it is, where it is in the process, and a summary of the bill. This type of information will be updating frequently and making sure that the council is aware of bills in those categories of our legislative guidelines that are of interest to the council. So with that, just summing it up, the request for council today, a recommendation is adopting the 2021 legislative guidelines, the citywide ones, as well as the utilities legislative guidelines for this year. And then the conversation, as the mayor mentioned, we would bring back later for further discussion of other bills of interest. So with that, I will stop sharing and we'll take any questions.
Actually, could you put that screen back up, please?
Yes. Slowly, but yes.
So I just want to be clear. I think the proposal is, given the hour, and maybe we should number these things, that last slide, that we would complete, the first two things, which are the state and the legislative and the utilities guidelines. And then we would continue the last sentence there. So that will come back to council for a future meeting. Just to be clear what the proposed motion is tonight. Let's go to the public and let's do 2 minutes per speaker.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We have two speakers, Aram James and Rebecca Eisenberg. You have 2 minutes. Aram, go ahead.
Is it Mr. DeLuca? Is that, am I getting that name correct? My questions would be to you and Ms. Gaines, if she knows this, but I believe at least one member of our city council is talking about our lobbyists trying to do something about undoing the encryption of police radio communications. I'm also sent you all around an article, I think the state of Hawaii now, in reference to police complaints that have been sustained, are releasing the names, just like when a public defender messes up, it gets reported to the state bar. So I'm wondering about that and what's leading the league, so to speak, in terms of police reform. Last year, there was a bill on to, make certain that cities knew, so to speak, when a bad cop was being transferred into another department after they'd been fired or released, and that bill didn't pass. Can you speak to that? And also maybe the other 4 or 5 primary reforms that are looking at it. As far as last year's passage, signing by the governor, by our now Secretary of State, Shirley Weber, the California Reparations Act and the Commission, are you seeing any push through the state bills to push onto the local city councils to also have reparation commissions so that we can deal with the elephant in the house, in the room, so to speak, that nobody wants to talk about, is that Palo Alto owes a huge debt of reparations to African Americans. Nobody wants to talk to me about it. The R word, the reparation word, just seems to be something folks can't even get out their mouth for a conversation. Hey, I don't know where it comes out. I don't know what's right or wrong on it. But folks, Can we have that conversation? Is the state going to mandate that kind of conversation at the city council level, starting with reparations and housing, medical access, services, generally education, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aaron. And our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, you have 2 minutes.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, this is very exciting that you're looking at this. I guess I just want to offer a few requests that I hope you'll think about as you consider the laws that have been passed and those that may pass in the future. First of all, please try to get along with the other kids. Please stop sending so many nasty grams and angry letters claiming poverty and making others hate us and laugh at us. Given that 80% of our land is owned by large corporations that Palo Alto intentionally chooses not to tax, it just makes us look like idiots when you continue to claim that we can't afford to do things like housing. Second, I hope that when you discuss the laws that have been passed, you treat these laws like they are, like laws, not as guidelines, and that these laws apply to everyone, including Palo Alto. For example, you all love to complain about how unfair these RHNA housing requirements are, but every single city has them. It's just Palo Alto that has been doing such a terrible job. Currently, as far as I read, the worst in the state in terms of building things like very low income housing. We still have only provided 43 units out of our requirement of how many, like 3,000. We can do better than that. Third, I hope that when you talk about how you want to lobby for the, for and against laws, you remember, please remember City Council and City Council's lobbyists paid with our taxpayer money. Please remember that approximately half of our community rent their homes rather than own them, and that these renters have just never been appropriately represented in government at any level. So please don't fight against things like tenant protections or protections against evictions. Half of your voters are renters. Remember that. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Great. Okay. And we'll come back to council again. We have these two sets of guidelines to approve tonight. Obviously, Nicolo's here, so we can ask some questions. I'd like to start with either Councilmember Felseth or Councilmember Koo, who was on policy and services when these were discussed. Can one of you kind of share what the changes are from maybe the previous year? Councilmember Felseth.
I wish I remembered. Lydia, any thoughts?
No, staff had actually provided a lot of good points, and most of them were adopted by the policy and services. However, I was the vote that did not approve it simply because there were some things that I had questions about and would like to see some changes. Given we were in, I think it was December when we went through this, and we had experienced COVID, and then we also knew about new laws that were coming out. And I think that we should have a stronger legislative guideline.
Okay. Councilmember Felseth, is your hand up?
Yeah, I actually had a couple of questions, right? One on the guidelines. How important is the exact wording here? Is that something that we should spend a lot of time smithing, or is close good enough?
Like all things, close is good enough.
Yeah. Oh, this isn't a document that gets passed out in Sacramento, right? This is for us, between us and Nicola. First of all, hi, Nicola. Thanks for standing up.
Councilmember, it's always good to see you. This document, in my commercials, this document's extremely helpful, and it's perfect as it is, because it gives me my direction and our team our direction. And it also gives us some flexibility because, as you know, sorry, you just moved. As you know, in Sacramento, things come and go quickly. So I think this is helpful. I don't think you need to wordsmith, and it gives us the direction we need.
Okay. Then I actually wanted to ask a question, which is Sacramento unexpectedly got another windfall in their budget, this
Yeah,
year.
the additional.
What are they gonna do with
10.3.
it?
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
What are they going to do with it?
That's a great question. If you ask the assembly leadership has been focused over the years on getting homeless funding to cities, to counties, to COCs. They're all very focused on business revival, small business support. On the Senate side, they're also talking about things along those lines. There's a greater discussion on how quickly to get schools open, how quickly to get the vaccine out. What to do for first responders and others. So I think in no order of priority, we're hearing that they'd like to spend the surplus on homelessness funding, on getting the vaccine out faster, and on small business support.
Interesting. So is there a possibility we can get funding for homeless support and services?
There very much is a possibility, probably more than likely working through your county or the COC continuum of care. But absolutely, that's something that we've been talking with the city manager and Chantal about. And now we, kind of lay that groundwork and what have you.
Okay, super. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt, and Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks. So it's a sound outline. There are some areas that I think have been evolving that we may want to still capture. And I appreciate what we want is these guidelines to be, in most cases, broad, so that we have the latitude within a framework to be able to address specific pieces of legislation. But there's a few places where they're pretty specific and narrow. So under generally the theme about breadth or latitude, one is I don't see anything on renter protections and our support for addressing renter protections. Second, in the issues of both police reform and social equity, we have a current issue on really around having latitude for addressing transparency. We have this whole encryption issue. Are you familiar with it, Nico?
Yes, the city manager has briefed me on that in Chantal.
Yeah, so I don't see anywhere in here that a broad statement really seems to address that. I'm not looking to, be so narrow as to prescribe specific legislation. And the other question I have is really on how within this framework we have a structure to be able to respond in a focused way in real time on certain legislation that we think is particularly important. And there's a gazillion bills that are introduced, but there are certain ones that by nature of who introduces them or whether the governor's behind it or whatever, they are having a lot more prominence, and we either may want to strongly support them or strongly oppose them. And so I want to, that's aside from the specific guidelines, that's really about how do we, as a council and a city, have more of a rapid response team. Like we used to in high-speed rail. Back when that was going through, we had residents who were acting as auxiliary monitors for legislation and had great real-time tracking of certain areas that we really cared about. So can you tell me what you think about both those categorical areas that I suggested and about our process and how we could go about that?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Chantal, sorry.
I was going to just point out for the renter protections as well as the encryption pieces of it, I think that really easily those can be kind of sub-bulleted, or we can make something a little more generic in the police area for the encryption part, as well as something in the housing one for the renter protection. So if those are things that are of interest to the council, I would say we can just put that in the motion and we'll add those to the guidelines for adoption. And then Nicolo can speak to the real-time response.
Absolutely. So something that we've been discussing is really when it comes to legislation and just like what you said, Vice Mayor, I mean, there's thousands of pieces of bills out. We don't want to get bogged down on focusing on too many. So what our recommendation would be is really 2 buckets. And the priority buckets for the city, which could include maybe some housing bills, some climate resiliency bills, maybe police reform, things of that nature. So let's just use round numbers, say that's like 15 to 20 bills where we're rolling up our sleeves, getting very active on. And it's not just letting our delegation know. We've got a great senator and obviously an assembly member who knows the city inside and out. It's the pro tem's office, it's the speaker's office, it's policy committee staff, folks that really kind of get involved in these bills. So we've got this one bucket of our priority bills, and then we've got the second bucket of bills that we're watching, but also maybe it's not so front and center for the city because you have many other things to work on, but we're keeping tabs on those. Another suggestion would be the P&S committee is a great location to discuss some of these legislations in greater detail. We're happy to come back, say maybe once a month, talk to them about some of the priority bills, what to work on. And a lot of this, and you know this well, a lot of this is also on relationships. So I know there's going to be some housing bills that the city's just not going to like. But instead of just, coming out oppose, what we want to do and what we recommend, and we've done this over the years, I think it's benefited the city is let's come out with some really thorough amendments, some thorough recommendations and say, hey, on behalf of Palo Alto, Senator or Assemblyperson X, we understand what you're trying to do. It doesn't meet our needs, but here's how we recommend that to help make changes to the bill to make this easier for us or more fathomable. So in a nutshell, 2 buckets, priority bucket, just using round numbers, 15 to 20 bills that we're really getting the nitty gritty on. Second bucket is other bills that we're watching. And then a recommendation of hypothetically monthly back to P&S committee to discuss some of these bills and actions.
And I neglected to mention kind of a third bucket, which is bills or legislation that we may want to try to have our local legislators carry. Senator Becker has got a whole set of climate-related bills and others that we could really participate in, and whether it's that or other subjects, I think that we have the opportunity now to think about whether for this legislative session or next year's some specific legislation that we and other cities may want to see if we can get sponsors for.
Sounds good.
5 minutes.
Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Ku.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Welcome, Mr. DeLuca. I was struck by your list of things that the state is focusing on because I think not quite in order, but definitely in the categories, that's what we ended up doing for our priorities as well. We couldn't choose the number we needed to, so we our list looks pretty much just like that one. So I think we're in good company. Just refreshing everyone's memory, I was unable to attend the Policy and Services meeting in December, and I want to thank the former mayor who stepped in for me at the time. I think we should recognize a few achievements. For example, I see in health that we've removed the vaping and flavored tobacco from last time. So I wonder though if we might have something we might want to add. We've spent so much time talking about testing and vaccines. We do have COVID covered here from an economic standpoint, but I just throw that out for my colleagues to think about. I think if there's ever been a year we've realized that health is the most important thing, this might be a year for us to think about what to put in there instead of that. Another topic that has certainly come up a little bit as we went through our really deep dive on the budget, and I was thinking about earlier today, is the changing way that people are buying things versus services and talking about sales tax reforms. I think we might have mentioned this with you the last time.
Correct.
We really should think about, and that's a tricky, difficult subject. I didn't see it on your list of things, but I have to believe that we aren't the only community that is reflecting on how sales tax is currently applied, and if it works for what we buy and if it works for who buys things. So that's one that I'd like to throw in there, sort of more on the medium term to think about. And that was what I had on those guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ku and then Councilmember Stone.
So I actually have a whole bunch that I wanted to add on, and maybe perhaps if it's allowed, you can help me go through which one can go into which bucket. Especially with our priorities, that where we have the social justice bit, want to make sure that some of the bills that went that was brought forward at the Capitol and did not go through, such as let me see here, I believe it was SB 731 and 776. So most likely they will return. Well, first I want to say hello, Mr. DeLuca. I'm sorry.
Councilmember, good to see you. I think you were speaking
Legislation.
about the decertification bill, which was Senate Bill 731 from Senator Bradford, and that's also what the caller mentioned. Yes, he's reintroduced that bill. And then I think the other bill you were talking about was from Senator Skinner, Public Records.
Right.
She's already reintroduced that bill also.
So obviously, you know, those are some things that the city are interested in, and we would add them under the policing, right? And then there was also another one that was SB 1550 that didn't go through. It's about the discriminatory emergency calls bill. I want to remember who did that. I can't
I think
remember.
that was Assemblymember Bonta might have done that one.
Okay, and so, you know, that would be another one in order to put in there for social justice. And I don't know, Mayor, is this something that has to be put forward as a motion for acceptance, or how
Yeah,
do you?
I think we need to get a motion on the table with all these different suggestions that have been thrown out.
Okay, in that case, I actually sent it to Beth and to Jessica. If you want to, I'm sorry. I mean, there's a lot that we have changes to, especially with our new priorities. So I think it was a little bit general for me when you look at putting it into buckets here.
Yeah, and just remember, Councilmember Ku, the third item talking about specific legislation, we're going to continue and have a conversation about.
Okay, specific legislation, but this is going to be just in general what we support and what oppose. So is that still?
These are general policies, not tied to specific bills.
No.
Yeah, you were talking about specific bills.
Oh, I was just making sure that social justice. Okay, I'm sorry. Can I share? Can you share the screen? Can you put up on the screen what I sent you, Beth or Jessica? On the first one, there is one that about aviation noise. Right now in the guidelines, it just says reduce airplane noise health impacts and / or airplane emissions. I think it needs to be a little bit more specific or general that and I put the wording up on the screen so that it identifies that is addressing the outdated, inadequate FAA definition of significant impact. And I think that goes to a federal person. There's also the telecommunication. The second one is protects local government authority over telecommunication facilities. If that is something that would be accepted, then I'd like to see if the lobbyists would also watch for any legislation that will protect local government. And second one goes with it. It's about collecting revenues. And given in our, COVID pandemic time where open space and parks are so important, if there's state funding for acquisition or development, then it would be great if we can look into supporting that as well. It goes with the second one as well. We're talking about sustainability and climate change all the time, but we tend to overlook the natural environment and biodiversity. So I'd like to see some support for that legislation as well, including our groundwater basins to address environmental restoration and recharge of our groundwater. And then also, if there's an opportunity for legislation that advocates for fair and proportionate representation at our county and regional boards, you know, we have VTA that is lopsided with one city that has a lot of members, and including also up at the MTC and ABAG level.
That is 5 minutes.
Yeah, so Councilmember Koo, I think we need to bucket these somehow and see if you have a second.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I went through this a lot to make sure that we included most of the things that was always missed out when we're looking into our priorities and not as focused.
Okay, so I'm struggling a little bit to see how we're going to include this.
Well, the other thing is that what we could do is have yeah, I don't see how we can have, I can go over it with Chantal, who can go over with Nicolo maybe, and see if we can bucket those and then bring it back.
Yeah. We need to have a motion tonight and we need to see if there's a second. Okay, so is there a second to Councilmember Koo's list?
Mr. Mayor, I might be willing to second it. I just can't see the entire motion on the screen yet to really be able to read through each point.
And if I can jump in, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Maybe it will be helpful to look at the list of guidelines. So I think if I'm understanding correctly, Councilmember Koo, correct me if I'm misstating, but it sounds like you're saying that the guidelines as existing are capturing a lot of what is of interest to you, but there are some additional things that you just want to make sure are covered in the work that Nicolo and his team and our federal lobbyist is doing. So maybe it's adopting the guidelines as presented today with some small tweaks and then just evaluating with some of these other ideas and maybe having that conversation at one of the policy and services check-ins. Is that kind of capturing where you're thinking with that, or am I pushing that too far?
No, more or less, it's just I'm saying that the guidelines that is presented now is way too general. So there are certain aspects that needs to be captured and it's not being captured. It can be read in any different way. So I wanted a little bit more specificity for our lobbyists to be listening to and to be making sure that there is support or opposition to. So certainly the way that you suggested, Chantal, would be a way to move forward. I'm sorry, Ms. Gaines.
Oh, good. I go by both.
So if we could scroll up a little bit. Yes, and so if C was, and to refer the following to policy and services for refinement. And I guess updating the guidelines. Is something like that acceptable?
Yes.
If I might, Mayor and Councilmember Koo, in effect, I think we've got as many guidelines as is in the draft. And so it's largely redoing what has already been advanced. So I do think it's a pretty significant effort to try to reconcile these additional 24 some odd elements with what has already been put forward. So I just want to manage expectations on how that might proceed.
Yeah, I'm sensitive to that. And then we also had 4 or 5 other suggestions from previous council members. So I'm wondering if we should just keep a list,
If you can take out number 9. I
have
think
that
it's
go to
already in
policy
there.
and services. It needs to be, refined quite a bit.
For example, under transportation, we didn't discuss telecommuting or work at home. I mean, that would fall under transportation, which we would want to support as a city, but it's not in here. And we haven't really spoken about making sure that our lobbyists up at the state or at the federal level lobby for it or to support it. So there are things that I would like to examine a little bit further. And so I appreciate if we can do that over at Policy and Services.
All right, so is there a second for this as it stands? Okay, so I'm not hearing a second.
Mayor?
Okay, so Vice Mayor Burt is seconding.
Well, I'm struggling with this. I agree in concept that we want to have some additional review. I don't want to determine on the fly tonight whether I concur with all of these, and I don't think any of us really can. That's part of the problem. The challenge we're facing is not that we're disagreeing, but to throw 25 of these things out there that are, many of them are pretty specific. That's just not what we can do at the council level, especially at this hour. So maybe if we, Councilmember Koo is chairing Policy and Services. So if we have a more general recommendation that policy and that we adopt tonight, the recommendations that are in the staff report, and refer back to Policy and Services consideration of input from council members, and we could I think the city attorney, if she can confirm this, we could submit in writing to Policy and Services Committee any individual things we'd like to have considered, just like we do on council priorities. Is that the right approach that we should take?
Not quite the analogous approach to council priorities. What the committee does with those is really more about grouping similar items and packaging them, as opposed to digesting and working with the recommendations of the full council in a committee format. It stretches the boundaries of what the rules are supposed to provide. I don't think it's a huge deal, though, if council members, so council members have additional items that they aren't prepared to submit to the clerk now, but would like to subsequently let Policy and Services know that they want the committee to discuss.
Yeah, Councilmember Cormack had a couple that I concurred with, plus some ones that I brought up that are more probably a little more larger buckets. And then I think that these, I just, Councilmember Cruz, I see many well thought and good recommendations here. I just don't understand how we're going to be able to tonight as a group figure out whether we really are comfortable with including all of them on the fly like this. That's just way too long of a list to do in this process.
Yeah, there's no problem sending this list to Policy and Services. It's the issue is the not at a meeting adding to it and then having it surface at Policy and Services. However, I don't think it's a big deal in this context, but we shouldn't make it a normal way of working.
So I would just suggest maybe we just add to this list tonight.
That
But
would be-
again, but not that all of these things will make it. I mean, they need to be kind of grouped and summarized, and many of them may be there in some form.
Yeah, so it says possible inclusion, so I think that's open enough. Okay. All right.
Also-
Well, sorry.
No, if I might add, and hopefully this is helpful, Nicolo mentioned earlier, perhaps parallel paths. There's, on the one hand, there are the guidelines that are specifically perhaps giving us the guidance on things that we either support or oppose as we see related items in bills. The other might be to, through the regular updates to policy and services, have our radar screen effectively tuned in ways that allow staff, committee members, and the community to identify issues of interest that can be raised in that way. So on that second method, I think what I'm suggesting, maybe in lieu of a list like this, to use those regular check-ins as the opportunity for any stakeholders to identify bills that maybe you mentioned TDM or again, ride-sharing programs, that if there's a bill that appears to have some potential to advance TDM programs, that it's discussed at PNS and that could have either come back to full council for action, or if to whatever extent it's already covered in one of the guidelines, to recommend a position that staff could then follow up on. So just perhaps a more general way of responding to the range of issues that Councilmember Koo has identified here. That quite frankly might shortcut the time and effort that it would take to amend these items into a revised set of legislative guidelines.
Yeah.
So I'll just say, if you don't mind, Mayor, when lobbyists and when this is brought back to us with the different bills, what Ms. Gaines has showed us on the screen was just a summary of the bills. There isn't any analysis on the pros and cons, which is also part of the problem. We can't really tell without that conversation or that understanding of what the pros and cons compare, the impacts to our community over here. So without knowing the pros and cons and the amendments and really keeping up, and like what Mr. Nicolo had said, there's expectation of over, how many did you say, 2,000 bills that's going to be coming on more? At this point, there's like 625, if I understand, and there's more to come. So it's just overwhelming to keep up with, and it has huge impacts to our city in so many ways. So if in not getting the analysis, this is the only other way that I can figure out how to do it, is to be a little bit more specific. At the same time, I understand that you want it to be general. So putting in the buckets is the best, although is a recommendation that is doable.
If it's okay, Mayor, for me to also weigh in, part of what's helpful with the guidelines as they are now, it almost gives me my mission to seek out and bring back these legislation, these bills on the various topics. I mean, there's a whole litany of bills we're not even talking about, whether it's like health or education. That's not on the document. That's something we care about, but it's not something we're focused on. So the way I see it is with the policy document, it gives me my orders and our team too. So we go out, look for all these different bills, talk to the different authors, others, and get some good information. And then Councilmember Koo, to your point, then what we would do would then bring them back to the PNS committee and talk about them. Because with all due respect, I'm not going to be able to tell you without a deep forensic dive with staff what the exact impact is on the city of Palo Alto. I'll have some general ideas based on our knowledge of local government, but I won't be able to, without getting really forensic with staff, be able to say, this is how it's going to impact you, X, Y, and Z. So to what the city manager was saying, the thought process was the PNS committee almost serves as a clearinghouse where we could have these longer, robust discussions on various topics. I mean, just seeing some of the recommendations here, whether it's on the police equity or others, I am aware of some of the bills, but for some of the other bills, such as on the environmental friendly programs, those are things that we're waiting to see to be introduced.
So to the maker and seconder, do you guys want to try to revise this? Maybe remove the list from the motion, but call out for review by policy and services. And again, we're gonna have a continuation to talk about some specific bills, hopefully in a meeting to be scheduled soon. Some of these things seem to fit into that to me.
And to clarify, I didn't go forward with the second.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Oh, so we didn't have to discuss it then.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was struggling with how to turn this into something that we could move forward on.
So Lydia, I would second this if we delete the list and we say in C, the policy and services will continue to discuss legislative guidelines, and check in with our lobbyists on a regular basis.
I will second that.
Well, I was amending Lydia's, so
sorry.
I don't know if you accept that.
Yeah.
But she would have to accept it first.
Yeah. Okay.
No, and you were seconding it.
Yeah, I was seconding.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so again, we're getting quite late. I haven't gone. Councilmember Stone, I don't think you've spoken yet. Let you go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm being one. Hi, Nicolo. Nice to meet you.
Councilmember, nice to meet you.
And thank you for staying up with us and presenting this. It's definitely helpful. I'm new to this process, and so I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around what's the best tool for you to be able to move forward, to really be able to understand where our policies and priorities are for this legislative agenda. I really from what I was able to see, and again, I never really had a chance to see the entire list that Councilmember Koo proposed, but from what I saw, I was very appreciative and supportive of almost everything that I did see. And so I thank Councilmember Koo for the work and thoughtfulness that she put into that list. And I'm glad to see it'll be coming to policy and services for us to be able to discuss further. I think that's important. I would have wanted to support it tonight, but again, not being able to be able to really take the time that's, I think, necessary to analyze it right now. And also I was moved by the arguments by some of the other council members as far as keeping this a little more broad. Is there ever a process where we provide an attachment to this, where lists like that are helpful, or does that kind of defeat the purpose of having this more broad memo? I guess that question's to anyone, council members, staff, Nicolo.
I'll give it to Nicolo.
I'm not familiar in years past of having an attachment. In years past, we've had, it's been adopted like this, and then I've come back with greater detail, and that would help us make some of our positions. I think in years past, as the years go on, we weigh in more and more on pieces of legislation. Primarily over the years, it's been housing, but there's also been some others on transportation, such as some of the various work that we've done in the past, but I'm not familiar with years past of doing an attachment. It's just been adopting the general framework. And then that brings us the opportunity to report back on bills and have the city weigh in formally. But I also want to make it clear, and not just to you, Councilmember Stone, but to others. I mean, we still have a lot of discussions on the city's behalf. They're informal discussions. It's reaching out to committee staff, to legislators, to others. And it's not until we actually have the formal letter that really hammers out our position. So even if this was, having the document is very helpful, and it allows me to get into greater detail, but we're still having many different conversations on the city's behalf.
And if I could add, Councilmember Nicolo, I don't recall if you were with us back prior to the last round of revisions that we did on the guidelines. We used to have much more voluminous guidelines, and I do think that they were found to be difficult to work with and to apply to specific bills when I think the distinction is really one of general themes versus kind of tactical issues that you do start seeing in the bills themselves. So the general themes are more helpful for us to be able to hone in on the bills that are likely to have the impact, and as Nicola said, kind of get in with the attempt to influence where they're headed. So just from that perspective of, I would say it's been 4 or 5 years since we dispense with the more detailed version of guidelines.
And Mayor, may I add one more thought?
Yeah, if I could go, then
sure.
Are you done, Councilmember Stone?
No, but I think Vice Mayor Burt may have been kind of helping answer my question.
Yeah, I would say that as much as we are frustrated by so much happening in Sacramento and legislation that impacts us or that we would like to have happen, the ability to have the bandwidth to take on the breadth of what we would ideally like to be able to do, I think is a real disconnect. I alluded back to when we had high-speed rail, and at that time in that specific area, if we had 20 pieces of legislation that we were trying to track and wade in on, that was a big task. If we have 2,000 pieces of legislation, or a third of that across all different categories, it is not within our capability. As much as we care about these things, it's just way beyond our bandwidth. So I really encourage us to regretfully recognize that we have to decide where we're going to focus.
Yeah, I agree. That makes sense. And Nicolo, does this more broad framework better help you, or would you prefer to see something with a little more specificity? Because the way I see this is this framework is really meant to help guide your work on our behalf. But if it's not helpful to you, then kind of what's the point?
I feel this is helpful because as we know, so many things happen in the Capitol, and having the general framework gives us our kind of our universe, what we're honing in on. And then from that, almost like what the Vice Mayor said, there might be some are like, that's a no-brainer, support it, but others are going to work on that. Or there might be some bills that are kind of wobblers, like, oh, that could have a negative effect on Palo Alto. So let's really get into it. Let's really spend a lot of time and make sure it goes the way that we want it to go. So the general framework, I think, is very helpful. This is our direction and also keeps us focused, which I think at times, not for the city, but in general for other cities, it could be a problem. There's so much out there, like the Vice Mayor said. We don't want to be chasing bills that maybe don't have much of an impact, or there's another reason why we're working on it. We want to be clear. This is what Palo Alto cares about. This is where we have a good place to stand, whether it's on environmental issues. We've got a great track record. Hey, state, look at us. We could be a great model. So that's the other thing. I know, unfortunately, a lot of times we just focus on the bad bills we don't like, but where's an opportunity to really highlight some of the great things that the city's doing that could be a statewide issue?
Great, thank you. That's helpful. And then just real quick, just a couple of follow-ups. I really liked, Nicolo, you mentioned earlier on, maybe we could start moving towards more recommendations rather than just saying no. I think that's a really great idea. And that's a frustration I often have when legislatures or just anyone is just constantly saying no, 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 without then proposing their own solutions. So I'd really like to see us move in that direction. I don't know what that would look like. What what would be the model for something like that? Have you done that with other cities that you represent?
Absolutely. Great question. And thanks for the commercial. So there was, I think maybe 2 years ago, there was a housing bill from a senator whose office is very easy to work with. And there was some concern. So we worked with that city's planning department, with the legislator's office, and with Policy Committee staff, and we drafted up some verbiage along historic districts. So it was a housing production bill, but there are some cities with older parts of town or, historic districts that's long been approved. We said, hey, look, legislature, we understand, you're working to do more housing production. However, we're the city of XYZ. We've taken all these steps to determine these structures are historic, or this district's historic. So can we please have an exemption? So we worked on it that way. So it was helpful, it was effective. I will say, I'm sure your planning department, your housing department, they have other projects to work on. I might not always want to work on state legislation, but that's definitely an example.
That's 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Great. So I just want to jump in and really just echo some of the comments that have already been made. So I think I'd like to see us support funding for unhoused programs. We are certainly seeing an increase in Palo Alto. Support for renter protections, which was already mentioned. Access for the press to police encrypted communications. It's been a hot issue. And I also support the comment about sales tax reform. I think that was well taken. And then also the policing bills that Lydia mentioned, the Skinner bill on records. We spent a lot of time last summer going through those bills, and we do have policing in our guidelines, but those were the additions that kind of stuck out to me. On the motion here, I do want to capture, I've said it like over and over tonight, but that we're going to continue to a meeting on certain discussion on specific bills pending in the state legislation. So if we could add that as item D. Yeah, specific bills pending in the state. So I think if we were on time tonight, I think there were some colleagues that had actually written a colleague's memo, and I think we were trying to include it in this item rather than have that go forward separately. So I just wanted to capture that. If everybody's good, can we go ahead and vote on this motion, and then we'll get to our final item tonight. Niccolo, thanks again for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, so I think we're starting with Councilmember Filseth this round.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. So we're on to our last item. Item number 13. Which is we had a resignation on policy and the Planning and Transportation Commission. And so there was some options on how we fill that position. Is there any staff report on this?
Yes, Mayor Du Bois, this is Beth Miner, the city clerk. We just have a really quick presentation. It shows the current recruitment that we just finished. That you're doing the interviews for on Wednesday, with those appointments coming on the 22nd. We were looking for direction tonight as to whether if council wanted to include the short-term resignation where it will end in December, or to do an additional 2-week recruitment, which is the middle in the PowerPoint on the screen, with a recruitment that opens tomorrow and then closes on the 23rd. You would do interview selection on the 8th, interviews on the 9th or 10th of March, and then an appointment March 22nd. If we held off on that opening until the spring, the new term would not begin until the end of May, leaving 7 months or so that the person would be on the PTC for that short time. So we're just looking for what council would like to do, whether to interview for this position Wednesday, when you're interviewing the other ones. We do have, I believe, 9 or 10 applicants for it, or if you want us to go out for an additional recruitment with a shorter time period with an appointment at the end of March. We're here for any questions that you might have.
Madam Clerk, could I add that as to your timing, we're going to be bringing forward an ordinance to implement council's direction to change the appointments to this single period of time in the spring. And council will have an option of actually extending current appointments that are due to expire this December, just extending them until the following May, or going ahead and doing the round of appointments in December and extending them on the back end. So that's two different ways to do the transition. And so that could mean that a May appointment would actually serve for a full year until the following May when the new appointment would occur. Thanks.
Thank you, Molly.
Okay, let's quickly go to the public for 2 minutes and then we'll come back to council.
Mayor Du Bois, we have one speaker, Aram James. Aram, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Say, Tom, so I'm not sure how that process works, but I know that Rebecca Eisenberg has expressed to me an interest in being on that committee. And I'm not telling you who to choose, but I certainly would appreciate, given her level of interest in public government, city council, her skill set, Harvard lawyer with I don't see anybody that does quicker research. Can she be a difficult personality like myself? I would say that's probably true. But I have the sense that if she's on that commission, things tone down and you get an extraordinary resource. I speak openly with Rebecca about our personality types, and they're different and we have different approaches to things. But, I don't think it's a bad thing to have people that start out being hypercritical of procedures on council, and then you all educate on stuff, and there are other people out in the community that educate me. I don't know a whole lot on the housing stuff. I'm trying to learn that, see where the race and social justice connection is. Rebecca is a really amazing, quick study on almost anything. And I really do think the council would benefit from her. So I'm not telling you how to vote, but at least give her, like you would any other candidate, a full hearing, and coming originally from not being biased, putting the past to the past and be present with her during the course of that interview as like like you've never met her before, and see how that feels. What's that like? And then maybe you get a new, fresh perspective on how much I believe, based on all my interaction since Frederick Douglass's birthday on the 4th of July is when I first started interacting with her around the Black Lives Matter mural and some conversation we had about the police department. She's an incredible resource. Just give her a look. Thank you.
Thank you, Aram. Mayor Du Bois, no further speakers.
Excuse me, Mayor Du Bois, you're on mute.
You did it once. So let's just focus on these options tonight for this unfilled planning commission position. And then, as the city attorney said, there will be another time to look at how we transition from our current interview periods to what we're moving to with interviews in the spring. So would any council members like to comment between these choices? Vice Mayor Burt.
Sorry. So in the interest of time, I would like to propose the middle alternative. Oh, we lost it. Beth, can we get that back on the screen?
Yes, we'll get it back up there.
Okay, thanks. So to recruit for the Planning and Transportation Commission vacancy with the 2-week recruitment. I want to make sure everybody's feels that 2 weeks is enough. So that would be in the staff report, option number 2. Proposed with a special recruitment period for the vacant PTC position, which will run 2 weeks from the proposed application deadline of February 23rd.
Okay, is there a second? So I'll go ahead and second that.
Although I have to ask whether this is worded correctly. It's not 2 weeks. The application deadline wouldn't be February 23rd. That would be when the applications would commence, and then 2 weeks following that, correct?
They would commence starting tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
we
sorry.
would commence starting tomorrow and
Okay,
then run it
I
for 2
misunderstood.
weeks.
Okay, sorry.
Can we just keep the motion up? Or capture the motion, I guess? Do you want to speak to your motion?
No, I think this hour I'm good.
I'll just speak to our second. So again, I had talked to the clerk and understood that the current recruitment, we had kept it open, but it was only for the 2 positions. So I had several people ask about applying, and based on that information, I told them to wait for this Riggs opening. And so I feel like we really should allow applications for this period, because I don't think people realize that there was a 3rd seat.
Mayor Du Bois, I have a question.
Yep.
When we do the interviews, do you want to include, will you consider those that are not picked at the interviews on Wednesday? And should we include that in the motion? That on the further recruitment that they would be included along with those that are applying in the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think we should. I think that's,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Burt, that's your motion.
Yeah.
So anybody that applied currently for these 2 would, I guess we would ask them, and they would apply for this 3rd if they were interested.
And how do we want to deal with if they've just recently had an in-person interview? Should we say that if they apply for the 3rd position that and they participated in the most recent interview, then we will not re-interview them?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay. So Beth, if you can add that language that applicants who participated in an in-person interview for the previous 2 openings would not be re-interviewed for the 3rd opening. I don't know if that's best.
And would still be considered for this one?
Yes.
We will.
That they at their prerogative. So
Correct.
right.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Yeah, I don't think we should assume that people who interview for a 4-year position would necessarily want to be considered for a shorter position. So I think that should be their choice, so as long as that's captured. And then I wondered, I think this is an edge case perhaps we did not contemplate when we did the board and commission work, because we've implemented, we will be implementing term limits. And I wonder if the city attorney wants to share any thoughts with us on, I don't remember what we decided, if there was a partial term, does that count or not?
You didn't decide, so we're proposing what we think is a reasonable approach. And then when we bring the ordinance, then council can determine whether you want the rule to be different. You do need to select a rule.
Okay.
The draft that I saw, I think, said if you serve 18 months of a term, it'll count as a term. Anything less than that will not, or some.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I guess the only concern I have about this motion is the short time frame from when we make appointments to when the application is, right? So we'll be making appointments with the people we interview on the 10th, we will appoint on the 22nd. And then there'll be such a short time frame. So I just want to encourage the clerk to send really clear instructions to everyone who has applied about these are the 2 terms and this is when we'll decide and this is when applications will be due for the shorter term, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because I know it wasn't clear to some people even in December. And those are people who are already serving. So I just ask that we be super clear on that. I could have gone the other way, but I understand listening to the mayor that he'd had specific conversations with people. So I'm happy to support this.
Great, thank you. Not seeing any more hands. We go ahead and vote on this. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. And Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. I was just noticing Councilmember comments wasn't on the agenda, but can we go ahead and do that? Yeah. So.
Should have been.
So let's go to Councilmember comments. Vice Mayor Burt.
I didn't have any prepared. Let me double check my notes.
Oh, your hand was still up. Sorry about that.
The previous item.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple things. So Palo Alto Players play opened up. It's a 2-person play that was actually played by a husband and wife and filmed. It's very good if you get a chance to see it. We also had Friday night at the Art Museum start virtually last Friday. And then I was lucky enough to also get a tour of the new Junior Museum and Zoo. It's really amazing. I think the kids are going to love it, and I can't wait for that to open. And then the other thing that we heard at the very beginning of the meeting, this thing about COVID testing capability going unused, I really think it's important. It seems like people have stopped getting tested as much, and we really need to kind of remind people, especially frontline workers, that they should continue to get tested. Even though we're talking about vaccines, it's an issue. Any other council member comments? Okay, seeing none, I wanted to adjourn the meeting in honor of George Schultz, who died at the age of 100 Saturday here. He fought in the Pacific in World War II. He served, I think, every Republican president from Eisenhower on. He was Labor Secretary, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, and people referred to him as a bridge builder, often a voice of reason when one was needed. And even if you disagree with him politically, he received the Presidential Medal of Honor in 1989. And so we'll adjourn the meeting in his honor. Thank you all.